simultaneously crossing from Japanese anime to American comics. A powerful blow. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 201 Zenjutsu Shock. Funny people chasing the wind. The Japanese pirates in the south and the Gyanu in the north were the two major scourges of the Ming dynasty. The troubles they caused were even more difficult than those of the demons, and they consumed most of the Ming dynasty's military strength. After the efforts of several generations of people in Liaodong, a huge black ice city was finally built on the northern border to prevent the harassment of the Gyanu. Since the construction of Wanlizu and Bing City, the Gyanu rebellion has gradually faded in people's vision and has not appeared for a long time. Otherwise, Li Chenglian would not dare to come to the capital to sit in the position of the instructor of the Imperial Army. But unexpectedly, his arrival really caused trouble. The demons migrated their entire clan and annexed Japan, and as a result, they almost captured Jinling City. If Chu Yang had not happened to go to find Lu Xiaofeng and resolved the demons' plan, once they captured Jinling City, they would have been able to turn around and wipe out the Qi family army trapped in Wanglong City. In this way, it would only be a matter of time before the entire south fell. The other generals guarding the big city were just some crooked melons and jujubes, and they could not resist the invasion of the demons at all. On the other hand, the same is true for Liaodong. If a war breaks out, except for Li Chenglian, the garrison commander, no one else is worth mentioning. Stop talking nonsense. I'll go to the palace first to report the news to the prince. After Li Jixio explained the situation, he was anxious to say goodbye to Lu Xiaofeng and others, but was grabbed by Lu Xiaofeng's arm. You have no identity now. Why did the guards let you in? Lu Xiaofeng reminded him. I forgot. Li Jixio was a little disappointed. Then he remembered that he was no longer the co-director of the Jinai Wei, not to mention entering the palace. Even if he was wandering at the gate of the palace, he would be arrested and put in the sky prison. At present, the emperor passed away, and the guards inside and outside the palace were the most strict. It was difficult for him to enter quietly. Come with me, I'll find someone to take you in. Lu Xiaofeng remembered that there was a guy who had nothing to do after eating in the Xianwang mansion. Can it work? Li Jixio looked at him doubtfully. Just put your heart in your stomach. Lu Xiaofeng stood up and called the waiter to settle the bill, and then took Li Jixio to the prince's mansion. Sikeng Zixing and Zenjutsu were also ready to follow, but Sikeng Zixing was stopped by Lu Xiaofeng. Monkey, I have an urgent matter for you to do. Lu Xiaofeng said solemnly. What is it? Sikeng Zixing instantly became alert. In the past, whenever Lu Xiaofeng gave him something, it would turn out to be very troublesome. You take a boat to Jinling today and help me tell the Yamen runners over there a message. Anyone can be given. Just tell them that the prince needs them. Lu Xiaofeng pulled Sikeng Zixing aside, and the two of them whispered to each other for a long time before Sikeng Zixing left reluctantly. Li Jixio asked curiously, what do you want him to do? Lu Xiaofeng explained, in order to make the prince appear weak to the enemy and gain some advantages in this struggle, I asked the Yamen runners to suppress the matter of Jinling City. Now the prince needs to build momentum for his ascension to the throne, so it is time to make it public and suppress some rumors that are unfavorable to the prince. Li Jie smiled and said, no wonder the prince always praises you for being smart. You have a really good brain, not bad. Lu Xiaofeng touched his beard and smiled proudly. Hearing about Jinling City, Zenjutsu suddenly asked, is it the incident where the demons attacked the city? Li Jixio looked at him in surprise. You knew? Zenjutsu nodded and said, the news in the capital is blocked, but everyone outside knows it. It is said that Xiaoli Fideo has reappeared in the world and led the Yamen runners and people in the city to resist the invasion of the demons. When I first heard the name Lu Xiaofeng, I thought I had heard it wrong and confirmed it several times. Lu Xiaofeng said unhappily, as for repeated confirmation, don't you trust me as a person? Zenjutsu shook his head decisively and said, most of the time I can't trust you, but I can trust you between life and death. I'm very curious, did you really use the demon killing weapon left by General Key to shoot the Demon King? Does the Demon King really exist? Or is it just a false rumor? Lee Jixio and Lu Xiaofeng smiled at each other. The Demon King is real, and more powerful than the rumors say. There were 2 Demon Kings who attacked Jinling City, and the one we dealt with was only the Golden Winged Dappen King. The speed of this demon is terrifying, and it's a flying bird. The crossbow arrows left by General Key can hardly hit it. Only Li Zunhuan's Xiaoli flying dagger can barely pose a threat to it. And we've never seen the other Demon King. Zemin Chuksu, who was walking side by side with the 2, suddenly stopped and asked, never seen it. Why? Didn't they say that there were 2 Demon Kings attacking the city? Because it was dead before we saw it. Li Jixio whispered mysteriously, it was beaten to death by the prince's fist. There was not a single piece of good meat on its body. From the appearance of the Demon King, he has the appearance of a lion and a tiger, and his body is as strong as an elephant. He is a Demon King who is completely known for his physical body, and yet he was beaten to death by the prince. Just imagine how scary it is. Zemin Chuksu swallowed subconsciously. He was thinking that one day he could find the virtuous king to learn from him, hone his sword skills, and seek breakthroughs. Now it seems that he was overthinking. No, shouldn't the virtuous king be a master of swordsmanship? Zemin Chuksu turned his head and looked at the palace. Otherwise, how could he perform such a superb swordsmanship? What swordsmanship? Now it was Li Jie's turn to be confused. Lu Xiaofeng sneered, the talent is there, what's the fuss? The prince is also a Taoist master. The Taoist skills are superb. No, with the prince's cultivation, he is very likely a celestial monarch. Zemin Chuksu has never been so confused in his life. Reason tells him that it is impossible for a person to be proficient in so many things at the same time, and each of them has reached an extremely high level. If someone else said this to him, he would definitely stab him with a sword, which sounded like bragging. The road back to Prince Zion's mansion was not long, and they arrived soon. Zemin Chuksu had not yet recovered from the shock. Seeing this, Lu Xiaofeng expressed his understanding. His previous state was similar to Zemin Chuksu's. There are always some incomprehensible things that will break people's inherent cognition. It doesn't matter. You will get used to it after a while. Just like that. Lu Xiaofeng walked in and pulled out Chehu, who was catching up on his sleep. This guy wandered around the palace all night last night, but couldn't find Jiuo Bujing and Chu Yang. He became a complete passerby. Chehu felt embarrassed after tossing and turning all night and did nothing. He could only go back to the palace to get the bedding, to cover his head and fall asleep. He was dragged away by Lu Xiaofeng just after sleeping for a while. What do you mean, Mr. Lu? You want to fight, right? Let me tell you, I'm in a bad mood right now. Don't make trouble with me. Chehu cursed and shook off Lu Xiaofeng's hand. I have something serious to talk to you about. It concerns the lives of the people of the world. What is it? Don't worry about it. You just need to bring him to the palace. You want to rebel? Stop talking nonsense, okay? Chehu muttered as he walked in front of Li Jixio and looked up and down at this dusty man. Li Jixio was also looking at him. 2 people who were destined to meet finally met. The 4 famous detectives and the 4 divine detectives entered the palace at the same time. Both sides didn't look at each other and were busy looking for their own masters. When they walked to the vicinity of the Hall of Supreme Harmony, they saw Chu Yang and others sitting on the ruins. The posture seemed to respect Chu Yang. Seeing this, everyone was shocked. Shen Ye was sitting in a wheelchair, leading his fellow apprentices to approach Zhu Zhengwo, and happened to hear what his master was saying. Your Majesty, you must not be anxious about going to war. We know very little about the demon race. If we attack rashly, we may suffer a great loss. Why not take a long-term view? Your Majesty? The 4 famous detectives looked at each other, not knowing who the master was calling. Isn't His Majesty lying in the coffin? The master is old. Shen Ye followed Zhu Zhengwo's gaze and found that he was talking to the virtuous king. His expression suddenly became stiff. Ding Tuzi wants to be emperor. How can this be possible? Exclamation mark. Master, you are confused. Why are you in such a hurry? I didn't say to fight now. The situation in the south has deteriorated to that extent. We have to deal with those warlords first, just as a training exercise. Chu Yang still remembers the saying, soldiers pass like combs. If we don't care, the harm caused by the warlords to the people will not be less than that caused by the demons attacking the city. If we only deal with the warlords, then this old minister agrees with your majesty, but it must be done as soon as possible. If the demons notice the internal consumption of the Ming dynasty, they will definitely come back again. Zhu Zhengwo gave a painstaking admonition, fearing that Chu Yang would get carried away and lead his troops to attack Huanglang. Shen Yue finally regained his composure and turned around to see that the other three brothers were staring blankly. When they heard the master enthusiastically address the virtuous king as his majesty, their brains were a little out of order. Although Shen Yue was the eldest sister, she was the youngest among the four. She was forced to become the eldest sister just because she entered the sect early. The other three were the second head constable Iron Hand Tai Yaoxia, who had deep internal strength, the third head constable Zuming Cui Lu Shang, who was famous for his leg skills, and the fourth head constable Cold Blood Leng Linky, who had superb swordsmanship. Zuming was the oldest, even much older than Li Jixiao. To put it jokingly, he could even be Shen Yue's father. The second was Tai Xiao, and then Leng Zhu, both of whom were older than Shen Yue. Compared with the confusion in age and qualifications of the four famous constables, the four divine constables seemed very normal. Their age and ranking were consistent, and there was no awkwardness in the address. Wuxin, Tizki, Zufeng, Leng Leng. If there is a difference, it is the fourth ranked girl Leng Leng, who has been holding back to be the eldest sister. The reason is simple. Shang Yue, who is also a girl, is the eldest sister, so she should also be the eldest sister. Leng Leng is a girl with the spirit of RQ. Although she can't beat the three senior brothers above, she thinks she can outlast them all. After all, she is very young. Wuzin and others don't know what the little junior sister thinks, otherwise they will definitely deal with her. Zhu Zhengwei called Chu Yang your majesty all the time, which not only brought a great shock to the four famous detectives, but also the four divine detectives were not spared. While shocked, they also heard their own master calling the wise king enthusiastically. Your majesty, since you intend to rebuild the country, then I have an unwelcome request. Please allow me to resign from the position of the chief detective of the Six Gates and go to the war with the army. Jiuo Bujing's voice trembled slightly, and he hoped that Chu Yang would agree to his request. I know you want to do something for the people of the world, but I won't allow it. The responsibilities of the Six Gates are very heavy, and your disciples are not up to the task. When they can take charge, I will let you go. Chu Yang said calmly. Hearing that their master was going to resign, the four great detectives immediately became anxious, rushed forward to surround Jiuo Bujing, and began to persuade him to think twice. The third brother, Zufeng, who was a bit funny, hugged Jiuo Bujing's thigh and burst into tears. Master, I haven't married yet. How can you leave just like that? What do you want me to do in the future? I'm not dead yet. Why are you howling? When it comes to marriage, Jiuo Bujing gets angry and can't help but scold. I told you to marry Fua, but you didn't. Now you are kneeling on the ground and shouting, who you marry is none of my business. Master, I really have no feelings for my apprentice sister. A forced melon is not sweet. Don't force me anymore. Zufeng, who spoke Cantonese, cried even more sadly, and his snot and tears were all wiped on Jiuo Bujing's clothes. Zooming next door saw him like this, his scalp tingled, and he said with a gloomy face, I'm actually as famous as this kid. It's really embarrassing. If it doesn't work, I'll go back and change my name. Shen Yue glanced at him and reminded, don't think that he likes to be startled like a lunatic, but his martial arts are indeed not inferior to yours, especially his leg skills. Zooming sighed, I know, so it's even more uncomfortable. Zhu Zhengwo stood up, first saluted Chu Yang, then walked towards the disciples and asked, why are you four here? Shen Yue replied, Master, in recent times, the frequency of demons hurting people has increased a lot. Without the restraint of the 10,000 demons kingdom, there will be more and more demons in the territory of the Ming dynasty. What should we do? Zhu Zhengwo stroked his beard and smiled. When the enemy comes, the general will stop him, and when the water comes, the earth will cover it. Your majesty just wants to merge the Huang Villa with the Shenhao mansion. By then, there will be more people and there will naturally be a solution. Shen Yue shouted in shock. Hyunvilla is going to merge with Shenhao Mansion? How could Eden Shenhao agree to such a thing? Zheng Dongliu sighed on the side. Zhu Wash's attitude is no longer important. After all, no one cares about the opinions of a dead person. Shen Yue screamed, "Is Tiden Shenhao dead?" The others were also shocked. "Didn't you see the huge demon before you came? That was what Zhu Washi became after he was possessed by the devil. He used the power absorbing method to absorb all kinds of power without restraint and was eventually backfired." Zhu Zhengwo said. "Not only demons, but also demons are becoming more active. Among the prisoners we arrested recently, there are several demons. They are active without reason or signs, as if they were stimulated by something." On the other side, Wuxin, the eldest brother of the four famous detectives, was reporting to Jiuo Bujing. "Recently, there have been a lot more cases, and almost every case has the shadow of a demon in the end. There is a feeling of impending storm." At this time, Chehu led Li Jixio into the palace. His status as a royal guard prevented him from being stopped. The two went straight to the Hall of Supreme Harmony. Facing the ruins, Li Jixio's eyes twitched twice, but he soon found Chu Yang and walked forward respectfully. Chu Yang looked at him happily. "You came in time." Li Jixio shook his head and said, "I should have arrived last night, but I was delayed on the road and didn't see the prince's great power." Chu Yang saw the worry in his eyes, so he asked, "You rushed here so quickly, you must have something to say." Li Jixio told him the movements of the demon clan. Chapter 200 Into the real target. Zemin Shuksu is hit hard. It is very likely that the demon tribe has gone to the northern border, but the Jianu are different from the Japanese pirates. They have their own beliefs and will not easily join forces with the demon tribe. There is a high probability that a war will break out between the two sides, and it will not stop for a while, which gives us an opportunity. Zhu Zhengwo immediately gave his opinion after hearing the news. Chu Yang then asked, "Is there any expert in the Jianu tribe who can resist the Demon King?" "It's hard to say. We haven't fought with them for many years. The Jianu warriors are iterating very quickly, and one generation can iterate 2 or 3 generations of warriors." Zhu Zhengwo explained. "Although the northern icefield is rarely visited by demons, there is a monster called the Snow Beast, which is more terrifying than ordinary demons. Because they are often invaded by monsters, the people of the northern icefield are tough and almost everyone knows the secret art of risking their lives. Most Jianu warriors have serious hidden diseases. Their living conditions are actually very poor, so they are always thinking about invading the central plains." Chu Yang pondered and said, "That is to say, if they fight desperately, the Jianu tribe can cause certain losses to the demon tribe, and it is also possible to prolong the war." Zhu Zhengwo nodded and said, "Your Majesty understands it well, so in my opinion, it is a very stupid decision for the demon tribe to choose to advance on 2 fronts at the same time after losing 2 demon kings. Either they want to achieve their goal in one battle, or they are simply arrogant." Zheng Dongliu continued, "After all, the far north is the territory of the Jianu. The environment is completely different from that of the Wanyeo kingdom. There is only a few snowfalls in the south throughout the year. I'm afraid these beasts will suffer a great loss there." After saying that, Zheng Dongliu stroked his beard and Zhu Zhengwo did the same. Chu Yang said, "In that case, the situation in the northern border is not as dangerous as imagined, but even so, we still have to make preparations early. We won't kill that guy Li Qingliang. Let him go from the imperial prison and give him a chance to redeem himself and make meritorious contributions. Your Majesty is wise." Zhu Zhengwo nodded slightly. If other emperors were surrounded and killed, they would never let the enemy general go, but Chu Yang was particularly tolerant. This tolerance came from his extreme self-confidence. He even felt that Chu Yang looked down on the emperor's conspiracy from the beginning. After the incident last night, there are not many of Li Qingliang's personal soldiers left. If he goes back like this, I'm afraid he will be unable to control the situation in the north. Jiuo Bujing suddenly reminded. Chu Yang waved his hand and said, "Then assign a division of the Imperial Guards to him. You can decide the exact number. Anyway, he must guard the Wanli and Bing city at the northern border to buy time for us to reorganize the south." Click click click, the sound of wheels rolling rang out, and Sheng Yeu slowly came to Chu Yang. because she couldn't get up. She could only bow her head in the wheelchair and salute. Your Majesty, it's not enough to just give him soldiers. If you want to defend Zuanbing City, you have to borrow the weapons of the Qi family army. The most famous weapon of the Qi family army is the demon killing crossbow, which has made many contributions in the war against the demons. It is indeed an unparalleled weapon for defending the city. The situation in the south is even worse. We will have to fight a tough battle next, and we need more powerful weapons to stabilize the morale of the army. Zheng Dongliu disagreed with this. Shen Yue argued, it's not necessary to use so many weapons just to suppress the warlords, unless you want to attack Japan. At this point, Shen Yue's voice stopped abruptly. She looked at Chu Yang in shock, thinking that this man would not really want to attack Japan, right? Japan has now become the new base camp of the demons. Chu Yang's attempt to steal at this critical moment is too bold. Shen Yue was more and more frightened, and immediately turned back to ask Zhu Zhengwo, Master, you don't really want to do this, do you? If we fight across the sea, it will be disadvantageous to us. Zhu Zhengwo smiled bitterly and said, Girl, it's not up to the master to decide whether to fight or not. It depends on the emperor's intention. If he wants to fight, we, as ministers, can we shrink our heads back? He just figured out what Chu Yang meant by reorganizing the South. It was not to pacify the corrupt situation in the South, but to kill the demons entrenched in Japan once and for all. The plan was so bold that Zhu Zhengwo didn't dare to think in that direction at all. What does it mean to accomplish everything in one go? This is it. Our Majesty is the opposite of his brother. He is so brave. Kao Zhengchen and Yu Huashan were whispering to each other. He suddenly felt that it was good to guard the door at home. At least he didn't have to follow Chu Yang to steal the home of the monster tribe. I don't know who would dare to go to such a suicidal behavior. Yu Huashan was eager to try. Unlike Kao Zhengchen, he fought for power, just to gain more power to do things. He wanted to change the world, expel the monsters in the territory of the Ming dynasty, and kill all the officials who did nothing. If we only look at the purpose, Yu Huashan is not a traitor. He just chose to use any means to achieve his ultimate goal. I want to go to the south and pray that your majesty can take me with you. Since the two factories are destined to merge, there will not be two supervisors in the future. Yu Huashan knelt respectfully in front of Chu Yang. Are you willing to give up the entire West Factory? That is the territory you have managed for many years with great difficulty. Isn't it a pity to give it up like this? Chu Yang asked with interest. Your Majesty, I'm willing to give up everything, as long as I can be with you. I have only two wishes in this life. One is to kill all the demons, and the other is to reach the peak of martial arts. And these two wishes can only be realized by being with your Majesty. For the first time, Yu Huashan spoke his heart out sincerely, without empty talk about how loyal he was to Chu Yang. It was precisely because of this that Chu Yang felt his sincerity and thought he was telling the truth. Then from now on, all the people from the West Factory below the supervisor will be merged into the East Factory, and the East Factory will no longer exercise the duties of supervising all officials and the Jinaiwei, but will only be responsible for guarding the palace gates. Supervisor KO, congratulations. No one will compete with you for these in the future. Chu Yang looked at Kao Zhengchen with a smile. Your Majesty, I also want to be with your Majesty, and I don't want to be a supervisor at all. For your Majesty, I can also give up everything. Kao Zhengchen cried bitterly, while secretly cursing Yu Huashan for being a thief. The other party's flattery was like an antelope hanging on a horn, which was almost in the realm of perfection. Okay, if you don't want to continue to be the supervisor, then go to the Imperial Household Department. After 2 days, when I kill Wei Zongson, you can take over as the eunuch in charge of the seal. How about that? Your Majesty, can I take back what I said just now? Eunuch KO, the crime of deceiving the emperor is to be beheaded. Do you want to try the sharpness of the blade? Seeing that Chu Yang didn't seem to be joking, Kao Zhengchen wanted to cry, but had no tears, and his heart was dead. This guy is fickle, and has a rebellious mind. How could Chu Yang continue to put him in the position of the supervisor of the East Factory? Originally, I wanted to kill him last night, but who would have thought that Kao Zhengchen knelt down and surrendered so simply, which caught Chu Yang off guard. It's not easy to kill him, and I don't want to use him, so I have to put him in a place without power. With the current court structure, even civil officials can only drink soup, and the Imperial Household Department can't even drink soup. Ko Zengchen kept slapping himself in the face. If he was the emperor before, he would have to argue a little. But it's not possible now, because Chu Yang will really kill him. Compared with others, Ko Zengchen is really walking on thin ice. In this way, there will only be one marquis and one family, one factory and one guard. The pattern will gradually become clear, and there will be fewer conflicts. Zhang Zheng and Heir both looked more happy. They both knew that, if they continued like this, the court would only become clearer and clearer in the future. Since we have come to this point, some changes must be made between the Divine Marquis Mansion and the Six Gates. The Divine Marquis Mansion is used to acting recklessly, and often conflicts will break out with the people, so that the people complain. In the long run, the conflicts will only become deeper and deeper. The Divine Marquis Mansion itself must be corrected. In addition, all the big monsters and monsters that appear in the city will be dealt with by the Six Gates. The same goes for monsters. At present, the Divine Marquis Mansion is not suitable to continue to operate in crowded places. The chaos they cause is no less than that of the Monster Clan. On the other hand, under the leadership of Jiuo Bujing, the Six Gates have a good reputation both in the mouths of the people and in the evaluation of the martial arts sects. It's not that Zhu Zhengwo didn't do anything, but he was worried about too many things because he knew more than others. Compared with the harm caused by the demon's chaos, the conflict between the Shenhao Mansion and the people was really not worth mentioning. As for the problems of the Shenhao Mansion itself, Zhu Zhengwo and Sheng Ye knew it, but they didn't have a good way to deal with it, so they could only agree to Chu Yang's arrangement. It has been more than half a day since Zhu Wuxi was beheaded after being possessed by the demon. Everyone stood in front of the ruins of the Hall of Supreme Harmony. Basically, everything that should be said has been said. If there are any omissions, they can only wait until Chu Yang officially ascends the throne to discuss it. Under the current situation, the emperor's funeral must be simple. There is no time to give him a grand funeral now. If there are any grievances on the road to the underworld, they can only hold them back. After all, compared with the whole world, he is nothing. After saying that, Chu Yang should leave. He didn't want to stay here to carry the emperor's coffin, but before leaving, he said something. Lord Yan is too old to take on the responsibility. Replace him quickly. We should have waited a few days, but I can't wait now. After saying this, everyone knew that Yan Song was dead. Now not only the emperor had to hold the funeral, but also the Yan family. Lord Yan was so loyal to the emperor and patriotic that he would agree readily. Li Jixio followed Chu Yang out of the palace. The two brothers did not take a sedan chair or a horse. They walked out of the palace as if they were walking in their own backyard. Your Majesty. Thank you. Li Jixio wanted to call him His Majesty, but for some reason, he called him Your Majesty. Don't thank me. I didn't expect the emperor to be so impatient and start fighting as soon as he said so. I originally wanted to let you handle it yourself. Since the emperor is dead, it doesn't matter how to deal with Yan Song. Chu Yang smiled. He found that Li Jixio behind him was no longer the same as before. He was neither the Jinai Tangxi who pleaded for the people, nor the drunkard who slept on the street after getting drunk. Wash away the lead and be reborn. Are you going to break through? Chu Yang was a little surprised. Li Jixio nodded, knocked his chest with his fist, and said, the depression is gone, and the boat has passed through thousands of mountains. Chu Yang said, your original set of swordsmanship is well intentioned. Try not to give up, and when you have mastered the magic sword technique passed down to you by Yan Nanshan, you can try to combine the two. But both sets of martial arts are too strong, and require a set of soft skills to harmonize them, such as the Mingyu Gong of Yehua Palace. Li Jixio laughed dryly. Prince, don't joke. If I go to Yehua Palace to ask for Mingyu Gong, isn't that courting death? You saw it last time. The mistress of the palace has a bad temper and suffered a loss at our hands. I'm afraid she will freeze me into 10,000 years of black ice before I even open my mouth. Chu Yang glared at Li Jixio with a look of disappointment. They are all masters. Why are you scared before the fight even starts? But then again, there are also differences between masters. Yaoyu herself is talented, and she is practicing a unique skill like Minyu Gong. There are not many masters who can beat her. When the time comes, I will accompany you and exchange some things with her. I guarantee she will agree. This is too much trouble, Your Majesty. You should give me the things and I will exchange them myself. I'm afraid you will be held there and can't come back. Well, forget it. Lee Jixio thought that if it was a treasure that could be exchanged for Minyu Gong, he really couldn't keep it. When the two returned to the palace, Lu Xiaofeng and Zemanchuksu had been waiting for a long time just to know if there was a countermeasure for the demon tribe's northward movement. After Lee Jixio explained the situation to them, they breathed a sigh of relief. Chu Yang was surprised that Zemanchuksu would actually care about such things. A sword god who was floating outside and far away from the secular world should only have swords in his heart. Lu Xiaofeng gave the answer to the question. He has become a father. Zemanchuksu and his wife Sun Xiaoqing gave birth to a son not long ago, and he is now father of a child. Maybe the world has nothing to do with Zemanchuksu, but it has a lot to do with his children and wife. Which father doesn't want his children to live in a peaceful world? Whether it's Yigachin, the lord of Beian City, or Zemanchuksu, the sword god, they all fell from the sky to the mortal world, but one was because of power and greed, and the other was because of love. The things you are obsessed with are different, and the sword in your heart has also changed differently, and you get different results. May I ask your highness, did you slash the sword that killed the demon this morning? Zemanchuksu's eyes were shining. That was a swordsman's desire for supreme swordsmanship. Chu Yang nodded. Zemanchuksu dares to ask another question. Why does that sword have the sword intent of a fairy from the sky? When Zemanchuksu asked this, Lu Xiaofeng secretly pulled his clothes, signaling him to stop. I watched your duel last night, and when I drew my sword today, I thought of Yigachin's sword, which was inspired by it. Chu Yang's tone was calm, but it set off a storm in Zemanchuksu's heart. After just one look, he was able to fully comprehend the sword intent of the fairy from heaven. What a talent this person has. Zemanchuksu, who claimed to be superior to the genius, sat on the stone bench in a daze. It was the first time, since he started to hold the sword at a young age, that he was so confused. I told you not to ask. Lu Xiaofeng smiled bitterly and shook his head. He had been hit hard, so he didn't want his good friend to repeat the same mistake. In his opinion, all the amazing geniuses in the world gathered together, and in front of Chu Yang, they would only end up being equal. There is also an insurmountable gap between geniuses. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 203. A distinguished guest arrives. Kizami's winning magic weapon. The capital is a very interesting place. In the past, under the control of the emperor, it was difficult for news from outside to come in. There has always been an atmosphere of peace and prosperity here, and there has not been much change. This time, the news of the emperor's death was still controlled very tightly. When the outside world had not received the news, the court completed the funeral in a very short time. But even in this situation, where no one could get in or out, there was a shocking news from Jinling City, and it spread throughout the capital overnight, making it known to the whole city. Jinling City was attacked by the demon tribe, and the virtuous king guarded the city gate alone, and killed 2 demon kings of the demon tribe. The legendary demon king. In the minds of the people in the capital, the demon king only exists in the words of the elders to scare children, such as if you don't listen, the demon king will take you away. But now, the demon king actually appeared in the official newspaper and spread throughout the capital at a very fast speed. People have to believe that the demon king is real. The only thing that can make people doubt the authenticity of the official report is the information that the virtuous king killed the 2 demon kings, which is more surprising than the fact that the demon kings themselves really exist. The virtuous king, who is famous in the capital, is actually able to kill 2 demon kings? Brother, are you sure you wrote it right? If people are asked to choose one of the two news, that the Demon King really exists, and the virtuous king killed the Demon King, everyone will choose the latter without hesitation. As long as they are locals in the capital, they will have strong doubts about this without exception. According to normal development, after the news comes out, the capital will be in a state of bustling, and maybe someone will run to the palace to denounce the virtuous king for usurping the credit of others. But things did not develop in that direction. Because Kijigwen, the general guarding Jinling town, entered the capital in full view of the public with an umbrella of the people in his hand. Even the people in the capital who are isolated from the news know who Kijigwen is. A great hero recognized by the entire country and nation. Even Jujutsu, who was called the great hero by the world, was inferior to him. It would be more appropriate to say that Jujutsu admired him very much. It was such a person who held the umbrella of all people and represented the people of Jinling City to come to Beijing to express gratitude. The umbrella of all people could not be copied because it was made by the masters of Buddhism and Taoism from the lights of thousands of families. The so-called lights of thousands of families are the most sincere gratitude in the hearts of the people. Lights are the fire of the heart. This item is the only treasure that can make demons know where to hide since the great changes in the world. If a demon enters the city, the umbrella of all people will automatically open and illuminate the whole city with the light of the fire of the heart. As soon as they entered Beijing, the umbrella of all people reacted, slipped out of Kijigwen's hand, and flew out slowly. Kijigwen did not dare to neglect it, and led part of the Qi family army to follow closely. Many onlookers followed them far behind to watch the excitement. Today the weather is good, and hot pot is being cooked in the palace. Lu Xiaofeng was eating hot pot and singing songs when he suddenly realized that it was getting dark. He looked up and saw an umbrella floating above his head, still glowing. The chopsticks slipped from his hand, and his eyes were a little dull. What is this? Li Jixiao, a former Jinai Wei Tangzi, had seen the Wanman umbrella. When he was a centurion, he saw the scene of the people kneeling to send off their parents in the south. It was a pity that the civil official was killed by a traitor. A good official with the Wanman umbrella did not die at the hands of the demons, but died at the hands of his own family. This incident shocked Li Jixiao at the time. He was not even sure whether the demons were evil or the people were more evil. This is the Wanman umbrella, made of the lights of thousands of families. It can be said to be the most precious treasure in the world. Li Jixiao told the origin of the Wanman umbrella. I've heard of it, but never seen it. So this is the umbrella of all people. Lu Xiaofeng circled around the umbrella in the air, almost making Chu Yang dizzy. Fortunately, at this time, the umbrella of all people slowly closed and fell into Chu Yang's arms. Lu Xiaofeng and Li Jixiao looked at Chu Yang at the same time. My lord, is this yours? Li Jixiao said in surprise. How come I've never seen it before? What a coincidence, I haven't seen it either. Chu Yang picked up the umbrella of all people and looked at it, then said, how do I know whose it is? Lu Xiaofeng was thoughtful, showing a mysterious smile. I guess there is a distinguished guest coming today. Who is it? Li Jixiao asked curiously. But Lu Xiaofeng was deliberately mysterious and refused to tell him. A gust of wind blew through the yard. I've been busy for you, exhausted like a dead dog, and you guys are eating meat here. Is there any share for me? A ghostly figure suddenly appeared beside Lu Xiaofeng, and his slender fingers grabbed the meat in his bowl. Lu Xiaofeng was quick-witted and quick-handed. He used his unique skill of chopsticks to pinch the hand of the meat thief with one finger. Monkey, don't you know you should wash your hands before eating? Do you really think you are a monkey? Lu Xiaofeng looked at Sikeng Zixing with disdain. Sikeng Zixing, who was exhausted, seemed to be angry. He used his clever strength to break free from the chopsticks, and then reached out to take the meat from Lu Xiaofeng's bowl again. The two of them started to fight. The meat in the bowl was swaying like a fishing boat on the sea. It didn't last long before it flew out. Li Jixiao was quick-witted and quick-handed. He jumped up to catch the meat and picked it up with chopsticks. Picking up a piece of delicious meat for nothing. Li Jie's eyes narrowed with smiles, and she said jokingly, while the snipe and the clam fight, the fisherman benefits. Chu Yang also laughed and said, for you, it is indeed a distinguished guest who comes to your house, and you can also earn some meat. He is a shit distinguished guest. Lu Xiaofeng said with a gloomy face. How can a guest come in and grab meat? Chu Yang began to be curious. So the distinguished guest is someone else? Sikeng Zixing's eyes turned, and he rushed to speak. Your Majesty, I know the distinguished guest is. Before he finished speaking, everyone heard the old housekeepers shouting. Your Majesty, please come out and take a look. There are so many people outside. I'm afraid they are here to cause trouble for us. Hey, what have you been doing these days? The old housekeeper was angry and anxious, fearing that the people outside the door would attack the palace. There were only a few useless servants in such a large palace, and there was not even a guard. Wouldn't it be troublesome? Chu Yang frowned slightly and stood up and walked towards the gate of the palace. Li Jixio and Lu Xiaofeng put down their bowls and chopsticks and followed Chu Yang. Their expressions were different. Lu Xiaofeng smiled as if he felt something good was going to happen. Li Jixio looked serious. Before he even got close to the gate, Chu Yang heard a lot of noise outside. He turned to the old housekeeper and said, "Open the door. I'll see what's going on." The old housekeeper told the doorman to open the door. The doorman pushed the door tremblingly. With a creak, the door of the palace slowly opened. A bloody smell came to his face, and even more fierce was the battlefield's murderous aura, like an icy wind from the north blowing on his face. In front of Chu Yang appeared a big man in armor. His face was weathered, his lips were a little chapped, and his armor was riddled with holes, but his eyes were piercing. I, Kijigwen, on behalf of the people of Jinling City, would like to thank the prince for saving his life. Chu Yang finally met Kijigwen, the great hero who had been passed down from mouth to mouth. The other person's figure is thinner than expected, but he can hold up the armor. The whole person's momentum is like a tiger staring at you coldly. His eyes are sharp, but without any other emotions, very clean. If ordinary people look into such eyes, they will probably start to tremble in their hearts. General Qi, there are many people outside. Please lead your subordinates into the palace for a chat. Chu Yang smiled and bowed to welcome Kijigwen and the Qi family army into the palace. I obey your orders. Kijigwen bowed and led the soldiers behind him into the palace in an orderly manner. The gate of the palace was closed again soon, and the people who watched the excitement were still reluctant to leave. The discussion did not disappear, but became more and more intense. General Qi has entered the palace, and the umbrella of all people really belongs to the virtuous king. Oh my god, I can't see the world clearly anymore. Is it true that the virtuous king killed 2 demon kings? How old is he this year? Even Zhu Shenhao didn't have such an achievement. Isn't he the best martial artist in the world? The virtuous king has such a high talent in martial arts. Why did he indulge for so many years? He got a bad name for nothing. You don't know this, right? I have a brother who works in the palace. I heard a secret that the virtuous king was murdered by other princes when he was a child. Rumors are heard all the time. Some are true, some are false, and the people don't care, just as a topic of conversation after dinner. But one thing is certain. From now on, the frequency of people mentioning the virtuous king's unbearable past will become less and less, but they will not be forgotten by people, but will become a deeper little secret. When they reach the age of enjoying their grandchildren, everyone will smile and say to their grandchildren, "Do you know what our emperor looked like when he was young?" Chu Yang led the Qi family army to sit in the yard. Looking at them, he felt distressed and respectful. This is what the soldiers of the Ming dynasty should be like, not soldiers who only exploit the people. You just came down from the battlefield? What's the situation in the south? Did the demons come to attack the city again after I left? Chu Yang asked 3 questions in a row, which even stunned Kijigwen. Seeing Chu Yang's sincere eyes, Kijigwen's tone and eyes became serious. Don't worry, Your Majesty, the situation in the south is relatively stable. Since Your Majesty killed the 2 demon kings, the demons have never appeared near Wanglong City again. To be honest, the injuries on our bodies are the result of fighting with our own people. Chu Yang seemed to have expected this kind of thing a long time ago, and sighed. How many generals defending the city in the south rebelled? Kijigwen replied, about 70%. They all set up their own mountains, and felt that the court was too busy to take care of themselves, and had no spare energy to clear them out. Chu Yang shook his head and laughed. General Qi, don't be afraid. Tell me boldly, how many percent are there? Ki Jigwon clenched his fists and gritted his teeth and said, 90%. Li Jixio and Lu Xiaofeng took a breath of cold air. What does 90% mean? It almost means that all the generals in the south have chosen to rebel. It's about the same as I thought. Chu Yang was not too panicked, because this world is strictly speaking completely different from the Ming dynasty in history. Due to the threat of the demon tribe, the generals have great power. They are the real bosses, just like Ki Jigwon's position in Jinling City is unshakable. The people in the city rely on the generals and his soldiers to survive in the troubled times. The court is too far away for the local people, so far away that it has no practical significance. It is almost zero cost for the generals to rebel, but there has never been a need for it. After all, the 800,000 imperial guards in the capital are there. Now, the actions of the demon tribe have spread throughout the south. These generals are sure that the court is busy fighting against the demon tribe and can't spare any extra troops to eliminate them. Even most people think that the Ming dynasty will definitely lose, and they are privately studying what type of demon they will become in the future. So rebellion has become a matter of course. This is why Chu Yang wants to deal with the south first, instead of rushing to help Wanlizhou and Bing City at the northern border. The emperor has only been buried for a few days, and they are so impatient. Chu Yang asked, is Jinling City now the target of public criticism? Ki Jigwon smiled and said, hundreds of thousands of soldiers and horses gathered at the city in just a few days, but they were all beaten back by Ki's army. Now they can rest for a while. After saying this, the soldiers behind Ki Jigwon all proudly puffed out their chests. Ki's army is indeed worthy of its reputation. It is worthy of being the strongest army in the Ming dynasty. Chu Yang praised it first, and then asked, but since the situation is urgent, why did General Ki choose to enter the capital at this time? Ki Jigwon clasped his fists and said, in addition to sending the Wanmin umbrella to the prince, I'm also here to escort a batch of newly developed military equipment to support the north. The situation in the north will soon be the same as in the south if the demons go north. Fighting against the demons with military equipment will be more effective with less effort. Chu Yang couldn't help but be moved. A few days ago, when discussing decisions in the Hall of Supreme Harmony, Shen Yue mentioned the military equipment of Ki's army, believing that it was a weapon to help defend the border, but this proposal was still rejected. Because from the beginning, Chu Yang's goal was not only to rebuild the mountains and rivers in the south, but also to fight further away. The combat capability of Ki's army could not be weakened in the slightest. Now Ki Jigwon personally escorted the military equipment to Beijing to assist the north, even at the cost of weakening the combat capability of his own troops. His heart for the country and the people is evident. However, his coming gave Chu Yang a new idea. Chu Yang asked, the new firearms of the Ki family army are famous all over the world. I would like to ask General Ki, are your new weapons also firearms? Speaking of new firearms, Ki Jigwon answered excitedly, Your Highness, yes, the craftsmen and formation masters of the firearm camp stayed up all night to work on the new firearms, forgetting to eat and sleep, just to give the human race an advantage in the war with the demon race. The biggest threat to the army is often not the big demons or demon kings, but millions of demon beasts, and even more numerous wild beasts. Once they charge into the formation, even if the soldiers take advantage of the power of the battle formation to wait for the enemy to tire themselves out, the final result is still heavy losses. So before the two sides come into contact, it is necessary to use firearms to reduce the number of demon beasts and wild beasts, so that they will lose their numerical advantage. It is often difficult for the big demons to break through the battle formation, and it is only a matter of time for the demon race to lose the war. Using firepower suppression to solve the advantage of the sea of beasts, those beasts with low intelligence do not know how to cooperate, and can only rely on instinct to attack. The result can be imagined. Thinking of this, Chu Yang smiled mysteriously. General Ki, I also know a little about firearms, why don't we exchange some ideas? Chapter 204, Overly Innovative New Firearms. The shock from modern firearms. After instructing the old butler to arrange for the soldiers to eat and rest, Chu Yang and Ki Jigwon returned to the port. There was a huge ship with 5 floors. Each floor was guarded by soldiers in black armor. There were more than a dozen cannons on both sides of the ship. The style looked more complicated than the ancient ones in Chu Yang's memory. There were many copper pipes around the cannon body, which seemed to be used to transmit strong pressure. He even saw the air valve and a simple instrument panel at the ignition point. Damn. What kind of Ming Dynasty punk magic style is this? Chu Yang was shocked. The combination of the abilities of the craftsman and the array master really allowed Kijigwen to tinker with firearms that transcended the times, and it might be something that did not belong to this world at all. There was no fuse, no gunpowder, and no one knew what drove it. No wonder Kijigwen said it was a new type of firearm. It was too innovative in every sense. Driven by curiosity, Chu Yang took 2 steps at a time and boarded the ship, carefully looking at the primitive and sci-fi punk cannon in front of him. You are such a genius. Touching the gun barrel, Chu Yang sighed in admiration. Ordinary imagination cannot create such a thing. Haha, your highness is overpraising me. It's all the credit of the people in the firearms battalion. What I did was just to gather these people together so that they can use their abilities with peace of mind. Kijigwen was modest with a red face. It seemed that Chu Yang's praise made him happier than killing the enemy. Chu Yang smiled and said, take out any good things you have and let me see them. Please follow me, your highness. Kijigwen led the way and led Chu Yang into the cabin. The lighting inside the building ship was based on strange beads, not oil lamps. The light emitted by those beads was similar to that of incandescent lamps, so everything in the cabin could be seen at a glance. What are these glowing beads? Chu Yang looked around curiously. Kijigwen picked up a bead and handed it to Chu Yang, then explained, there is a kind of sea monster in the sea near Wanglong City. Its body is as bright as daylight. It can still glow even in the deep sea, similar to fireflies. Kill the sea monster and cut open its body, and there will be this kind of bead inside. However, when the sea monster dies, there is a chance that the bead in its body will be destroyed. So even if a large number of sea monsters are killed, the chance of getting the bead is not high. At first, Chu Yang thought the bead was the inner elixir of the sea monster, but when he held it in his hand, he did not feel any demonic power, only a warm feeling passed into his palm. Kijigwen led Chu Yang to continue walking down. Not long after, there were many large iron boxes in front of them. Kijigwen opened one of them at random and displayed the weapons inside in front of Chu Yang. It was in the same style as the cannon outside. The rough brass tube on the surface of the gun body was like a knot of muscles. Chu Yang picked up the gun and looked at it carefully. He found that the muzzle was spiral, and there was an identical instrument panel at the tail, and there was a crotch near the instrument panel. This is a sniper rifle? Exclamation mark. Ha, this is really interesting. Chu Yang was like a big boy who found his favorite toy, playing with the new firearms of the Qi family army with excitement. Your highness, I have tested it. The power of the new firearm is very good. Even without the blessing of the array pattern, it can still allow an adult man who has not practiced martial arts to kill the monster. If it is used to defend the city, you can mobilize the people in the city to help defend the city. Only one firearm per person is enough. There are 2 types of firearms, one for warriors and the other for ordinary people. Kijigwen took out a similar firearm from the box next to him. The difference is that the firearm in his hand has a bead embedded in the handle. It is not the kind of bead that is as bright as an incandescent lamp outside. The strong demonic aura emanating from it proves that this is a real demon pill. The firearms used by warriors can use true essence instead of gunpowder to fire projectiles, and are extremely powerful. The firearms in my hand are used by ordinary people. The difference is, before Kijigwen finished speaking, Chu Yang said, there is an extra demon pill, right? Use the demon pill to replace the warrior's true essence. Demon pill? Kijigwen was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, this statement is not bad. We have fought with the demon clan for many years, and we have accumulated a lot of this stuff, but we don't know what to call it, or how to use it. Ever since the craftsmen and formation masters invented the new firearms, these demon pills have found the correct use. Don't know how to use the demon pill? Chu Yang looked at Kijigwen in astonishment and said, how did you deal with the monster corpses in the past? Kijigwen said, those with scales and fur were stripped of their scales and fur and used to make armor. The sharp teeth and claws were used to make weapons and arrows. The rest were thrown away. Chu Yang was puzzled and asked, is that it? Aren't those flesh and blood used to make pills? Are you talking about the alchemy of the alchemists? Kijigwen was a little puzzled by the question and frowned. Don't alchemists use all kinds of stones and realgar and arsenic to make pills? What does it have to do with the flesh and blood of the monsters? People in the Ming Dynasty world don't know how to make pills. Because they don't have time to practice peacefully, their talents are all in the field of war weapons, and they don't have the opportunity to develop alchemy. No wonder there are so few masters of the human race. They all rely on hard talents to break through. Chu Yang suddenly sighed. If he hadn't come to see Kijigwen's new firearms, he wouldn't have realized this. It must be said that Tiden Shenhao died unjustly. If he knew about the alchemy, he would never use the power absorbing method to directly devour the power of the demons and monsters and turn himself into a monster. Looking at Chu Yang's unpredictable expression, Kijigwen continued, in the early years, some people actually proposed to improve their cultivation by eating monster meat, saying that monsters eat people, and people can also eat monsters. But the result of eating monster meat is that people will die suddenly, not the kind of sudden death with bleeding from all 7 orifices, but as the literal meaning, the whole person will explode, the liver and brain will be scattered on the ground, and blood will flow like a river. Chu Yang said helplessly, the liver and brain are scattered on the ground, which is a bit disgusting, General Ki. Kijigwen smiled. Because people will explode if they eat it, everyone thinks that monster meat is poisonous, right? Chu Yang shook his head and said, is it possible that people cannot withstand the energy in monster meat? Kijigwen said in a deep voice, it's not impossible, but everyone is unwilling to think about it, because everyone is a little resistant to eating monster meat. However, Chu Yang didn't think so. He said, nowadays, the world of the survival of the fittest is just you eat me, I eat you, and it's just part of the reincarnation of all things. Okay, let's stop talking about eating people and monsters. I've seen your firearms, and now it's my turn. Having been a laboratory assistant for Tony Stark for so long, Chu Yang has some experience with weapons. However, given that the weapons in this world have already had their own direction, Chu Yang does not intend to change everything by force, but intends to turn previous experience into nutrients. The Ki family armor's firearms still have a lot of room for improvement in structure, and Chu Yang believes that the array pattern can also be enhanced. Chu Yang selected several classic pistols, rifles, and shotguns from the firearms he was familiar with, and used them to deal with different war environments, and used them to transform new firearms of almost the same style. It didn't take long to draw the blueprints, but Chu Yang took a long time to explain the blueprints to Kijigwen, which took half a day. Kijigwen couldn't help but regret that he should have brought the craftsman from the firearms camp with him. Although he didn't understand much, after all, Kijigwen could still see the power of these blueprints after being exposed to them for so many years, and knew that the precision of the firearms on them was far superior to his new firearms. To people who understand firearms, these firearms are undoubtedly works of art. I have never seen the styles of these firearms. Did the prince research them himself? Kijigwen said admiringly, I'm afraid that even the craftsman in the firearms camp would be ashamed of the prince's research on firearms. It's a pity. I should have brought them to see the world. These are nothing. Chu Yang shook his head and laughed. They were just a few guns. The really powerful ones had not been released yet. If Kijigwen saw the Iron Man Legion in the One Punch world, it was hard to imagine what his expression would be. It was a pity that the production line was difficult to move through the Soul Palace. The more sophisticated the high-tech equipment, the greater the chance of damage when traveling through time and space, and it was irreversible. Precision processing of firearms requires machine tools, especially mass production, which has even more stringent requirements for production workshops. But fortunately, machine tools are not high-tech precision instruments, and Chu Yang can move some from other worlds as much as possible. As an important cornerstone of the Industrial Revolution, the emergence of machine tools will bring about a qualitative change in the manufacturing level of this world. Kijigwen, holding the manufacturing drawings, looked more like a child than Chu Yang before. Such an innocent smile appeared on the face of such a cold and arrogant man. Chu Yang knew that the reason why he was so happy was that these blueprints could save the lives of a few Key's troops on the battlefield. General Key, don't look at them yet. The blueprints don't have legs and won't run away. Let's do the business first. Aren't you going to send these firearms to the north? Chu Yang looked at the sun setting outside and couldn't help but remind Kijigwin to pay attention to the time. The Emperor's mourning period has not yet ended, and the curfew time is much earlier than usual. If you miss it, it will be tomorrow's problem. Oh, it's bad. Kijigwin hurriedly put away the blueprints, told his subordinates to take care of the ship, and then hurriedly took Chu Yang away. Coincidentally, today is the day when Li Chengliang leaves Beijing. He has a hard time in the Imperial prison these days. He thinks about how he will lose his head every day. He came here to make a career, but he almost lost his life. What a loss. If he hadn't come on this trip, his Li family would still be the local emperor of Liaodong. The mountains are high and the emperor is far away, and no one can control him. It's his own greed that he wants to win a hereditary position and consider the next generation. In the final analysis, no one could have imagined that a wise king who had been a playboy for more than 20 years would suddenly become someone who could step on the Grand Master and play with him, and hundreds of thousands of Imperial guards were like toys. If he hadn't witnessed it with his own eyes, Li Chengliang would never have thought that there was such a martial arts master in the world. Li Chengliang, who was in a daze in the Imperial prison, thought that the King of Hell came to claim his life when he saw the prison door open. He was even ready to die, but he didn't expect that he would be released from the Imperial prison without any guilt. The Imperial prison was under the jurisdiction of the Jinai Wei. The commander Zheng Dongliu personally took Li Chengliang out of prison and comforted him in a friendly way. Considering that you have guarded the north for many years and have made great contributions, His Majesty will show some leniency this time and give you a chance to make up for your mistakes. Lord Li, you must cherish it. Your Majesty, didn't His Majesty already? After the mourning period is over, His Royal Highness the Wise King will ascend the throne. If Lord Li still doesn't watch his words, he will probably have to come to the Imperial prison again in the future. However, next time he comes, he may not be able to get out. I deserve to die. I just came out of the Imperial prison, and my mind is still not clear, so I said something I don't want to. I hope Lord Zheng and your Majesty don't take it to heart. It doesn't feel good to escape death, right? To answer Lord Zheng, it is indeed not good. You have to bear it, even if it doesn't feel good. The death penalty can be exempted, but the living crime cannot be escaped. Now that His Majesty has let you return to Liaodong to guard the country, you must die for your country. Do you understand? Don't worry, Lord Zheng. It is a natural thing for a soldier to die for his country. Li Chengliang has made many mistakes, but he will not make this mistake. Okay. Zheng Dongliu personally escorted Li Chengliang out of the Imperial prison, while telling him about the impending difficulties facing the north. Li Chengliang's expression did not change at all after hearing this. There was no fear in his eyes, only murderous intent. Zheng Dongliu's eyes flashed with admiration. Putting aside the stupid things he did, in his heart, Li Chengliang was a talented person who could be compared with Kijigwin. The two of them, one in the south and one in the north, guarded the country's borders, allowing the Central Plains to recuperate for so many years. Li Chengliang said softly, I have only killed Jianu over the years, but have not killed many big monsters. This makes me quite regretful. Now I have the opportunity to let the monsters see the sharp blades in the hands of my northern men. I will certainly live up to your Majesty's trust. Zheng Dongliu nodded and smiled. You have such an idea. It's worth it that your Majesty has allocated most of the Imperial guards to you to help you guard the northern border. Li Chengliang trembled all over and said in disbelief, Your Majesty has given me so many soldiers and horses. What should I do with the defense of the capital? Zheng Dongliu said lightly, the remaining Imperial guards will also go to the south to suppress the rebellion. To be precise, there will be no Imperial guards guarding the capital in the future, because your Majesty said that they are not needed. No need. Li Chengliang murmured with his head down, then smiled bitterly, with your Majesty's power, you really don't need a single soldier to guard the capital. It's good that you know. Zheng Dongliu glanced at him, Don't have any inappropriate thoughts just because you have more soldiers and horses. Remember what you said just now. Li Chenglian clasped his fists and bowed. He knew that Zheng Dongliu's beatings along the way were actually well intentioned. There were many people in history who died without a burial place because of their impulsiveness. He was no more and no less. Chapter 205 Ascends the Throne. Your Majesty is still as elegant as ever. Li Chenglian left, taking with him nearly 500,000 Imperial Guards, as well as the firearms Qi Jigwen had specially sent him. Before leaving, Jiuo Bujing also helped to warn the Imperial Guards, fearing that they would not obey Li Chenglian. With only a few of his personal soldiers dead, Li Chenglian's words carried less weight. If Jiuo Bujing hadn't done this, the army might have mutinied on the way. As one of the few famous generals in the Ming dynasty, although they only met briefly, Li Chenglian and Qi Jigwen both showed a sense of mutual respect. After bidding farewell to Li Chenglian, Qi Jigwen took the remaining Imperial Guards and left Beijing by boat. The situation in the south changed 3 times a day, and the demon tribe was across the sea in Japan. He had no time to attend Chu Yang's coronation ceremony 2 days later. It was already a very risky move to personally escort the Wanmin umbrella into Beijing. Qi Jigwen deeply regretted this. This quick meeting left a very good impression on Qi Jigwen. Putting aside his extraordinary martial arts value, the future emperor was more friendly than he had imagined, and his words were humorous and witty. And those complicated drawings. Qi Jigwen was very excited. Although he could only understand part of it, he could already feel the changes these drawings brought to the firearms battalion. He believed that the next time they met the demon tribe on the battlefield, the Qi family army would never be trapped in Wanglong City again. The tower ship left the port and went farther and farther on the sea. Chu Yang and others stood on the shore and looked at each other from afar. When the shadow of the tower ship could no longer be seen, Zhu Zhengwo, Zheng Dongliu and others walked to Chu Yang's side. Zhu Zhengwo stroked his beard and smiled. I didn't expect that your majesty thinks so highly of General Qi. How many generals are there these days who serve the country and the people? Chu Yang sighed. With his achievements, he could have made further progress. Why is he still a general? Zheng Dongliu said regretfully. The late emperor did not allow it, fearing that the generals would become self-reliant, but it's not his fault that he thought too much. Your majesty also knows the situation in the south. To put it another way, if Qi Jigwen had a little ambition in his heart, the situation we face would only be more severe. The late emperor Zheng Dongliu mentioned was not Chu Yang's cheap father, but his brother who died unjustly. Chu Yang shook his head and said, this is a different time. The Qi family army has fought against the demons and Japanese pirates for the Ming dynasty for many years. If they cannot be rewarded according to their merits, how can the soldiers fighting on the front line be convinced? In the final analysis, it's still someone's magnanimity. He is always afraid that others will steal his things. After saying this, Zheng Dongliu didn't dare to continue. As a minister, how could he say something nonsense like Chu Yang? Zhu Zhengwo coughed lightly. Last night, I discussed the current situation with you all. We think that the whole world will be peaceful for a while. The demons went to the northern border by water and did not harass any coastal towns of the Ming dynasty along the way, proving that they are still afraid of your majesty's military power. There should be no more than 2 demon kings going to the northern border this time. With the ability of the Jianu, they should be able to deal with the demons for a long time, enough for Li Chenglian to complete the deployment of the border. With the firearms donated by the Qi family army, your majesty does not need to worry about the northern border for the time being. But the silence over in Mongolia makes me a little worried. Chu Yang couldn't help but show a look of surprise. Since he appeared in this world, he has never heard of news from Mongolia. He thought there were no Tatars and Walla in this world. Zheng Dongliu glanced at Chu Yang's expression and said with a smile, it's not surprising that your majesty doesn't know the situation in Mongolia. In fact, since the late emperor ascended the throne, they have been in a long-term civil strife. The tribes, big and small, have been fighting each other. How can they have time to have conflicts with us? Don't say your majesty, even I haven't heard of Mongolia for 10 to 20 years. Chu Yang curled his lips. It's still impossible to look at this messy martial arts world from a normal historical perspective. Mongolia didn't even have a chance to appear. Zhu Zhengguo said, "Your Majesty sent the Imperial Army to reinforce the north and south, but you should still prepare for a rainy day. You can't ignore Mongolia." Chu Yang said, "Take it one step at a time. Let's deal with the affairs in the south first. Let Yulongvala go to get intelligence on Mongolia and find out where the Wanyeo kingdom is as soon as possible. I want to know why the demons want to invade Japan. What happened there?" Speaking of the Wanyeo kingdom, Zheng Dongliu and Zhu Zhengguo looked worried. The source of this chaos must have an amazing secret. 2 days later, the capital city suddenly became lively after the previous dead silence. Today is the day when the new emperor ascends the throne. Lose eye allergy. You are wearing a really red dress today. People who don't know would think you are getting married. Sikeng Zaixing mocked Lu Xiao Feng's dress with ill intentions. Monkey, don't be complacent. If you lose the bet next time, see how I will deal with you. Lu Xiao Feng's face was livid. He originally wanted to take advantage of his friend's auspicious day of ascending the throne to have some fun, but he didn't expect to lose so embarrassingly. What a pity, what a pity, I didn't get to see brother Lu get married. Hua Manlao said what a pity twice, teasing Lu Xiao Feng with a smile on his face. It doesn't matter if you can't see me get married, it's enough to hear others pay homage to his majesty. Lu Xiao Feng smiled while stroking his beard. As one of Chu Yang's few friends, Lu Xiao Feng felt that Hua Manlao should come to the capital to congratulate Chu Yang in person, so he wrote a letter and invited him to the capital. Hua Manlao had never expected that the world would change so much in such a short period of time. The emperor had changed his master without anyone noticing. The news of the emperor's death had just reached Jiangnan. But before that, he had a strong premonition that Chu Yang would become emperor in the future, but he didn't expect that day to come so soon. When they arrived in the capital, Lu Xiao Feng told them what had happened before, which made Hua Manlao regret not coming to see the jewel on the top of the Forbidden City. It really seems like a lifetime ago, Hua Manlao said with emotion. When we first met His Majesty, we didn't even know that he was a prince. Until now, I also feel that his words and deeds are not like those of a prince. In the future, his actions should not be like the emperor understood by the world. As soon as the voice fell, a burst of hurried footsteps came from outside. You are right. Today, His Majesty just ascended the throne and announced a major event. Li Jixio appeared in front of several people with a strange look. How did the news spread so quickly? Lu Xiao Feng looked curious. Li Jesiden said, my master said that he just came out of the palace and looked very angry. Sikeng Zaixing asked impatiently, what happened? Li Jie said with a smile, His Majesty said that he would no longer attend the morning court from today. He said that he was in a bad mood and couldn't get out of bed in the morning, so he asked the ministers to go home and sleep. Lu Xiao Feng and Sikeng Zaixing suddenly widened their eyes, and Hua Manlao was stunned and stood there. Isn't this familiar style still the wise king? The funeral of the previous emperor was simple, and the new emperor's ascension to the throne was still simple. Even the process of offering sacrifices to heaven, earth, and the ancestral temple, and offering sacrifices to oneself by heaven and ancestors, was cut. In the end, Chu Yang just sat in the hall in a dragon robe and accepted the congratulations of all officials, and then everyone played music and danced together, and it ended hastily. The new cabinet chief Zuji reminded Chu Yang to remember to amnesty the world, but was scolded by Chu Yang. What amnesty? Hurry up and chop off those who deserve to be beheaded, and save them for the new year. You always grant amnesty to the whole country. Do you know how hard the frontline law enforcement officers work every day? You have pardoned all the hard work of a year. Isn't it irresponsible to the people to release those criminals who deserve to be beheaded back into society? Pardon. The new emperor had a bad temper and scolded whoever he caught. Elder Zhu, who was so old, finally took the throne, but he was almost scolded to the point of having a myocardial infarction. He returned to his position with a sullen face. Seeing that the new cabinet chief was frustrated, the other civil servants dared not speak. At this moment, they missed the late emperor a little. Although they did nothing, at least they didn't scold people. Zhu Zhengguo stood up at this time and talked to Chu Yang for a long time with a pleasant face. In the end, the two of them took a step back. Some prisoners with less serious crimes and minor charges can be pardoned, but death row prisoners do not have this treatment. Those whose sentences are about to expire must be beheaded immediately. There is no room for negotiation. The first and last morning court of the new emperor ended hastily in the frustration of the ministers. Imperial study. Chu Yang always felt uncomfortable sitting on that chair, so he asked Kao Zengchen to leave. He and others gathered around the incense burner in the middle of the room. The scene was quite weird. He didn't care, but the others felt uncomfortable because they couldn't stand or kneel. In addition to Zhu Zhengguo and others, Zhang Zhuzheng and Heir Yui were also in the room. Zhang Zhuzheng was now the second assistant of the cabinet, and Heir Yui was the new minister of the Ministry of Justice. Lord Guo intends to return the 6 gates to the control of the Ministry of Justice. I wonder what Lord He thinks? Chu Yang glanced at Guo Bujing, who was distracted. Not appropriate. Heir Yui shook his head slowly. If it were any other time, it would definitely be a good thing for the 6 gates to return to the Ministry of Justice, but it was not possible now. Recently, the public security in the Central Plains and other places has been declining. Most of the prisoners are monsters and evil warriors. It is time for the 6 gates to exert their strength. Did you hear me? If they don't want your 6 gates, stop thinking about giving them away all day long. Chu Yang patted Guo Bujing's shoulder. The former Guo Chuksha has been a little unhappy recently. He is now keen on fighting with the demons. His hopes were dashed again. Guo Bujing sighed, and his face was full of sorrow. Zheng Dongliu said softly, "Why do you have to do this, Lord Guo? The death of the late emperor is not your fault. You don't need to care so much." Guo Bujing remained silent. It was difficult for Chu Yang to persuade him. After all, a person's values will not change because of a few words from others, especially for someone as determined as Guo Bujing. Seeing that the atmosphere was a bit dull, Zhu Zhengguo changed the subject and said, "Yesterday, when I was combing through the secret prison of Yulong Villa, I found a strange man, Gu Santong, the undefeated naughty boy who defeated the 8 major sects in the past." Yu Huashan reminded, "Shen Hao, His Majesty said that Gu Santong was framed by Zhu Washi." Zhu Zhengguo chuckled and said, "That's why Gu Santong clamored to see your majesty after knowing that your majesty defeated Zhu Washi, hoping to repay your majesty's kindness." Repay a favor? Chu Yang raised the corner of his mouth and shook his head. "I guess he should want to trick me over and play a trick on me. Playing tricks on an emperor is more fulfilling than playing tricks on any of his previous targets." Zhu Zhengguo nodded repeatedly. This old minister thought so too, so he ignored him. Kao Zengchen reminded Chu Yang in a low voice, "Your Majesty, you have ascended the throne. You should call yourself I." Chu Yang rolled his eyes and said, "I don't even attend the morning court, so what's the point of calling myself I?" Kao Zengchen retreated to the side in dismay. But he thought of Gu Santong. Chu Yang suddenly became interested in him. He wanted to meet this undefeated boy in the teleportation, and wanted to see the indestructible magic of Vajra. Since he wants to play a trick on me so much, I will go over and let him play a trick on me. Chu Yang grinned and walked out. Zhu Zhengguo's smile froze. He had just said it to lighten the mood, but he didn't expect Chu Yang to really go to see Gu Santong. Chu Yang felt annoyed by the pump of the emperor's trip. He asked Kao Zengchen to bring a few horses, and he and Zhu Zhengguo rode to Heilong Villa. He walked out of the palace wearing a dragon robe, and the streets immediately became lively. As the most famous person in the capital over the past 20 years, the people recognized him at a glance, but now, no one dared to tease this #1 playboy in the capital. Many people were even panicked, thinking of their previous disrespect to the new emperor. If it were now, it would not be too much to kill all 9 clans. The excitement did not last long, and everyone became silent. Chu Yang took in the expressions of the people, and felt mixed emotions. This was not the scene he wanted to see. As an emperor, he must maintain his dignity. Some of his dignity is rooted in the people's fear of him, but some of his dignity comes from completely different emotions. Chu Yang remembered the umbrella of the people that Qi Jigwen brought to him. The umbrella carries the most sincere respect and love of the people of Jinling City. The dignity based on that emotion may be more meaningful. Unconsciously, Chu Yang rode past the brothel he used to visit frequently. Heads of all sizes appeared beside the windows and railings. peeking at him evasively. They are all familiar faces. Chu Yang showed a sly smile in his eyes and suddenly straightened his back and whistled in the direction of the brothel. The sound echoed in the quiet street. The people on the roadside showed expressions of disbelief. Zheng Dongliu and others who followed Chu Yang were also stunned. They really didn't expect Chu Yang, who was already sitting on the throne, to make such a frivolous move. After a while, a huge noise broke out on the street. Some people laughed. Some shouted. Some people made a noise. Some people even imitated Chu Yang to whistle. Soon, the whole street was filled with the sound of whistling. More people came out of their houses to watch the noise. There was also a fierce response from the brothel. Your Majesty is still as elegant as before. Good job, Your Majesty. Your Majesty, don't forget me. Listening to the cheers of the people, Zhu Zhengwo shook his head and laughed, turned to look at Zheng Dongliu. Our Majesty has a very special charm. Zheng Dongliu nodded and smiled. He is not an ordinary person, and should not be viewed with common sense. I'm really looking forward to it at this moment. I want to see what the Ming Dynasty will be like in the hands of Your Majesty. Ha 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 ha. Chapter 206 Duan Xian'er. Gusantang. Since Zhu Wash's death, the Heilong Villa has been owned by Zhu Zhengwo. Duan Xian'er behaved well, because he was a sensible person, but he was a little upset about Zhu Wash's death. Gui Heidao had a violent personality. After learning the news of Zhu Wash's death, he took the initiative to leave Heilong Villa and his whereabouts are still unknown. The number one secret agent of Xuanzi Haitang is still recruiting strange people in the world in the number one villa in the world. She has not returned to the capital for the time being. Zhu Zhengwo wants to call her back after sorting out everything in the villa. There are too many secrets in Heilong Villa. Even with Duan Xian'er's help, Zhu Zhengwo is still very difficult to deal with. Zhu Zhengwo searched a set of dragon robes in a secret room and found a lot of letters. The two parties in the letters were Zhu Washi and the border generals. It seems that they are planning something, but they didn't say it clearly in the letters. But this does not prevent Zhu Zhengwo, who is very resourceful, from noticing some clues. All signs indicate that Tiden Shenhao has had plans to seize the throne since a long time ago. Zhu Zhengwo did not expose these things in public, but found an opportunity to tell Chu Yang privately. He did not expect Chu Yang to be so calm, as if he had expected it. This made Zhu Zhengwo have a guess in his mind. Perhaps that day in the Hall of Supreme Harmony, His Majesty deliberately stimulated Zhu Washi to become a demon, so that he could get rid of him. Zhu Zhengwo ordered the removal of the mountain protection formation used by Heilong Villa to conceal the truth. The mountain protection formation, which was called to protect intelligence, was just to protect Zhu Wash's dirty deeds. Zhu Zhengwo did not need it, so those illusion formations were unnecessary. Some natural formations formed by natural spiritual veins could not be removed, and they still covered up most of the location of the villa, leaving only the entrance. Zhu Zhengwo led Chu Yang and others into Heilong Villa from the entrance, while Duan Wu'er led the spies in the villa to wait here early to welcome the arrival of His Majesty the Emperor. Duan Wu'er, with mixed feelings, knelt down and saluted, saying neither humbly nor arrogantly, "Your Majesty, your servant Duan Wu'er pays homage. I heard that Gui Heidao has left. Why did you stay?" Chu Yang turned over and dismounted, walked up to Duan Wu'er and asked, "He hates me for killing the Emperor's uncle. Don't you hate me? If my adoptive father had not been possessed by the devil, but died at the hands of Your Majesty, I would probably fight to the death with Your Majesty, to avenge my adoptive father." Duan Wu'er said in a deep voice, "But since my adoptive father was possessed by the devil first, he should be killed. Otherwise what should so many people in the capital do? The disaster of demons has poisoned the Ming Dynasty for decades, and we must not tolerate it at all. I'm glad that Your Majesty had the ability to kill my adoptive father at that time." Chu Yang nodded and said with emotion, "Apart from anything else, the Emperor's uncle is very good at cultivating talents. It is not in vain for him to have an adopted son like you." Duan Wu'er looked ashamed and lowered his head and said, "Your Majesty, you are too kind to praise me. I'm unworthy of it. As a son, I did not advise my adoptive father to be careful when practicing the power-absorbing technique, which led to his greed for merit and recklessness, and eventually he made mistakes. Shianaya, you can't be forgiven, even if you die 100 times. Zhu Zhengwo comforted him. Shianaya, you can't think like that. You haven't practiced the power absorbing technique, so how would you know that the technique is so evil? It's normal that you didn't take precautions. Zheng Dongliu nodded and said, young man, don't be so harsh on yourself. Hearing the two people's comfort, Duan Shiana's face looked a little better. He had been holding these words in his heart for too long, and now he could finally get them out and release the pressure. Chu Yang said, let's stop talking about small talk. Lord Duan, please take me to see the legendary Gu Santang. I heard that he was imprisoned in a secret prison by the godly Marquis. How is he doing now? Duan Shiana led the way in front. When he heard Chu Yang's question, he replied, Your Majesty, Gu Santang had an old injury before. After so many years, his body has long been exhausted. Now he is a candle in the wind. Chu Yang sighed. Does it mean that he won't live long? It's really sad that a legend of a generation ended up like this. Duan Shiana's ears were burning, and he didn't know how to respond. After all, it was Zhu Wuxi who framed Gu Santang. From his position, it was inappropriate for him to say anything. Several people came to the prison, where prisoners were held in Huilong Villa, and then Duan Shianaya came to one of the cells, and turned the candlestick hanging in the corner. Then the floor of the cell collapsed, revealing a dusty staircase. This underground is connected in all directions. I don't know how many rooms there are, and I don't know how many prisoners are imprisoned. There are human corpses and demon remains in it. It should be the place where Zhu Wuxi absorbed their skills. Some places still have strange blood, exuding an ominous smell. Zhu Zhengwo took the torch from Duan Shianaya, and walked in the first place, smiling and saying, Your Majesty, you must follow closely, and don't get lost, otherwise I will have to dismantle all the secret cells below to find you. Chu Yang grinned, Don't worry about me. It's not certain who will find whom later. It's better not to get lost. Shen Hao. Zheng Dongliu stood behind Chu Yang and laughed. Yu Huashan and Ko Zhengchen protected Chu Yang, and Duan Shianaya fell at the end of the team to ensure that no one fell behind. After walking for a while, the stairs disappeared, replaced by a rough stone road, like a road opened up by brute force with a sword. What appeared in front of everyone were dark stone caves, and no one knew where they led. Follow me. Zhu Zhengwo left a word and slowly went into a stone cave. Chu Yang followed behind, and used his observation haki, but it was like a stone sinking into the sea, and it didn't work. This shows that Gu Santang has reached the level of martial arts to enter the Tao. The true essence in his body has produced spiritual energy, which can interfere with the domineering aura. It's a pity the oil is exhausted. Martial artists are different from cultivators. Their cultivation is all in their flesh and blood. No matter how high their cultivation is, as long as their blood and ki are exhausted, the result is all in vain. Not long after, a bright light appeared in the dark passage. When they got out, they found that the surroundings had become a square stone house, which was the secret prison of the Huilong Villa. Where the slight sunlight fell, there was a figure sitting, with grey hair and a withered appearance. His whole body was bound by iron chains, and his back scapula was pierced by claws, unable to move. The undefeated naughty boy, Gu Santang. A generation of legends appeared in front of everyone in this way, and everyone showed a complicated expression on their faces. You clearly know that he is innocent. Why don't you let him go, and let him have a good rest? Chu Yang looked at Zhu Zhengwo and Duan Shianaya with an unhappy expression. Your Majesty, calm down. Zhu Zhengwo bowed and said, Gu Santang's scapula has been pierced for many years. If you rashly untie it, the remaining essence will probably leak out. The pair of claws made by Zhu Wuxi is not ordinary. It is mixed with the bone powder of demons. Everyone gasped. Zheng Dongliu was furious and said, Zhu Wuxi is really vicious. He has been loved by the people for many years. It's a shame that he is a shameless villain. Yu Huashan sneered. He wanted to kill Gu Santang, but because of his guilt, he couldn't do it. He was even more afraid that Gu Santang would escape from the secret prison one day, so he chose this method. He is really a whore and a saint. Everyone cursed Zhu Wuxi, and Duan Wu'er on the side was ashamed. Every word made him feel like a knife in his heart. It was as if the adoptive father he once admired had never existed. The man is dead. Why are you still talking about this? Chu Yang glanced at them casually, signaling them to shut up. The indignant Zheng Dongliu realized it later and turned to Du and Xian'er with an apologetic look. Yu Huashan bowed his hands to apologize. The commotion seemed to wake up the drowsy Gu Santang. He slowly opened his eyes and silently looked at the group of uninvited guests in front of him. The Marquis has come down quite frequently these days, but it's a pity that it's useless for you to worship me now. You have to wait until you die before you worship me. Only then can my spirit in heaven bless you. Gu Santang winked at Zhu Zhengwo mischievously and said some unpleasant words in a sarcastic tone. Zhu Zhengwo was not surprised by this and said straight to the point, Gu Santang, you want to see His Majesty, right? I brought His Majesty to you. Gu Santang's eyes shone, and then he noticed Chu Yang wearing a dragon robe, and he immediately became energetic and said anxiously, Little Emperor, did you defeat the old pig? Yu Huashan said angrily, how dare you disrespect His Majesty, Gu Santang. Eunuch, I said you don't even have the strength to speak, you are weaker than me, an old man. Gu Santang laughed and said, he is not your father, why are you so anxious here? Yu Huashan was so angry that he trembled all over. I said the emperor is your father, and you are not happy little eunuch, you are not very loyal. Gu Santang continued to attack with words. Yu Huashan's eyes were red, and he clenched his fists, like he wanted to eat people, and the veins were bulging. Calm down. Chu Yang patted his shoulder and reminded him, if you want to make further progress in martial arts, the first thing you need to do is to learn to control your emotions, restrain your mind, and trap your will, so that you can be the master of your body. Yu Huashan took a deep breath, and the anger in his eyes gradually subsided, as if he had realized something. Not to mention him, even Zheng Dongliu and Zhu Zhengwo nodded frequently after listening, and Du and Xian'er fell into deep thought. Gu Santang looked at Chu Yang in surprise and couldn't help but admire. Now I am somewhat convinced that you have defeated the old pig. I have been thinking about these things for decades. I didn't expect to hear them from you, a little emperor, when we just met. How did you figure out these truths at such a young age? Chu Yang smiled and said, the road is right under your feet. Just listen and watch more. The reason why Senior Gu has been in trouble for so many years is because he is too obsessed with martial arts. If you stop for a while and appreciate the beautiful scenery around you, you must have realized it a long time ago. The beautiful scenery around me. Gu Santang muttered to himself, and his originally disdainful face was full of bitterness. If I had met you earlier, I wouldn't have ended up like this today. Chu Yang shook his head and said, Gu Santang will not change himself easily, no matter who he meets. No matter how many times it happens, you and I will meet here. Gu Santang looked at Chu Yang deeply, and suddenly burst into laughter. Even the chains around his body and the claws on his scapula did not stop. It's really interesting. You don't look like Zhu Wuxi at all, but you're quite my type. But I still want to thank you for helping me vent my anger. In return, I'm willing to teach you the Vajra indestructible divine art. Everyone looked at Gu Santang in shock. Yu Huashan said excitedly, Your Majesty, this Vajra indestructible divine art is considered the best martial arts skill in the martial arts world. I heard that, as long as you practice it to the great perfection level, your body will be as tough as that of a demon race, and it will have many magical uses. Zhu Zhengwo said, Your Majesty, Gu Santang is willing to teach you the Vajra indestructible divine art. It's not a bad thing for you to learn it. As the saying goes, more skills are better than less. Gu Santang waved at Chu Yang and said, Come forward, I'll tell you the formula, and everyone else, please step aside. Everyone retreated to the side of the passage after hearing this. Chu Yang, however, remained standing still. Gu Santang asked anxiously, what does the little emperor mean? Don't you want to learn my martial arts? Chu Yang knew what Gu Santang was up to, so he planned to tease him and said, I once heard from the emperor's uncle that the Vajra indestructible divine art requires a virgin body to practice. I don't have the qualifications, so I won't bother you to teach me the skills. Chu Yang got ahead of him in his prepared lines, and Gu Santang didn't know what to say for a moment. He originally wanted to wait until the other party was full of joy and ready to accept it before saying this. He just wanted to see Chu Yang's disappointed look. Chu Yang was not disappointed, but the others were quite disappointed. Zheng Dongliu said in astonishment, the Vajra indestructible divine art actually requires a virgin body to practice. No wonder there were rumors that it was a superior martial art from Buddhism. Zhu Zhengwo frowned, stroked his beard, and remained silent. Ko Zhengchen said with great joy, Senior Gu, why don't you pass on the Vajra indestructible divine art to me? I'm a virgin. If I learn this martial art, I can protect His Majesty and help His Majesty to resist any danger. Gu Santang shook his head and said, I will not pass on this martial art to eunuchs. Ko Zhengchen asked hurriedly, why is that? Gu Santang replied as a matter of course it's because I don't like it. I'm the famous Gu Santang, and my successor is a eunuch. If I tell others about it, I will be ridiculed by my fellow martial artists. Ko Zhengchen's face was as hen. Chu Yang couldn't help laughing. Gu Santang's mouth was really annoying. I can't learn martial arts. Senior, I appreciate your kindness. In the future, I will ask Du and Shianaya to send you more delicious food, which is also to compensate you on behalf of my uncle. Chu Yang was about to leave after saying that. Gu Santang didn't expect him to be so straightforward. Seeing that the other party really didn't intend to learn, he immediately said, I was lying to that old pig. The Vajra indestructible divine art can be practiced without a virgin body. Chu Yang turned around and asked, can it be practiced? Gu Santang nodded quickly, indeed, it can be practiced. Chu Yang thought about it and shook his head with a look of regret, but I heard from the emperor's uncle that this martial art can only be used 5 times in a lifetime, and it takes a lot of time to practice. It's really useless. It's better to forget it. Gu Santang finally couldn't help but curse. Why does the old pig tell you everything? His mouth is as thin as the waist of cotton pants. It's really unlucky. Go away. Go away. Don't practice anymore. Seeing that Gu Santang, who was known as the undefeated naughty boy, finally got anxious, Chu Yang laughed triumphantly. It's really fun to play tricks on people. No wonder you like it so much. Gu Santang's eyes were dull, and it took him a long time to react. He said angrily, you kid played tricks on me. Chu Yang said, didn't you play tricks on the emperor's uncle in the same way back then? Why can't you stand it now? Gu Santang smacked his lips and asked curiously, how did you find out that I was playing tricks on you? Chu Yang smiled and said, if you were a virgin, how could you have a child with Susan? Calculating the time, he should be older than me. Gu Santang suddenly raised his head, his eyes sparkling. I have a child? Where is he? Chapter 207, Dragon Elephant King's Battle. There is one thing that Zhu Wuxi said was not wrong. He loved Susan more than Gu Santang. Compared to his wife Susan, Gu Santang was more obsessed with martial arts, so much so that he didn't even know that she had given birth to his child. Gu Santang could not see her during the 10 months of pregnancy, and he did not even see the child when he was born. On the day when Zhu Wuxi and Gu Santang had their final battle at Xianqi, Susan was about to confess to Gu Santang that she had given birth to his child, but for some reason she was unable to say it. Perhaps if she had said it, Gu Santang would not have gone to the appointment, and without that final battle, the fate of the two would have been completely different. Fate plays tricks on people. Knowing that he had a son, Gu Santang became very emotional. The sound of chains colliding kept coming from the prison. His scapula was bleeding, soaking his clothes red, but he was completely unaware. Little Emperor, please tell me again, where is my child? Please tell me. I will do whatever you want me to do. The undefeated boy who used to be free and unrestrained was finally trapped by the chains called family affection. There was no trace of freedom in him, only the hysteria of a father who was worried about his child. If he continued to let the other party get excited, Gu Santang, who was exhausted, might have gone crazy before Chu Yang could explain the whereabouts of Cheng Shifi. God Marquis, Lord Zheng, please comfort Senior Gu. Your Majesty, don't worry. Zhu Zhengwo and Zheng Dongliu nodded at the same time. The two of them disappeared in a flash and appeared on both sides of Gu Santang's body, one on the left and one on the right, reaching out to touch his acupoints at the same time. A master and a great master were using their skills to suppress the irritable Gu Santang. After a while, Gu Santang's scholar eyes gradually became clear. Senior Gu, don't worry. I will help you find the child after you get out. Little Emperor, I'll tell you the truth. Even if you don't help me, I will still teach you the Vajra indestructible divine art. I was just joking with you just now. I understand what you mean, senior. One thing is one thing. You were framed by Zhu Washi and ended up like this. I should have made a statement. Although he is dead, his surname is Zhu after all. Gusantong has never been convinced by many people in his life. Little Emperor, I'm convinced by your broad-mindedness. While the two were talking, Zhuge Zhengwo and Zheng Dongliu withdrew their skills at the same time. Your Majesty, Gusantong's internal injuries have just been affected. I'm afraid he won't live long. Zhuge Zhengwo shook his head and said with regret. The devil on the claw has been invading his body. Gusantong has to suppress the pure yang finger force left in his body by Zhu Washi and fight against this devil. It is a miracle that he can hold on for so many years, but now he is powerless. Zheng Dongliu sighed and felt sad for Gusantong's experience. After spending his whole life in a dark cell, he finally knew that he had a son and had the hope of living, but things did not go as he wished. It's fate. Gusantong's face was neither sad nor happy, but he felt a little regretful. He looked at Chu Yang and said softly, Your Majesty, please come to me. I will pass on the Vajra indestructible divine art to you. It would be a pity if such a divine art was lost. The person I feel most sorry for in my life is Susan. Now I have another child. I hope your Majesty will take pity on me and help this poor mother and son in the future. Senior Gu, I have never had the habit of helping my friends take care of their wives and children. You should do it yourself. Chu Yang slowly walked to Gusantong and stretched out his hand to press on his shoulder. Gusantong's body shook violently. The withered and Reiki Sea suddenly welcomed a huge and pure vitality, like a spring rain moistening Gusantong's meridians, and the stagnant Zen Yuan began to circulate again. Zhuge Zhengwo watched the changes in Gusantong and gradually showed a surprised expression. This man was actually getting better. Zheng Dongliu exclaimed on the side, Your Majesty's methods are something I have never seen Taoist masters use. It's really amazing. Gusantong's condition was undoubtedly getting better, but his body was like an old machine that had been out of repair for a long time, and it was a little unable to withstand the powerful true energy. As time went on, the pressure he was under became greater and greater. His face quickly turned red, and he began to make a meaningless low roar from his mouth. There was pain and joy in his voice, which could be said to be painful and happy. In addition to supplying him with vitality, Chu Yang also used spiritual energy to expel the evil spirits that hovered in his sea of ki and flesh. These evil spirits have been enduring for many years, but under the scouring of powerful spiritual energy, they gradually disappeared. As time passed, Gusantong's breath changed from a turbulent flood to a calm stream, and for the first time, a ruddy red color appeared on his pale and thin face. Almost done. Chu Yang released her sword energies, cutting off the chains on Gusantong's body and the claws that pierced through his scapula. Gusantong groaned at first, then his eyes were full of surprise. He stood up shakily, spread out his palms, and held the weak sunlight in his palms. After a while, several people returned to the ground. Gusantong, who saw the light of day again, had tears in his eyes. It was unknown whether it was the glare of the sunlight or other emotions. Senior Gu, please rest in Hulongvilla for a few days. I will ask Du and Shianaya to find your son for you. When you and your son are reunited, I will send you to Shianchi to see your wife. Thank you, Your Majesty. Chu Yang did not mention a Vajra indestructible divine art, but Gusantong obviously kept it in mind. He was afraid of missing the opportunity again, so he told the cultivation method from beginning to end on the way, including all his cultivation experience, and in a hurry he did not care about the presence of others. Without Chu Yang saying anything, they had already walked away sensibly, including Kao Zengchen who had been eager to try. When he was talking about excitement, Gusantong took the opportunity to talk about the masters he had fought before, as well as their martial arts secrets, and taught them everything he knew. If you don't mind the trouble, why don't you show me how to do it? Okay, Your Majesty, please watch. Gusantong, who hadn't exercised for 20 years, could no longer hold back his restless heart, so he agreed to Chu Yang's request without hesitation and started to practice his best Vajra indestructible divine art one by one. Chu Yang's Samsara quietly appeared. In his field of vision, he could see the circulation route of the opponent's true energy at a glance. With the help of the martial arts formula, he could even skip the deduction steps. In the previous decisive battle on the top of the Forbidden City, he only watched for a while and understood the mystery of Shion Wei Fixin, including Zemanchuksu's sword moves. Yi Gucheng's sword moves emphasize intention, while Zemanchuksu emphasizes technique. The duel between the two is a collision between sword intention and sword technique, but no matter intention or technique, they all point directly to the Great Way in the end. In Chu Yang's eyes, they all lead to the same goal. Yi Gucheng's sword intention, Zemanchuksu's sword technique, plus the divine sword technique he saw from Yan Nanshan. Chu Yang has learned 3 top sword martial arts in the Ming Dynasty world. When he finds a suitable opportunity, he will integrate the 3 martial arts into his sword. The sun sets. Gusantang teaches as he walks, and everyone returns to the Hulong Villa. Chu Yang completely learns the Vajra indestructible divine art and enters the Soul Palace that night. The God Tree has undergone new changes. In the Naruto world, Chu Yang ate the fruit of the God Tree, and then there was an almost identical God Tree in the Soul Palace. Everyone still knows the reason why the God Tree bears fruit. The last time the God Tree bore fruit, Chu Yang obtained a treasure refining technique that can refine the magic weapon to the flesh, strengthening the flesh, while also gaining the ability of the magic weapon. At the Shushan succession ceremony, the 4 demon beasts sent by the demon lord left 4 magic beads after being destroyed. Together with the water magic beads, Chu Yang gained the ability to control the 5 spirits after offering sacrifices. Today, the sacred tree has produced another fruit. Magic Chu Yang picked it up quickly, and bits and pieces of the world of damning flooded into everyone's minds. The umbrella of the people, Gusantong, and even sitting on the dragon throne, you have lived a very comfortable life during this period. Hokage Chu Yang smiled at damning Chu Yang who had just entered the palace. I really want to eat and wait for death, but unfortunately, there will be no eggs under the overturned nest. If the emperor had worked harder, I would not have rebelled. Damning Chu Yang shook his head helplessly. TSK, a classic villain's speech. The emperor is unlucky to have a brother like you. Pirate Chu Yang smiled and teased. Damning Chu Yang nodded and said, I don't deny this. He is indeed unlucky. The incident that the Prince of Pingnan did was very fatal. Even if I didn't do anything, he probably wouldn't have survived. Xianxia Chu Yang said, in a world where the plot is out of control, everything is possible. Even if you do nothing, the plot may not develop in the original direction. Let's not talk about it for now. Let's see what's in the fruit. It's really worrying me to death. Ghost Slayer Chu Yang stared at the fruit of the sacred tree in Magic Chu Yang's hand. As soon as he finished speaking, the fruit disappeared in full view of everyone, leaving nothing behind. Damn, such a big fruit. Ghost Slayer Chu Yang looked around with wide eyes, looking for the fruit everywhere. Did you slip? Pirate Chu Yang looked at Magic Chu Yang in surprise. Bullshit, how could it be possible? It disappeared by itself. Magic Chu Yang said unhappily. No, feel your own dragon elephant prajna gong. Xianxia Chu Yang shouted loudly. It seems to have become a little different. Everyone heard the words and hurriedly practiced the dragon elephant prajna gong. As a result, a golden light appeared on everyone's body. This is, the dragon elephant prajna art and the Vajra indestructible divine art have merged into one. What's going on? Is it the fruit of the sacred tree just now? It must be that fruit that caused the trouble. It actually merged the 2 martial arts into a new martial art. Rather than martial arts, it's more like a martial arts magic. Magic Chu Yang frowned and said, why is it the dragon elephant prajna art and the Vajra indestructible divine art? Damning Chu Yang pondered and said, both martial arts are related to Buddhism. They are both body training techniques, but they have different emphasis. The dragon elephant prajna art is more offensive, and the Vajra indestructible divine art is more defensive. The 2 are merged to complement each other. After that, Damning Chu Yang displayed the Yuan Wu true body. Affected by the fused dragon elephant prajna art, a faint halo appeared on the surface of the true body, and the level of prestige was invisibly raised to a higher level. Hokage Chu Yang joked, The real body is getting cooler and cooler. Even if you don't fight, you can scare people with any battle. Pirate Chu Yang asked, in this state, it is not appropriate to call it Dragon Elephant Prajna Kung, right? Should we change the name? One Punch Chu Yang thought for a while and said, 2 names, one for each, Vajra Dragon Elephant Kung. Magic Chu Yang said disdainfully, it's very appropriate, but it doesn't sound good. It sounds like a common practice. Everyone fell into deep thought. After a while, Ming Chu Yang said, part of the meaning of the word Vajra indestructible is related to the Buddhist Akala. How about using Akala instead? Let's call it Dragon Elephant Kung. Magic Chu Yang nodded happily and said, not bad. It sounds better than Vajra Dragon Elephant Kung. I vote for it. The others quickly agreed to the name. Only One Punch Chu Yang was still reluctant, but the minority obeys the majority, and his opinion is no longer important. The new practice Dragon Elephant Kung Fu increased the strength of Yuan Wu's real body by nearly half, which is almost an explosive growth. The fruit is a good thing, and it has never let me down. Ghost Slayer Chu Yang licked his lips, staring at the sacred tree, looking forward to its next fruit. By the way, there is one more thing I need you to help me with. I want to get a batch of machine tools to bring to my world to completely change the productivity. The technology tree in the damning world is very crooked. Damning Chu Yang said a little embarrassedly. After sharing memories, the others also understood the situation in the damning world, and unsurprisingly, they developed a strong interest in the martial arts punk style. You are right not to choose to interfere forcibly. The significance of each different world is that it will give birth to different possibilities. Magic Chu Yang smiled and said, just provide basic help and see how far they can go. Damning Chu Yang nodded and said, that's what I thought. One Punch Chu Yang said regretfully, if possible, I would like to support my production line. It's a pity that space has a great impact on precision technology. I can only try my luck with 1 or 2 items. Naruto Chu Yang smiled and said, fortunately, I only brought 1 item before, so it's fine. If something went wrong halfway, it would be terrible. Marvel Chu Yang said, I will be in charge of the machine tool matters. Try not to use the traceless stretching spell when transferring, so as not to cause chaos in space. Magic Chu Yang shook his head and said, it will probably take some time. Damning Chu Yang smiled and said, it doesn't matter. The situation over there can be stabilized. There is enough time. The monster clan is not troublesome, but there is a problem with that weird monster. Speaking of monsters, everyone became interested. That thing is like a demon, but not a demon, like a monster, but not a monster, and it doesn't look like a ghost or something like that. Xianxia Chu Yang said, it doesn't look like a product of the 6 paths of reincarnation at all. Magic Chu Yang nodded and said, it is indeed very different from the demons in the Xianjian world. Sometimes those things seem to act on instinct, and sometimes they are extremely cunning, and learn from the big monsters to disguise themselves as humans to enter the city. There is a strange aura all over the body. Ghost Slayer Chu Yang said softly, the ominous aura emanating from the monsters always makes people feel creepy. Xianjian Chu Yang suddenly said, regarding the ominous aura, I once saw an ancient book in the Shushan Sutra Pavilion. It mentioned a special period called the Dao Sang, saying that the great Dao was lost, and ominous things often happened between heaven and earth. But if you think about it carefully, this is different from the weirdness of the damning world. Damning Chu Yang shook his head to deny. If that's the case, how can the spiritual energy be revived? The great Dao is obviously gone. Magic Chu Yang suddenly said meaningfully, perhaps it is because the great Dao is dead that the spiritual energy is revived. The old rules disappear and new rules are born. Chapter 208, Martial Arts Competition. A loving father and a filial son. After discussing the matter of the machine tool, Damning Chu Yang returned to his original world. Because it was getting late, he and Gu Santang stayed at the Hyung Villa. Dong dong dong. There was a knock on the door outside. Come in. The door was pushed open, and Du and Shianaya walked into the house slowly. Your Majesty, your humble servant is here to pay respect. There are only 2 of us here, no need to be polite. I don't like people kowtowing at every turn. Upon hearing this, Du and Shianaya stood up and clasped his fists, saying, Your Majesty, I will go to look for Gu Santang's son tonight. Is there anything else you want to tell me? Chu Yang shook his head and said, I have told you everything I should say. Finding people is your strong point, so it is not my turn as an outsider to guide you. But you have to be careful of Cheng Shifi. He comes from a common family and is very cunning. Don't be fooled by him. Duan Xian'ai bowed and said, I will keep this in mind. Chu Yang looked at the absent-minded Duan Xian'ai, thought about it, and decided to say one more thing. You studied and practiced martial arts with the Emperor's uncle, and you have a deep relationship with him, like father and son. He is no different from your biological father. Now that you know some of the things he did, which affected his image in your heart, it is understandable that you find it unacceptable. No matter how many shameful things he has done, he is good to you after all. You just need to remember this. Go to pay homage to him during festivals, and don't be hard on yourself. Duan Xian'ai's eyes showed sadness. His fists clenched and unclenched, and after a long struggle between heaven and man, his face gradually calmed down. Duan Xian'ai said softly, I understand. Thank you, your majesty. Chu Yang nodded, and then said, this matter is over. You put aside the affairs of Hyungvilla for the time being, go out to find Hyeideo, and find out where he is. Duan Xian'ai was a little flustered, and hurriedly explained, your majesty, Hyeideo is loyal and righteous, but he can't accept the news of Shen Hao's death for a while, but he will never do anything treasonous. I'm willing to guarantee it with my life. I don't want to do anything to him, but to prevent him from going astray. Chu Yang said, Hyedeo's father, Beilan, has a unique swordsmanship called the Three Swords of Avisideo. This swordsmanship is very evil. The state of mind of the swordsman will gradually be affected, and eventually fall into the devil's way, and lose his mind, becoming a puppet who only knows how to kill. I'm afraid that, when you meet again, Hyeideo will have practiced the Three Swords of Avisideo. Duan Xian'ai was shocked. Chu Yang shook his head and reminded, one wrong step, or wrong steps, one late step, or late steps. Duan Xian'ai heard this, his eyes gradually firmed. I will bring Cheng Shifi to you tomorrow morning, and let you know about this matter, as soon as possible. Then, Duan Xian'ai left the room. Chu Yang sighed, hoping that Duan Xian'ai could find Hyeideo as soon as possible. After all, in this world, being possessed by the devil will cost a huge price. Tiden Shenhao is the best example. The next day, the sun was high in the sky. The emperor who abolished the early morning court because he didn't want to get up early is probably the only one in history. Zhuge I don't want to be the first person to get unlucky. The character of this emperor is really hard to figure out. But he didn't know that Chu Yang was actually joking. Not attending the early morning court was first for those elderly officials, and secondly, it was unnecessary. For veterans like Zhuge who had 3 dynasties, their health was not good. Waiting in front of the palace gate before dawn every day was really a torture. Secondly, except for major events such as the war with the demon clan, Chu Yang was not interested in dealing with other trivial matters. It would be faster and more efficient to leave it to the cabinet. Unlike other emperors, he was not afraid of his power being hollowed out. His fist, as big as a sandbag, was there. Anyone with an idea could come and try it. It would be considered a blessing from his ancestors if he could leave his body intact. Zhuge Zhengwo came to the martial arts arena and wanted to teach the spies in the village how to practice martial arts. Unexpectedly, someone arrived earlier than him. Gu Santang. I don't know if it was because he was excited to see his son or he wanted to exercise his body after a long time. Before dawn, he practiced his martial arts in the martial arts arena. The Vajra indestructible divine art and the ki absorption technique cannot be shown to others easily, so Gu Santang used the martial arts of the 8 major sects, including swords, spears, halberds, palms, fingers, fists, and feet. All kinds of unique skills were easy to master. The spies were amazed and asked Gu Santang to guide them, so the scene that Zhuge Zhengwo saw happened. But Gu Santang was still thinking about playing tricks on people at this time. He told his experience in a false way, which made the spies run around in circles, and made them dizzy from practicing martial arts. Brother Gu, don't play with them. These people have a shallow foundation. If they continue to practice, it will be easy to get into trouble. Zhuge Zhengwo suddenly appeared and stopped Gu Santang's prank. It's just a joke, just a joke. Gusantong, who was caught in the act, scratched his head and laughed. Sorry, Lord Shen, I was in a whim. I won't do it again next time. Zhuge Zhengwo said wondering, Brother Gu, why did you change your style? It's not like you to give in so easily. Gusantong said seriously, I'm unreliable most of the time in my life, but I will keep the 4 words of gratitude firmly in mind, and will not be careless at all. Zhuge Zhengwo smiled and nodded. While the two were chatting, Chu Yang had just got up and dressed and washed his face with the help of the maid. He was very familiar with this process in the brothel, so there was nothing to be embarrassed about. After fighting for a lifetime, what's wrong with enjoying it? Not long after, Chu Yang also came to the martial arts arena, stood aside and watched Gusantong teach the spy martial arts, silently waiting for Du and Xian'ai to come back. I have already explained the location of Cheng Shifei very clearly. With Du and Xian'ai's ability, as long as there is no mistake on the way, he will definitely be back before dinner. Your Majesty, it's boring to just wait like this. Why don't you practice with me, so that I can see if you have mastered the Vajra indestructible divine art? Gusantong was eager to get out of the prison with great difficulty. Of course, he wanted to compete with a martial arts master. Chu Yang did not refuse. He just wanted to test Gusantong's dragon elephant Mingwangju to see how much he had improved. Seeing that both of them wanted to compete, Zhuge Zhengwo immediately sent everyone away to make room for the two. When there was no one around, Gusantong no longer had any worries and directly activated the Vajra indestructible divine art. His whole body radiated golden light, and he had a kind of majestic Buddha in the world. Chu Yang also activated the dragon elephant Mingwangju at the same time. There was also golden light wrapped around his body, which was more restrained than Gusantong's. Haha, Your Majesty's Vajra indestructible divine art is still a little short of perfection, but it's already great to be able to practice it to this level in one night. Gusantong smiled with some pride. I won't bully Your Majesty, you make the first move, I'll just defend. Hearing him say this, Chu Yang didn't act pretentiously, and threw a punch directly, and the air exploded. Ouch. Gusantong raised his arm to block, but before he could react to what happened, the whole person flew up, and the Vajra indestructible divine art was also beaten back to its original form. The process ended too quickly, and even Zhuge Zhengwo, who was watching the battle, didn't see what happened clearly. He only saw Gusantong's Vajra indestructible divine art being beaten back to its original form. No way. Why does this unique skill look like a joke? It's gone after a flash? Zhuge Zhengwo shook his head and laughed. Apart from the fact that the golden light on Gusantong's body was more intimidating, he really didn't see the power of the Vajra indestructible divine art, if losing too quickly counts. But on the other hand, Chu Yang also used the Vajra indestructible divine art, but the results were very different. Gusantong, who was knocked down by a punch, quickly stood up and came to Chu Yang excitedly, asking, you only took one night to master the magic skill? Chu Yang smiled and said, I have a martial art that is compatible with the Vajra indestructible magic skill. I can learn it very quickly by analogy. It's amazing. Don't comfort me in different ways, I can accept it. Gusantong said calmly, Your Majesty is so young that you can defeat this old pig, and your talent is obvious. Having said this, Gusantong was still a little unconvinced, and he used the Vajra indestructible magic skill again, striding towards Chu Yang. Boom. Boom. Two more dull collisions sounded. Gusantong flew out again. Zhuge Zhengwo finally saw Chu Yang's movements clearly. Two simple punches. The first punch hit Gusantong's fist, making the opponent step back a few steps, and then the next punch hit his chest. Gusantong actually lost with the first punch, and Chu Yang just gave him the opportunity to punch the second punch to save his face. Gusantong was in a very complicated mood. He had never been knocked down by two punches in his life. The gap was so big that he didn't even have any negative emotions. He just thought it was natural. Brother Gu, I see that you have strong blood and vitality, and your eyes are full of spirit. You should be about to break through, right? Zhuge Zhengwo laughed and changed the subject to avoid embarrassing Gusantong. Thanks to the blessing of the prince, I broke through and then stood up, and I made a further step. Gusantong finally smiled. He was lucky enough to get out of the secret prison. He didn't expect that he had an epiphany between life and death, and with the powerful true energy given by Chu Yang, he opened the door to the Grand Master realm in one fell swoop. Congratulations, Senior Gu. Chu Yang was not surprised at all. With Gu Santong's talent, he could learn the Vajra indestructible divine art and the absorbing Ki Dafa at the same time. It was normal for him to have the opportunity to break through in this situation. At this time, a spy quietly appeared beside Zhu Zhengwo and whispered a few words. After he left, Zhu Zhengwo looked at Gu Santong with a smile. Gu Santong felt something in his heart, and his expression suddenly became excited. After a while, everyone came to the main hall of Huyong Villa, where Du and Shianaya and a young man with shifty eyes were waiting for them. The young man was very frightened. He knew that he had committed many petty thefts, but he didn't expect it to be so serious that he was caught by the people of Huyong Villa. Are they going to take me to the prison? The more the young man thought about it, the more scared he became. He knelt in front of Gu Santong, hugged his thighs, and cried heartbreakingly, "Sir, please be kind and let me go. I usually like to steal things and cheat people, but I never steal or cheat the money of poor people. Sir, please understand, I'm really not the kind of unforgivable criminal. I'm even less likely to be a demon." Gu Santong trembled all over, gently stroked the young man's head, and asked in a hoarse voice, "Are you called Cheng Shifui? Is your mother called Suxin?" Cheng Shifui answered blankly, "Sir, my name is indeed Cheng Shifui, but my mother is not Suxin. Others call her Aunt Lan, and she opened a dyeing workshop in Sanli Town. I know it was Sister Cheng who raised you." Gu Santong became more and more excited. "Sister Cheng is a good person. Is she okay? Sister Cheng?" Seeing that Gu Santong was so emotional, Cheng Shifui was too lazy to correct him, and simply shook his head and said, "My mother is in poor health. She adopted many orphans and raised us alone. She was left with a lot of illnesses. Later, the dyeing workshop caught fire and my mother was blinded by the smoke, so I want to make more money to honor her. Later, there were natural disasters everywhere. A group of us orphans brought our mother to the capital, hoping to make a living, but we met bandits on the way. All of us were caught by them and became thieves." At this point, Cheng Shifui's face was filled with tears. "I don't want to be a thief, but what can I do? I'm just an orphan. I can't choose my own path. I can't be a purely good person, nor can I be a purely bad person. I can only steal every day like a wild dog." Listening to Cheng Shifui's crying, Gu Santong's heart was almost broken. At this moment, he hated Zhu Wuxi for locking him up in a secret prison for 20 years. He hated himself even more for only striving to be the best in the world and not fulfilling his responsibilities as a husband and father. Until this moment, Gu Santong finally let go of his obsession with martial arts. Gu Santong hugged Cheng Shifui with tears in his eyes and whispered, "Child, from now on, you are no longer an orphan. I tell you, I'm your father." Cheng Shifui, who had been in the underworld since he was a child, was much more vigilant than ordinary people. When he heard the old man in front of him say that he was his father, his first reaction was that it was a trap. But then, he laughed at himself and thought, "I'm just a gangster. What can they cheat me of?" Cheng Shifui looked at Gu Santong doubtfully, with an awkward expression. Regardless of whether he believed it or not, it was somewhat embarrassing for him to call him dad in front of so many people. "You don't believe it, I understand. It doesn't matter. Let's wake up your mother first and reunite as a family before talking about other things." Gu Santong patted Cheng Shifui's shoulder and looked at him with loving eyes. "First of all, I congratulate brother Gu on the reunion of his family. I hope you can make up for the lost time in the future." Zhu Zhengwo stroked his beard and smiled. "Thank you, Lord God." Gu Santong smiled, his heart full of expectations for the future. "Lord God, are you the legendary iron-hearted Lord Zhu Wuxi? You are my idol. When I was a child, I dreamed of becoming a hero like you who serves the country and the people." Cheng Shifui looked at Zhu Zhengwo excitedly, his eyes lit up. But his words made everyone fall into silence, with embarrassed smiles on their faces. "Ha ha ha, your little mouth is like honey. You don't need any proof to see that you are Gu Santong's son. Your mouth is as stinky as his." Chu Yang laughed out loud and was overjoyed. "Who are you? You are wearing fancy clothes. Do you have the right to speak here?" with a cheap father standing next to him. Cheng Shifei became much tougher when he spoke. Seeing that Chu Yang was about the same age as him, he suddenly became impolite when he spoke. Chu Yang changed his dragon robe this morning and wore only ordinary clothes. It was the clothes that Zhu Zhengwo personally selected. As Cheng Shifei said, fancy clothes are not good looking. Cheng Shifei looked very proud, but he didn't notice that Gu Santong and the others' faces were as black as the bottom of a pot. Your Majesty, please wait a moment, I will teach my son a lesson. Senior Gu, please go ahead. Cheng Shifei was stunned for a moment. Your Majesty? What, Your Majesty? The name is quite special. Before he finished speaking, he saw Gu Santong's face full of anger and swallowed his saliva subconsciously. Dad, I'm your biological son. Your biological son is right. I will beat my biological son. No. The scene became even more loving and filial than before. Chapter 209 Monsters eat people. People eat people. The crime of deceiving the emperor can be big or small, all depending on the emperor's mood. Compared to the legendary 9 Clans Candy Crush, in Gu Santong's opinion, beating his son is more cost effective. Cheng Shifei ran away with his head in his hands, and in the blink of an eye, he ran out of the hall and disappeared. Gu Santong also ran out, and the noise of the father and son became quieter and quieter. What an undefeated naughty boy. His ability to make jokes is really superior. Zhu Zhengwo could see that Gu Santong was deliberately making trouble. Let him be. Chu Yang shook his head and laughed. Gu Santong underestimated Your Majesty's tolerance, but Cheng Shifei is too naughty and still needs strict discipline. It's better to put him in the Heirong Villa and let the Divine Marquis educate him for a while. Zheng Dongliu smiled maliciously, and in one sentence, he threw the trouble of Cheng Shifei to Zhu Zhengwo. Unexpectedly, Zhu Zhengwo actually nodded in agreement, as if he was thinking of accepting Cheng Shifei as his disciple. Cheng Shifei is not a bad person by nature, but he has no choice but to go astray. If he is taught well, he may become a pillar of the country. And with Gu Santong's character, he can't even take care of himself, let alone educate Cheng Shifei. Zheng Dongliu looked at Zhu Zhengwo suspiciously, wondering if the old man took the wrong medicine today. He said he would accept a disciple, and each of the 4 famous detectives was a person of extraordinary talent and character. How could Cheng Shifei compare? The godly Marquis has other intentions. He wants to use Cheng Shifei to tie down Gu Santong, the future Grand Master. Chu Yang revealed Zhu Zhengwo's little calculations in one sentence. In fact, he could understand that among all the institutions in the Ming Dynasty, the godly Marquis mansion was under the greatest pressure, because they were facing enemies other than the human race. It is difficult to deal with demons and monsters alone, but the Divine Marquis mansion has to deal with both at the same time. If it were not for the Grand Master Zhu Zhengwo, the people in the Divine Marquis mansion would have died long ago. It is for this reason that Chu Yang wanted the 6 gates to share some of the pressure for the Divine Marquis mansion and let them take care of the big monsters that roam in the world. The frontal battlefield with the monsters will be left to great generals like Qi Jiguang and Li Qingliang. In this way, the Divine Marquis mansion can deal with the demons with peace of mind. Your Majesty is wise. The Divine Marquis palace does need Gu Santong, if for no other reason. It is simply nonsense to explore the kingdom of 10,000 monsters without a Grand Master. I originally thought of leading the team to find the kingdom of 10,000 monsters myself, but there are still many problems within the Ming Dynasty now, and one move will affect the whole body, so I can't leave easily. Zhu Zhengwo sighed, and a trace of fatigue flashed across his face. Chu Yang's cheap brother has been in power for many years, only concerned with balancing the court and the opposition, playing power games, and has not done many serious things. It is he who has been working hard to stabilize the world. But fortunately, the situation is changing. Chu Yang pondered for a moment and said, "It's better for me to go in person, to explore the kingdom of 10,000 monsters." "No, Your Majesty, don't be impulsive." Zheng Dongliu and Zhu Zhengwo spoke out at the same time to stop him, with a very tough attitude, and they would not let Chu Yang take risks no matter what. "Your Majesty, your servants are well aware that Your Majesty's martial arts skills are rare in the world, but matters related to demons cannot be judged by common sense. Demons themselves are unreasonable. Besides, the demons were forced to migrate and leave their homeland. Unimaginable things must have happened. Moreover, their first target was not invasion of the Central Plains but Japan. This decision itself is somewhat intriguing. Before this, the demons did not know of your majesty's existence. How many demon kings can a grand master like me stop? The only thing the Ming dynasty could rely on at that time was 1,000,000 cavalry, but they had lost their homes. Why didn't they choose to give it a try? As he spoke, Zhuge Zhengwo's face was full of worry. He said in a deep voice, "This old minister guesses that they may think that the Ming dynasty will eventually end up like the 10,000 demons kingdom, so they gave up this land." Zheng Dongliu trembled slightly when he heard this, and his expression became nervous. He had also thought about similar questions, but he had no answers. Now looking back, Zhuge Zhengwo's guess is reasonable. Chu Yang thought for a while and said, "What the divine Marquis said makes sense. Then what do you think is the probability that the demons occupying Japan will invade the south?" Zhuge Zhengwo said, "When animals are hungry, they will naturally look for food. They may not want land, but they will never let go of people. This is instinct." Chu Yang nodded and said, "So the demons still have to be killed. If we don't kill them, it means that the lives of the people are in their hands at any time and anywhere." Zhuge Zhengwo shook his head and said, "Your Majesty, I still think that the threat of demons is always smaller than that of monsters, and things should be prioritized. It's better to put down the rebellion first, and then make long-term plans." Chu Yang smiled and said, "Every word the divine Marquis said makes sense. I have to listen." Zhuge Zhengwo breathed a sigh of relief and smiled, but then he couldn't laugh anymore when he heard Chu Yang's next sentence. "In exchange, I will go to the kingdom of 10,000 monsters." Zhuge Zhengwo and Zheng Dongliu were anxious again. Why did they keep repeating the same thing? Other emperors would rather build a fortress to surround themselves, but why do you always think about blowing up a bunker? Your Majesty, listen to me first. Chu Yang knew what they were worried about. The hope of the human race to turn the situation around was all on him, so naturally they were reluctant to let him take risks. "I'm not going right away, at least not before the south is pacified." Chu Yang smiled and said, "I still have a lot of things to do. Even if you beg me to go now, I can't get away." Zheng Dongliu and Zhuge Zhengwo looked at each other. They were also afraid that persuading them any further would have the opposite effect, so they naturally skipped this topic. As long as Chu Yang was not in a hurry to leave, they were sure to persuade him to change his mind. "What is it that your Majesty is worried about?" Zhuge Zhengwo quickly changed the subject. "Why don't you tell me?" Chu Yang said, "I talked to General Qi last time. Most of the time, we use the corpses of the monsters to make weapons and armor, and the rest of the flesh and blood is discarded. I'm thinking about how to make these useless flesh and blood valuable. In this way, the world will be bustling, and everyone will be motivated by profit. The sects in the martial arts world will work harder to kill monsters, and help General Qi and others relieve pressure." Zhuge Zhengwo thought Chu Yang was going to do something, and suddenly felt that he was still young as an emperor. The flesh and blood of the monsters had been noticed by others, but the results were not very good. The flesh and blood of the monsters contains extremely violent monster power. Ordinary people will be affected if they come into contact with it, not to mention eating it. No matter how strong the warrior is, the moment he swallows the monster meat, the true essence in his body will have an extremely strong conflict with the monster power, adding fuel to the fire. Even the King of Heaven will explode. Another point is that eating monsters is fine if it is an ordinary monster beast, but how can those big monsters in human form eat it? Zheng Dongliu smiled bitterly and said, "If your Majesty wants to make a fuss about the monster meat, I advise your Majesty to give up." Chu Yang had expected the reactions of the two people. When facing unknown things, people will always become paranoid, habitually use their own knowledge as an absolute benchmark, and have a certain rejection of new things. Although eating monster meat has been tried by others, it is indeed a strange, yet familiar new thing for Zhuge Zhengwo and Zheng Dongliu. Your reaction is similar to General Qi's. Can you listen to me finish my words? Chu Yang shook his head helplessly and said, "I don't want to eat it directly, but to use it to make pills. I use the alchemy technique to dissolve the monster power in the monster's flesh and blood and turn it into true essence and spiritual energy that can be used by humans." Zhuge Zhengwo was not surprised, but had an expression of "I expected it long ago." There are many talented people in Buddhism and Taoism. What you can think of, they can naturally think of, whether it is cinnabar, arsenic, or leadstone, silver mercury and the like, the effect is the same. It can't dissolve the monster power in the flesh and blood at all. Chu Yang was speechless. What you said has nothing to do with alchemy. It's a compound. If you don't know, you might think you're making explosives. The alchemy you're talking about is not the same as mine. Anyway, you'll know when I finish refining it. Don't rush to ask me for it then. Chu Yang was too lazy to continue explaining to them. Cultivating immortals was too advanced for Zhu Zhengguo and his gang. Moreover, his alchemy method was not only the alchemy of the Shushan school, but also integrated the magic potion science of the magic world. It was a serious combination of Chinese and Western. Zhu Zhengguo and Zheng Dongliu wanted to say something but stopped. Looking at Chu Yang's solemn promise, they didn't want to say anything sarcastic to attack him. Steal. Your Majesty, it's hard to give away your stuff after you make it. Without the two of them saying much, Chu Yang knew what they were thinking by looking at their expressions, so he waved his sleeves and left alone. He would refine the pills in the next few days. Zheng Dongliu hurriedly chased after him and escorted Chu Yang back to the Forbidden City. Only Zhu Zhengguo and Duan Xian'ai were left in the hall. The latter had been keeping his head down and not saying a word since just now. Zhu Zhengguo glanced at him and said, "If you have something to say, just say it directly. Don't be so nagging." Duan Xian'ai took a deep breath and said, "My lord, I plan to leave Heilongvilla for a while, to look for Heir." Zhu Zhengguo frowned and said, "Why look for him? He is no longer a member of Heilongvilla." Duan Xian'ai had no choice but to repeat what Chu Yang had said to him. The three sabers of Avasi Path. That kind of swordsmanship actually exists. Zhu Zhengguo looked at Duan Xian'ai in surprise. "Did His Majesty really tell you that Heir is at risk of possessing a demon?" Duan Xian'ai nodded and said, "It is absolutely true. This humble official can only ask the Marquis to give me some time so that I can save Yudao. In that case, then go ahead." Zhu Zhengguo looked at Duan Xian'ai, who valued friendship and loyalty and could not think of a reason to refuse. He pondered and said, "Go and invite Master Yang of Yichen Temple on the way and tell them that I asked you to go. Yichen Temple is a hidden temple that does not accept incense. The abbot there, Master Yang, is a Buddhist Vajra. He practices the Mingxin mantra and is good at converting inner demons. He has helped many constables of the Shenhao mansion." Duan Xian'ai excitedly clasped his fists and bowed, saying, "Thank you, my lord. If this trip is safe, Xian'ai will definitely repay you." Zhu Zhengguo waved his hand. "There is no need to talk about repaying. I just hope that you know how to protect yourself when things are impossible. Heilongvilla needs you, and His Majesty needs you even more. Xian'ai understands." Duan Xian'ai nodded solemnly. After getting the specific location of Yichen Temple from Zhu Zhengguo, he left Heilongvilla without stopping and headed straight for Yichen Temple. On the other side, Chu Yang and Zheng Dongliu still chose to ride back to Beijing, but they did not take the previous road, but took a detour. After all, they were in the limelight yesterday, and it was not suitable to do it again. Passing by a mansion, Zheng Dongliu suddenly stopped. Chu Yang looked back and found that he was full of emotion. The mansion was very dilapidated. The plaque was smashed down and broken into several pieces. The word Yan could be vaguely seen. Yang Mansion. The mansion of Yan Song, the former chief minister of the cabinet. Time has changed. I didn't expect that the head of the civil service would end up like this. Zheng Dongliu sighed. He had always despised Yan Song as a treacherous prime minister, but at this moment, he inexplicably felt that the lips and teeth were cold. Perhaps one day, he would end up with the same fate, because of some things. Since ancient times, there have been many cases of loyal officials who have not had a good end. Sir Zheng, although I'm unreliable, my eyesight is still good. I have not fallen to the point of killing loyal officials by mistake. You don't have to worry. Chu Yang's eyes flashed with a sly smile, and he deliberately said teasingly, "I dare not." Zheng Dongliu hurriedly dismounted and was about to kneel down, but was lifted up by Chu Yang with one hand. "Tell me about you. We have known each other for a while, and we can always tell jokes apart, right?" Chu Yang looked at this somewhat loyal Janai commander, and to be honest, he was helpless. The other party was the type of old scholar he hated to get along with the most, and he was very serious most of the time. Lee Jixio was influenced by him in the first half of his life. His temper was as bad as a stone in the toilet, and he could not tolerate any sand in his eyes. Having said that, such a personality is most suitable for being a Janai. Facing power, you have to be tough enough. Yansong, what happened? Ever since that day, when Yansong was kicked out of the position of Prime Minister, Chu Yang never paid any attention to him again, and left him to Lee Jixio to handle it with confidence. Zheng Dongyu narrated the story slowly. Yansong was stripped of his official hat by you, and he should have returned home to enjoy his retirement. But who would have thought that he would be blocked by refugees on the road not long after leaving the city gate? The refugees hated Yansong to the core, and it is no exaggeration to say that they were sworn enemies. During the years when he served as the Prime Minister of the cabinet, he embezzled a lot of disaster relief money, causing other people's families to be broken up. The common people knew it very well, so when they heard the news of his retirement, they couldn't wait to seek revenge. Generally, high-ranking officials like him would hire guards, but no one in the whole world was willing to take his job. Those refugees who were red-eyed just surrounded Yansong at first and didn't do anything out of line, but Yansong didn't treat them as human beings. He said things that he shouldn't have said, and he ruined his own life in vain. I heard from the constable who rushed to the scene later that Yansong was eaten alive by the refugees, and his body was incomplete. Your Majesty, if people are forced into a corner, they will also eat people. Chu Yang's eyes fell on the dilapidated Yan mansion again, and he sighed. Which is more terrifying, people eating people or monsters eating people? I think the former is more terrifying. As long as the human race strives forward, and we are willing to die, the era of monsters eating people will end sooner or later. But what about people eating people? Zheng Dongyu said blankly, day after day, year after year. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 210, Your Majesty, calm down. Test the medicine. There is a very interesting part in the whole thing. That is why, did Yansong happen to encounter refugees? This is the capital, not the county. Even if the 800,000 Imperial Guards are not here, there are still tens of thousands of Yamen runners. The constables of the 6 gates in the Divine Marquis's palace are even more than the number of Yamen runners. Once the refugees approach, they will be expelled according to the custom before Chu Yang ascended the throne. How could they just wait on the way Yansong left the capital? Zheng Dongyu did not elaborate, and Chu Yang was not interested in asking. He only knew that from now on, Lee Jixio was qualified to let go of everything and start over. Such good news. I should have a drink with him, but this guy didn't even mention it to me. Your Majesty has just ascended the throne and has a lot of state affairs to deal with. It's only natural that Jezio doesn't dare to disturb you. Lord Zheng, you're joking. It's better to leave state affairs to Zhang Zheng and others. If I take over, the world may be even more chaotic. Your Majesty is a wise man. Don't underestimate yourself. Haha, you've been very good at flattering people these days. What's the matter? Have you consulted Ko Zhengchen privately? Every word of this old minister is from the heart. Well, this sounds more like Ko Zhengchen. The two smiled at each other and continued to move forward. Speaking of Lee Jezio, what is his current plan? Has he thought about returning to the Janai? I talked to him about this once. He said that he is still willing to work for the world and the people, but he doesn't want to return to the Janai. Lee Jezio's request is very simple. That is, he doesn't want to be bound by any form of constraints. He is tired of the officialdom with rules and regulations, and he is also tired of the oppression of power. Chu Yang could understand Lee Jixio's thoughts very well. If he had encountered the same thing as Lee Jixio, he would have turned evil long ago. Not to mention Yansong, the entire Ming dynasty would have been turned upside down. In this case, let's set up a separate team for him and give him some privileges so that he can represent me among the people. Chu Yang also hoped that Lee Jixio's story could get back on track and meet some people he should have met. Representing your majesty? Zheng Dongliu frowned slightly. If it's representing your majesty, then Lee Jixio seems to have too much power. No problem. Chu Yang waved his hand. Lord Zheng once said that, if you want to catch a fox, you must be more cunning than the fox. In fact, you don't have to be more cunning than the fox. You just need to have a harder fist than it. Zheng Dongliu smiled helplessly. In fact, what Chu Yang said was not wrong, but he was the only one in the world who thought so. Others could not guarantee that their fists would always be harder than the enemy. That's it. You can discuss the specific rules. Not long after, Chu Yang and Zheng Dongliu returned to the Forbidden City. The Cold Palace was not popular, and Chu Yang did not like it very much, so he went into the Soul Palace at night to discuss alchemy with the immortal Chu Yang. Using the flesh and blood of the demon race to make alchemy is not the mainstream in the world of immortal cultivation. Most of the higher grade elixirs are made from the essence of plants and trees and spiritual objects of heaven and earth. Because the most essential purpose of the elixir is to enhance the user's spiritual power and true essence, adding flesh and blood will increase the difficulty of extracting spiritual energy, which is not worth the loss. Even if demon beasts are used, under normal circumstances, only the heart, spiritual eyes, bones and other things are used, and flesh and blood are rarely used. If the purpose is to improve the cultivation of warriors, it is not necessary to use the method of improving true essence to achieve the effect. Supplementing ki and blood is also a means. If the ki and blood are full, not only can the body be strengthened, but the speed of true essence condensation will naturally increase, which can be said to kill two birds with one stone. While explaining, the immortal Chu Yang provided a similar pill recipe to damning Chu Yang for reference. Seeing this, the magic Chu Yang immediately added his experience of using demons when refining magic potions. The collision of different knowledge systems gave damning Chu Yang a lot of inspiration, which would create infinite possibilities. This was the foundation for them to stand on the heavens and the worlds. After getting a good-looking alchemy furnace from the immortal hero Chu Yang, damning Chu Yang returned to his own world and couldn't wait to start tinkering with the flesh and blood elixir. He also had the two corpses of demon kings he had obtained in Jinling City before, as well as several corpses of great demons and spirit demons, which were just right for him to practice. Damning World still lacked some spiritual herbs to make elixirs with flesh and blood, but it didn't matter. Chu Yang planned to use only flesh and blood from the beginning without adding anything else. Alchemy was a troublesome matter, and a quiet room needed to be built first. Fortunately, the cheap brother was very cunning and secretly built a secret room in the palace, which just met Chu Yang's requirements. The emperor was really a good man, and he could help him even after his death. Chu Yang sincerely hoped that he would be reborn into a good family in his next life. Because the furnace was ready, there was already a formation on it, so Chu Yang didn't need to add anything extra, so he only needed to arrange the formation in the alchemy room. According to the alchemy experience of Shushan sect, the formation in the alchemy room must be consistent with the formation on the furnace. The most mainstream ones are fire refining and water refining. Of course, there are other methods, each with its own strengths, but Shushan sect is best at these two. If a new alchemy is to be developed, most alchemists will choose water refining, because water refining is gentler and less likely to explode the furnace. If water refining is to be used, the formation attribute of the alchemy room must be gold, so that the mutual generation attribute can enhance the effect of water refining. On the contrary, if it is fire refining, a wood formation must be used. There are still many miscellaneous details left. Chu Yang is familiar with the relevant key points and arranges them in an orderly manner. If he didn't want to develop the profession of alchemist in this world and make alchemy sustainable development, Chu Yang could have asked others to help him practice. Once a consumer market for the flesh and blood of the monster race is formed in this world, the enthusiasm of the entire human race to kill monsters will be pushed to the highest peak. After a busy day, Chu Yang finally made all the preparations. On a dark and windy night, he officially started to make the elixir. Outside the bedroom, the loyal Kaodasu was on duty. Since the two factories became the property security of the Forbidden City, Kao Zengchen naturally became the security captain. His status plummeted. If it weren't for his strong martial arts, I'm afraid that the dogs passing by would bark at him. Ko Zengchen regretted it very much. One wrong step. He flattered the emperor all his life, but he didn't expect to make a mistake in the end. It's good enough to be alive. Ko Zengchen often comforted himself like this, and then looked at the emperor's bedroom with a face full of resentment. I'm the first to surrender to his majesty. If I had known this, I should have. Before he finished speaking, there was a loud noise from the bedroom, like thunder from the ground, exploding violently in the middle of the night. Boom. Ko Zengchen shivered, frightened, and knelt on the ground, kowtowed continuously. Your Majesty, calm down. Your Majesty, calm down. This slave deserves death. Lightning flashed inside the alchemy furnace, as if it was going through a heavenly tribulation. Chu Yang looked at this scene in surprise. The process of melting the flesh and blood was relatively smooth, without any twists and turns, until the last critical moment, when the purple lightning flashed in front of him. There was no similar record of this scene in the alchemy book of Shushan School. However, Chu Yang noticed that, since the lightning flash appeared, the flesh and blood pill began to take shape rapidly, and the demonic power gradually stabilized, and turned into a pure energy. It was a bit similar to his own huge vitality. After a while, there was no movement in the alchemy furnace. A ray of light slowly flowed out, and a warmth spread in the alchemy room. Like the rising sun, Chu Yang cast a spell, and the lid on the top of the furnace flew up, and 3 purple red pills flew out, as if they had life, swaying and falling into Chu Yang's palm. Because it was the first time to open the furnace, Chu Yang did not use the flesh and blood of the 2 demon kings, but used spirit demons. Also, for the convenience of testing medicine, Chu Yang can eat the pills made from the flesh and blood of demon kings, but others may not be able to eat them, so they are not for reference. With confidence in his body's immunity to all poisons, Chu Yang swallowed a purple red pill, and the warm medicinal power immediately spread throughout his body. The improvement of ki and blood is only slightly inferior to that of the blood body, which contains great energy, and there are more than tens of millions of demons here. If they are all refined into pills, it is almost inexhaustible. Chu Yang suddenly had an evil idea in his mind. He could keep some of the demons in captivity, and there was no need to kill them all. 1 pill made from the flesh and blood of a spirit monster is enough for a warrior to complete a blood transfusion. The price of becoming a top-notch martial arts master is only 9 pills. It can almost mass-produce top-notch masters. However, for ordinary warriors, the strength of spirit monsters varies, and the materials needed for 9 flesh and blood pills are not so easy to gather. The flesh and blood of the monsters may become the focus of resource competition between sects. As for the Grandmaster, taking pills made from the flesh and blood of a great monster should be able to break through, but the number of great monsters is still relatively rare, and the competition will only become more intense. Chu Yang silently calculated for a while, and decided to strike, while the iron is hot, and refine the flesh and blood pills of great monsters and monster kings. It is impossible to guess the demonic power required to break through to the Grandmaster by guessing. You can only know it by feeling it yourself. In the next hour, the thunder in the bedroom was endless, shaking the entire Forbidden City. Ko Zengchen gradually became numb from the initial fear, and the thunder even helped him sleep after hearing it too much. But he dared not sleep, because who knows when the Emperor will come out, and he would be unlucky if he was charged with desertion. Not long after, Yu Huashan received the news, and hurried in from outside the palace. He and Ko Zengchen took turns on duty, and today was his day off. Your Majesty, what happened? Yu Huashan stood outside the palace listening to the thunder, anxious like an ant on a hot pot. You ask me, who should I ask? Ko Zengchen rolled his eyes. Who knows what the ancestor is doing when he doesn't sleep at night? I've been listening to the noise all night, and I'm going crazy. If your Majesty doesn't come out, I'll break in. The noise inside is really worrying. Yu Huashan bit his lips, and a fierce look flashed in his eyes. Ko Zengchen couldn't help cursing in his heart. What a loyal old dog. He finally knew where he lost. Yu Huashan really thought of himself as the Emperor's dog. About another stick of incense passed. Zhuge Zhengguo, Zheng Dongyu, and Jiuo Bujing all came to the outside of the palace, looking at it with strange eyes. There was another uninvited guest at the scene. Gu Santang brought by Zhuge Zhengguo. The undefeated boy was very excited. After a while, Li Jixio, Lu Xiaofeng and others also came, and this time, the thunder in the palace was gradually dissipating. Eunuch KO, please report to His Majesty that we are waiting outside and will be summoned at any time. KO Zengchen agreed, then stood outside the door on tiptoe and knocked, carefully waiting for the Emperor's call. Unfortunately, Chu Yang, who was in the secret room, was busy checking the pills and didn't pay attention to the knocking outside. When KO Zengchen saw that there was no response from inside, his heart was in his throat. The thunder was so strong just now. Could something have happened to His Majesty? He bravely pushed open the door of the palace, looked around but couldn't see Chu Yang. What is Eunuch KO doing? Chu Yang suddenly appeared beside KO Zengchen, and he jumped up and down. As soon as he spoke, KO Zengchen didn't attack Chu Yang because of his remaining rationality. Your Majesty, you scared me to death. Lord Zeng and the others are waiting outside the palace. I asked you to come in and tell you something. KO Zengchen bowed respectfully and pointed at the people outside the room. Let them in. Your Majesty, this is your bedroom. It's a bit inappropriate to let ministers come in and out at will. I said let them in, so they come in. KO Zengchen didn't dare to say anything more and hurriedly ran outside to call everyone else into the bedroom. When everyone came in, they saw Chu Yang, who was very happy, as if he had done something big. Seeing this, Lu Xiaofeng secretly complained in his heart that Chu Yang didn't seem so happy, even after killing the Emperor. Your Majesty, what was the thunder in the bedroom earlier? Jiuo Bujing stepped forward and asked straight to the point. Master Jiuo, I forgot to tell you that I was refining the elixir. Master Zeng and the Lord of God both know about it. Chu Yang replied with a smile. Refining the elixir? Jiuo Bujing looked at Zhu Zhengwo in confusion. Zhu Zhengwo shook his head and laughed. Your Majesty said yesterday that he would use the flesh and blood of the demon race to refine the elixir. I thought your Majesty was just joking with us. Jiuo Bujing's face was as hen. He turned his head and looked at Chu Yang and angrily said, Your Majesty is really joking. The flesh and blood of the demon race is useless and even highly poisonous. Anyone who touches it will die. How can it be used to refine the elixir? If something goes wrong, what will happen to the future of our Ming dynasty? It can be seen that Jiuo Bujing is very angry. He regards Chu Yang's safety as more important than anything else. Otherwise he would not have risked his life to come to the palace to save him. It's too early to say that, Master Jiuo. Chu Yang took out the refined elixir with a smile, and a warm breath spread with it. What is this? Jiuo Bujing stared at the elixir in Chu Yang Sheng's hand with his eyes wide open, and he said in a lost voice, Is the elixir really made? As soon as these words came out, others swarmed over and gathered around Chu Yang Sheng, observing the medicine in his hand. Your Majesty, is this really made by you? Nonsense. Your Majesty, can this be eaten? Nonsense of nonsense. Try it and you'll know if it works. Try? Everyone looked at me, and I looked at you. Who will try? It's not like we haven't seen the fate of those who eat monster meat. Who dares to try this thing easily? Well, there are really people who dare to. Gu Santong took the elixir and fed it into his mouth. The next second, his breath changed and the strong true energy gushed out like a spring, pushing the people around him several meters away. Breakthrough. Grandmaster Realm. Chapter 211. This will never happen again. Shameless. In the Xianqi decisive battle, Gu Santong was already a Grandmaster. Then he was detained in a secret prison for nearly 20 years. His ki and blood were declining, and his energy was exhausted. His realm dropped again and again. He was saved by Chu Yang on his deathbed. His martial arts skills were broken and then established. He was only one step away from a breakthrough, and this pill became the opportunity for him to break through. Grandmaster Realm. The peak that countless warriors dream of. In this era, when immortals and gods are only legends, the Grandmaster is a god standing above all living beings. Gu Santong. He broke through. Ko Zengchen looked at Gu Santong in astonishment. He saw that the other party's ki and blood were as thick as a long dragon, circling around his body, and finally turned into rolling red clouds, and were sucked into Gu Santong's stomach. This medicine is actually real. Zheng Dongliu's hand trembled as he grabbed his beard, and he almost pulled his beard off. He was already over the age of knowing the destiny and would soon be a 60-year-old man. If he didn't break through, his ki and blood would decline year by year. He was the one who needed to replenish his blood and ki the most among all the people. He couldn't help but turn his head to look at Chu Yang. His eyes became very hot. Zheng Dongliu was very confident in his own accumulation. As long as he could get the elixir, he would definitely become the next Grandmaster. Gu Santong opened his eyes, and the boiling true essence like boiling water gradually subsided. The brilliance in his eyes was restrained, and occasionally there was a golden afterglow flashing. The golden light indestructible magic skill seemed to have completed another transformation. With a shake of his arms, Gu Santong's whole body flashed with golden light, and in an instant he became a golden little man. The heartbeat from his chest was like a drum. The drum sounded like thunder, shaking in everyone's ears. Until this moment, Zhu Zhengwo's face finally changed color, and he couldn't help but say, "What a Vajra indestructible magic skill. Brother Gu's physical body is as strong as the Demon King." Chu Yang nodded. Gu Santong's physical strength at this time might be second only to him in the entire Ming dynasty. "Calm down, old comrade." Chu Yang slapped Gu Santong on the shoulder, knocking him back to his original form. The golden light in the sky disappeared in an instant. He had to slap it. It was too dazzling, more annoying than shining a flashlight in the eyes. Gu Santong, who was originally in high spirits, quickly froze his smile on his face, and then fell into deep self-doubt. Is my Grandmaster made of paper? How can he not even withstand a slap? Everyone was even more shocked when they saw this. Gu Santong, who had achieved the realm of Grandmaster, was broken by a slap from His Majesty. What realm is His Majesty in? The elixir has been tried, and you have seen the effect. What do you think? The method of refining elixir with flesh and blood is feasible, right? Chu Yang looked at them with a smile. Zhu Shenhao was the first to react. His body was shaking with excitement. He cupped his hands and said, "In this way, the human race can finally work together to kill monsters, and those Jianghu sects can finally go down the mountain willingly to kill monsters." Under normal circumstances, killing monsters is very risky, and not every monster's body can be used to forge weapons and armor. Therefore, unless they encounter monsters passively, most sects strictly prohibit disciples from subduing monsters and demons. Especially for those disciples with extraordinary talents, the elders of the sects have to repeatedly remind them to prevent them from being impulsive. In the eyes of some major sects, if the sky falls, the Shenhao mansion will take care of it. Any monster that threatens the safety of the people will be solved by the Shenhao mansion, and it has nothing to do with them. Of course, there are also heretic disciples who can't stand this kind of behavior and insist on going down the mountain to kill monsters and demons. The result is often death, and they become negative examples for the sects to educate young disciples, including masters of Buddhism and Taoism. The court must first promise them huge benefits if they want to persuade them to help. There are only a few Buddhist masters like Master Yang of Yijin Temple who are on good terms with Zhu Zhengwo. Nowadays, killing monsters can refine elixirs, and elixirs can improve cultivation. In the eyes of the big sects, this matter has value and is profitable. They will actively send disciples to kill monsters, which can greatly help the Shenhao mansion relieve pressure. Speaking of the Jianghu sects, Chu Yang's face was slightly cold. After all, heroes like Yan Nanshan and Jiuo Bujing are a minority. Most of them are profit-seeking and mean people. Those sects should have been disciplined long ago. Zemin Chuksu and Li Guchen disregarded the righteousness of the human race and recklessly started wars. The court was not strong enough before. After we deal with the rebels in the south, we will settle accounts with them. Yu Huashan's face was as cold as frost, and he sneered. One of the reasons why he was keen on power was his ambition to suppress the sects in the world. The situation has just shown signs of improvement. It is not the right thing to do to clash with those sects at this time. Just as the Divine Marquis said just now, we should work together. Zheng Dongliu shook his head slowly and refuted Yu Huashan's words in person. The two have always had conflicting positions. Mr. Zheng's idea is too naive. If those sects were reliable, the situation in the south would not have deteriorated to the current state. Yu Huashan narrowed his eyes and stared at Zheng Dongliu, and even had a hint of murderous intent. Zheng Dongliu sneered. The reason for the deterioration in the south may be that the two factories are behind it. Mr. Yu, don't throw all the shit on the sects. Yu Huashan's face was ugly. Just as he was about to speak to refute, he heard Kao Zhengchen's angry voice. Zheng, stop slandering me. When did we ever think of going to the south? How can you just make up a charge that will kill all 9 generations of your clan? If you're brave enough, come and make a deal with us today, and we'll see for ourselves. We are loyal to the Ming dynasty. Please understand, your majesty. It can be seen that eunuch Kao is really anxious, and he doesn't care about etiquette. He jumps up and down in front of Chu Yang, wishing to bite Zheng Dongliu to death. Okay, I know you're innocent. You can't even handle the capital, so how can you reach out to the south? Chu Yang waved his hand and looked at Kao Zhengchen with disgust. If you keep jumping around in front of me, I'll beat you up. I know I'm guilty. Kao Zhengchen retreated to the side aggrieved, but he didn't forget to glare at Zheng Dongliu viciously. Chu Yang then looked at Zheng Dongliu and said, Mr. Zheng's words are a bit too much. Yu Huashan's methods are cruel. Everyone knows this. This is one of the reasons why I took back the power of the two factories. If he is really a person without any bottom line, it will not be as simple as taking back the power of the two factories. I can kill Zhu Wuxi, so what about Yu Huashan? Hearing Chu Yang's increasingly unfriendly tone, Zheng Dongliu trembled and bowed his hands and said, I was angry and said something I didn't think of. I hope your majesty will forgive me. Chu Yang still did not respond, staring at him coldly. The invisible pressure was spreading. Not to mention Zheng Dongliu, even the others were suffocated by Chu Yang's momentum. As a grandmaster, Zhu Zhengwo and Gu Santong were no different. Zheng Dongliu's face was ugly. He gritted his teeth and was about to kneel down and kowtow when he heard Chu Yang's voice. Mr. Zheng, this will not happen again. As soon as he finished saying this, everyone felt that the momentum that was pressing on their hearts disappeared. When they looked at Chu Yang again, he became his usual friendly face. Even so, the group of people still bowed their heads and kept silent. Even the most unruly Lu Xiaofeng did not dare to make jokes like before. I hate the idea of uniting forces to attack dissidents. If you can't do it, at least don't put the contradictions on the surface. Also, when you are old, don't talk about shit and urine all the time. It's so disgusting. Chu Yang said lightly, but no one dared to agree. Zheng Dongliu is a loyal minister. The master who can teach Li Jixio must be good, but it is also true that he can't let go of the past. The dispute between the factory and the guards occupied too much of his life. Subconsciously fighting against Yu Huashan has become a kind of old disease for Zheng Dongliu. He hasn't even reacted yet that the other party is no longer the supervisor of the West factory. Putting aside personal grudges, Zheng Dongliu actually agrees with Yu Huashan's opinion. The sects are indeed unreliable. The current situation in the south is inseparable from these people. As the saying goes, hide in a small building and become a unified whole. No matter spring, summer, autumn or winter, those sects and schools hide in their own territories and watch the sufferings of the world with cold eyes. I know I was wrong. Zheng Dongliu knew he was in the wrong and admitted his mistake willingly. As the saying goes, no one is perfect. Lord Zheng will inevitably feel depressed about some trivial things in the past, but the past is over. Since Lord Zheng knows his mistakes, your majesty should not be angry. Zhu Zheng felt that the atmosphere eased a little and immediately spoke to persuade him. Chu Yang shook his head and said, I'm not angry, but if it goes on like this, even if Lord Zheng gets the elixir, it will be difficult for him to break through to the Grandmaster level. Zheng Dongliu was shocked when he heard this. Chu Yang said, you see that Gu Santong broke through so easily, so you think that the Grandmaster is too simple. It is useless to just pile up your skills. The state of mind is also very important. Zhu Zhengwo nodded and said, your majesty is right. Only when the state of mind is flawless can the true essence flow smoothly. Gu Santong then said with a smile, I have been trapped in a cage for a long time. I'm very happy to be free one day. After I came out, I got a son, which is even more joyful. Although my wife is sleeping in Xianshan, there is a way to save her. I just need to do my best to run for her. So far, I have no regrets and I will move forward. You are tripped by so many past events. If you don't face them well, you will be trapped in your own trap sooner or later. The inner demon is the biggest enemy of martial arts. Zheng Dongliu fell into a long silence. It was indeed difficult for him to let go of his hatred for the two factories. The power struggle between the factory guards involved too many lives, and each one was extremely heavy. Shaking hands and making peace with Yu Huashan and Ko Zengchen would be tantamount to betraying those who sacrificed. Zheng Dongliu couldn't do it. Chu Yang also understood his difficulties, so he asked him not to put the conflict on the surface. If the two did not surrender, it would be fine. It would not be a big deal to find an excuse to kill them. But after all, they knelt down and kowtowed. If Chu Yang really wanted to do it, it would be a bit unethical. If he could kill Ko Zengchen and Yu Huashan who surrendered today, he could kill you, Zheng Dongliu, tomorrow. Anyway, with Chu Yang's martial arts skills, who in the world can't be killed as long as he wants to kill? Over time, will there be anyone around Chu Yang? That would be a real lonely man. This is the situation that Chu Yang tried his best to avoid. What he could do was to completely make the two factories disappear in history, tie Ko Zengchen in the palace as a watchdog, and tie Yu Huashan to his side as a hawk dog, as an explanation to the Jinai Wei. If you don't appreciate this, what else do you want, Zheng Dongliu? Otherwise, I will give you the throne. With Zheng Dongliu's character, if Chu Yang questioned him like this, he would probably hit his head against the pillar and die to show his determination. Take the pill, go home and think about it carefully. If you feel that you have passed the mental barrier, swallow it and take it. Chu Yang threw a pill made of the flesh and blood of the Demon King to Zheng Dongliu. With his foundation in the Grandmaster realm for more than 20 years, this pill was enough for him to advance. I thank your majesty for your grace. I have nothing to repay you. I feel ashamed of your majesty. Zheng Dongliu's eyes were wet. Although he cursed, Chu Yang still gave him the important thing. You can successfully become a Grandmaster and add confidence to the Ming dynasty. This is the greatest reward to the world. Chu Yang waved his hand, signaling him to go home and retreat. Zheng Dongliu knelt down to thank the emperor for his grace and disappeared into the night with a heavy bag. Your majesty, I will go first. Li Jie smiled and saluted, then whispered beside Chu Yang, I'm a little worried about master. I will go back tonight. Sorry. I wanted to celebrate for you, but it seems that I can only wait until next time. Chu Yang said helplessly, after returning. Enlighten Mr. Zheng well. Tell him not to worry about wasting elixirs, and pay attention to his state of mind. One effort will weaken the second, and the third will be exhausted, and the inner demon will be born. Li Jie smiled and nodded, remembering Chu Yang's words. Before leaving, he suddenly hugged Chu Yang, and Chu Yang patted his shoulder. Zhuge Zhengwo shook his head as he looked at Zheng Dongliu's departing back. No matter how kind a dragon is, he is still a dragon. A dragon has reverse scales, and it will die if it is touched. After a small storm, there was some silence outside the palace. Ko Zengchen didn't dare to say anything more. For some reason, he always felt that the emperor had murderous intentions towards him. Yu Huashan didn't dare to say anything more. He was at least half responsible for such a big commotion. Master Guo, you can also take a pill. Chu Yang called Guo Bujing in a teasing tone, and then handed over a Demon King pill. Guo Bujing did not take it immediately, but took a deep look at it, clasped his fists and said, Your Majesty, I don't want this pill. Chu Yang was a little surprised. Why? The Divine Marquis can break through to the Grandmaster level with his own strength, so I naturally want to give it a try. Guo Bujing smiled heartily. He was in his prime, and had the confidence and the courage. Zhuge Zhengwo nodded slightly, his eyes full of admiration for Guo Bujing. If he were younger, he would probably make the same choice. Then I'll keep this pill for you. Chu Yang put away the pill, turned to look at Zhuge Zhengwo, and said, the pill refined from the flesh and blood of the Demon King can also be effective for Grandmasters. As for whether it can break through, and how much can be consumed to break through, I haven't tested it yet. Zhuge Zhengwo stroked his beard, and laughed up to the sky. I'm old, and I'm not as arrogant as the young ones. Your Majesty, just give me as many pills as you have. I want to see how good the effect is. Chu Yang rolled his eyes at him and said unhappily, you old man are so shameless. I'll give you as many as I have. Can you eat them all? Zhu Zhengguo didn't care about Chu Yang scolding him and said with a smile, the capable should do more work. We can't let Gu Santong, a guy who just became a grandmaster, eat all the pills, right? That would be a waste of money. Chu Yang was enlightened and said with a smile, I've never seen such a shameless person. Chapter 212, Mutual Appreciation. The R&D team of the Qi family army. Zhu Zhengguo thought that he could take as many pills as he could, but Chu Yang didn't have that many pills. With the one that was originally intended for Jiuo Bujing, there were only 2 pills. He was trying to make the Demon King pill, but he didn't expect to succeed by chance. In fact, with his level of alchemy, it was a pleasant surprise that the furnace didn't explode. It was also thanks to the magic Chu Yang who provided many ideas for alchemy. Chu Yang handed the 2 Demon King pills to Zhu Zhengguo and told him, the godly Marquis is old, and he doesn't have the Vajra indestructible divine skill as Gu Santang. It's better to take them separately, otherwise the blood and Qi will rush through the barrier, and the body will not be able to bear it, which may backfire. I understand. Zhu Zhengguo stared at the pill in his hand with a fiery look. In the eyes of others, he was like a banished immortal, but at this moment, it was difficult for him to maintain his previous immortal style. Since the realm division, there have always been warriors who want to know what the scenery above the Grandmaster is like. Even if they only take a look, there are people who are willing to pay everything for it. Zhu Zhengguo was not too worried about Chu Yang's Qi and blood breakthrough. Zizai's sect had countless magical skills. Even if they were not as mysterious as a Vajra indestructible divine skill, there were also methods that could be used as substitutes. He had a skill called half-broken brocade, which could be used to heal his own injuries, both internal and external. The more serious the injury, the faster it could be healed. It was very effective when used in a fight. The Divine Marquis Mansion had been dealing with the demons and monsters for so many years, and those who survived relied on this healing skill, not the carefully forged weapons. So Zhu Zhengguo was not afraid of the backlash of the Demon King's elixir, but he still kept a little bit of his heart for Chu Yang's kind reminder. After all, Chu Yang's realm was much higher than his, and he would not shoot without a purpose. While the two were chatting, Ko Zengchen and Yu Huashan were staring at the elixir in Zhu Zhengguo's hand with envy. Considering that Gu Santang had easily broken through to the Grandmaster level before, they were almost losing their minds and had the idea of snatching the elixir. If Chu Yang hadn't been here, even if Zhu Zhengguo was a Grandmaster, the two would have fought to the death. It's understandable that people die for money and birds die for food. In contrast, Lu Xiaofeng behaved very calmly. He didn't have too much greed for the elixir that could break through the realm. His eyes were clear and indifferent. He didn't pursue the ultimate realm of martial arts. He practiced martial arts just to solve the troubles that came to him when he was traveling in the world. Later, he found that making friends was more convenient than practicing martial arts himself. The more friends he had, the easier the road would be. As long as he didn't die, there would always be friends to save him. It was precisely because of this idea that Lu Xiaofeng, who was not diligent enough in martial arts, made such slow progress. His good friend Zeman Chuksu had become a grandmaster for many years and was about to make another step forward, but he was not even a grandmaster. With his martial arts talent, it shouldn't have been like this. Of course, everyone has their own aspirations. Lu Xiaofeng has his own way of living. As a friend, Chu Yang had no right to comment. He could only give him a big demon elixir and let him go. Lu Xiaofeng scratched his head and took the pill from Chu Yang with a silly smile and said awkwardly, "This is not good. The pill is so valuable. How can you just give it to me casually?" Chu Yang smiled and said, "You have been running around for me. One pill is nothing. If it weren't for the umbrella of the people, I would have to deal with a lot of trouble. We are all friends. Why are you being polite?" Lu Xiaofeng coughed dryly and whispered, "In that case, why not give me 2 more? TSK 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 TSK. This is Lu Xiaofeng. He can't be polite for long, and he climbs up the pole very quickly." Chu Yang was used to his thick skin and said unhappily, "Your martial arts cultivation has been stuck for so many years. This pill is just the finishing touch. Any more would be a waste. When you reach the Grandmaster level, you still have to rely on your own accumulation. If you just take pills, you will go astray sooner or later. Ah. After hearing this, Lu Xiaofeng said with regret, I thought I could just lie at home in the future and my martial arts would naturally improve. I didn't expect that I still had to practice hard. In this case, this pill won't have much effect. Chu Yang glared at him and said, give it back to me, if you don't want it. Kao Zhengchen, who was standing aside, heard this and crawled to Chu Yang, shouting, Your Majesty, for the sake of my loyalty, since Master Lu doesn't want it, why don't you give this pill to me? Lu Xiaofeng, who had just said that the pill was useless, suddenly showed a malicious smile on his face. Hey, eunuch KO, what are you doing? I was just kidding. You are so ridiculous. Only a fool would not want such a panacea. You. Kao Zhengchen was so angry that he was trembling. He pointed at Lu Xiaofeng and couldn't speak for a long time. The veins on his temples were about to burst. Yu Huashan seemed to have guessed this scene long ago. He looked at Kao Zhengchen with disdain and sneered. Hahaha, you are really interesting. I didn't know that there was such a person like you in the world. What a pity. Gu Santang looked at Lu Xiaofeng with a look of mutual appreciation. In a sense, the two people's personalities are quite similar. They are equally unrestrained and free and easy in dealing with everything. It's just that Lu Xiaofeng has a stronger sense of responsibility and chivalry than Gu Santang. Thank you for your kindness. The name of the undefeated naughty boy has been well known since I entered the world. If I have time one day, I must treat you to a drink. Lu Xiaofeng immediately started to brag about business. When he is good at talking, you will be overjoyed, and when he is bad at scolding, you will be furious. Gu Santang smiled and nodded. I will definitely do that next time. Chu Yang kindly reminded, Lu Xiaofeng and I have been drinking for many years, and I have never seen him pay. Senior Gu should be careful. Gu Santang looked at Lu Xiaofeng in surprise, as if to say, you are good, kid. Lu Xiaofeng was not ashamed, but proud, with a proud look on his face. I'm the only one in the world who can refuse the Emperor's wine bill. The Emperor was fine, and the elixir was in hand, so the two naturally would not stay for long, and left the palace under the guidance of the eunuch. After the godly Marquis returns, please pick a group of trustworthy formation masters in the godly Marquis's mansion. After I sort them out, I will teach them the method of alchemy. I obey your order. Zhuge Zhengwo followed him out of the palace. Chu Yang turned around and looked at the pitiful Kao Zhengchen and the respectful Yu Huashan and said indifferently, in the past few years, the two factories in the east and the west have made many enemies and done many shady things in private. You know it in your heart. Don't say that I don't give you a chance. If you want elixirs, you have to fight and risk your life. Choose a place in the northern border or the 3 Mongolian tribes and do something. If you can't do it, forget about the elixir. Jinling City, General Key's mansion. The craftsmen and formation masters have always lived and eaten with Kijigwen, one to protect them, and the other to be the first to know the research and development results of firearms. Since Kijigwen got the weapon drawings from Chu Yang, the work intensity of the entire firearms camp has been directly increased. They got a lot of inspiration from the drawings. Those precise parts and stable mechanisms seemed to open another door. The craftsmen were obsessed with it and tried to combine two very different styles of firearms together. Not long after, the firearm battalion produced the first new firearm with a completely new structure. If Chu Yang were here, he would recognize that it was a revolver. But it was not the revolver he remembered. The punk revolver produced by the Qi family army was 3 times larger than a normal revolver, almost catching up with a shotgun, but the barrel was shorter and there was an extra revolver. There were 6 demon pills embedded on it. Kijigwen, with a surge of emotions, held the new revolver in his hand, always thinking about shooting something to test the power. So he took a team of personal soldiers to the wild to eliminate the spirit monsters, and wanted to try his hand on the spirit monsters. As a result, he turned around several times, and didn't find the shadow of the spirit monster. Kijigwen couldn't help but regret that he let the troops move too frequently on weekdays, causing the surrounding monsters to dare not stay and leave one after another. Now he couldn't find a target to try his hand. In desperation, Kijigwen could only expand the search range by dozens of miles, almost under the eyes of other generals. God will not let down those who work hard. They finally found the spirit monster and successfully completed the test. The result was very scary. Most spirit monsters were killed by one shot when they were hit in the vital parts. If they were hit in other parts, they would be incomplete due to the strong destructive power and then die from excessive bleeding. Under normal circumstances, a spirit monster can be killed with 2 shots at most. This is equivalent to saying that the lethality of an ordinary civilian holding a punk revolver is similar to that of a warrior who has practiced for 10 years. Not to mention that, if it is in the hands of a warrior, the power of the weapon can continue to increase. Ki-Jigwon's face was full of red. A revolver can bring such a huge change, and there are more powerful things waiting to be unlocked later. However, the good times did not last long. The firearms battalion discovered a big problem after a long time. The precision of the gun parts on the drawings is too high. The more powerful the guns, the higher the precision. With their current craftsmanship level, they cannot be mass-produced. Purely handmade is time-consuming and labor-intensive, and it is difficult to equip the troops in large quantities in a short period of time. On the battlefield, where the 2 armies are facing each other, the main function of firearms is suppression. If they cannot be mass-produced, they are completely useless. Firearms, which are in short supply, can easily be drowned in the monster's tide during battles. Ki-Jigwon was upset when he learned about this. He felt like a eunuch going to a brothel. He had taken off his pants, but was told that it was not possible. Who could bear this? The firearms camp tried their best to break through the obstacles of precision parts, but due to their limited knowledge, they could not think of any suitable way, and could only worry. It depends on the situation. We can only ask for help from His Majesty. The drawings were taken out by His Majesty, and he should be able to think of a solution. After discussing with the craftsman, Ki-Jigwon decided to go to the capital again in secret. This trip was extremely risky, and all forces were eyeing Jinling City. Not only was he likely to be ambushed halfway, but Jinling City would become the target of public criticism if he was not careful. The mass production of new firearms was imperative, and Ki-Jigwon could not consider too many gains and losses, but before leaving, he still had to arrange some necessary means. The South was very important, and could not afford to lose anything. In order to avoid the embarrassment of not being able to understand the drawings last time, Ki-Jigwon was ready to bring some craftsmen and formation masters with him when he entered the capital again. At the same time, Zhuge Zhengwo carefully selected a group of trustworthy formation masters to enter the palace secretly. Ko Zhengchen did not dare to neglect it, fearing that the news would leak out and ruin His Majesty's great event, so he swept the palace inside and out. Yu Huashan was responsible for protecting the safety of these formation masters. After this incident, neither of them would stay in the capital, but would go to distant places to fight for a chance to step into the highest peak of martial arts. The formation masters were also exposed to alchemy for the first time, and it was taught by His Majesty the Emperor himself, so they were a little nervous, so the effect was very poor at the beginning. In the alchemy room that Chu Yang had newly opened, the sound of furnaces exploding was endless, so he had to go to the Soul Palace every night to get a batch of new furnaces. Fortunately, Chu Yang in the fairy world is the head of Shushan, and his family is big and prosperous, so he can withstand the tossing. Otherwise, this kind of family ruin is something that ordinary people can't afford. Fortunately, as the explosions continued, the formation masters became familiar with the key points to pay attention to in alchemy, and the probability of furnace explosion dropped sharply. The eunuchs and maids in the palace could finally sleep well. Over time, some formation masters gradually showed their talent in alchemy, not only rapidly improving the success rate of alchemy, but also improving the quality of the elixir. Other formation masters with mediocre qualifications in alchemy also played a role. After brainstorming together, they further improved the formations of the furnace and alchemy room. Chu Yang was very pleased with this. Time passed in a flash, and more than half a month passed. Both the North and the South were at peace. Li Chengliang sent a memorial saying that the defense of Wanlizhou and Bing City had been completed. The 500,000 man army plus the firearms of the Qi family army armed the entire Ice City to the teeth. He also said confidently in the memorial, "If the demons come, I will definitely destroy them all outside the border." I don't know how much confidence the new firearms of the Qi family army gave him. Anyway, in Chu Yang's opinion, the young man has been inflated beyond words, so he did not hesitate to write a long paragraph of curses on the memorial. It was all modern vocabulary, and the curses were not dirty. It was estimated that Li Chenglian would have to ponder for a while after reading it. There were not many memorials handed to Chu Yang's desk. In addition to this one from Li Chengliang, there was another one from Kijigwen, who was already on his way to the capital. In addition, the memorials of others were all in the cabinet, handled by Zhang Zhuzheng and others, because Chu Yang had said before that all government affairs in the future would be handled by the cabinet. It was not entirely because he was lazy, but because he needed to share some power with the civil service group. After all, they were the key to the operation of the dynasty. If you want the horse to run, you have to give it some grass. Because of this, Chu Yang had time to teach many alchemists. Most of them can make pills with the flesh and blood of monsters that have demonic powers, but have not yet developed their intelligence. A few can make pills with the flesh and blood of spirit monsters. Only one formation master with the most outstanding alchemy talent can make pills for great monsters. No one can make pills for the Demon King. For the time being, Chu Yang can only make it himself. Anyway, not many people need the Demon King pill. These new alchemists will go to various prefectures and cities under the protection of the Shenhao Mansion and the Six Gates to make pills for the martial artists. The raw materials will be provided by the martial artists themselves. I believe that it will not be long before the martial artists hiding in the sects will emerge one after another like mushrooms after rain, appearing in every corner of the Ming Dynasty to hunt monsters. Chapter 213. 7 steps away, the gun is fast. Within 7 steps, the gun is accurate and fast. When he entered the capital again, Kijigwen found that the atmosphere in the capital had changed slightly compared to the last time he came. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but he always felt that every commoner had a more solemn face. If he wasn't busy going to the palace to meet the emperor, Kijigwen would definitely have to ask around. He only brought a few craftsmen and formation masters, and the rest of his trusted subordinates stayed on the ship. He entered the Forbidden City quietly without disturbing the people. Even without Chu Yang's order, Ko Zhengchen still waited at the gate of the palace in person, running around skillfully, as if he was used to his current status. Eunuch Ko, long time no see. General Qi, you are still as elegant as ever. The two of them exchanged a few words casually, and Ko Zhengchen led the group into the palace. On the way, he kept looking at the group of craftsmen behind Kijigwen. Unlike ordinary craftsmen, they all held their heads high and looked very confident. They walked with vigor and vitality, which made Ko Zhengchen curious about how Kijigwen trained them. You have to know that in this era, craftsmen are lowly and belong to the lowest class. If it is not for making a living, most civilians are unwilling to get involved in this profession. Not long after, Ko Zhengchen led them to the Imperial Study, and Chu Yang was discussing the specific details of delegating formation masters to various prefectures with Zhu Zhengwo, how to deploy the personnel of the Shenhao Mansion and the Six Gates, and what attitude the local garrison should take to contact the sect disciples who are about to go down the mountain. All these need to be considered. Zhu Zhengwo advocates appeasement, cooperating well with those sects and even sacrificing some interests appropriately until they can't do without the court's alchemists. Once they leave the elixir, the speed of martial arts practice plummets, and no one can stand it. Chu Yang felt that blindly appeasement was not a good strategy. Sects with bottom lines are easy to say, and they are expected to cooperate honestly with the court, but some sects without bottom lines may have some crooked ideas. There must be many forces that want to take the alchemy technique for themselves. If they set their sights on the alchemists themselves, the manpower cost required to ensure the safety of the alchemists will increase significantly. The Shenhao Mansion and the Six Gates are not well staffed, especially the Shenhao Mansion, where the number of casualties each year is greater than the number of fresh blood absorbed. First, give them something ruthless, and then consider giving them sweet treats. Carrots and sticks have always been the best taming tools for those in power, and this is even more true for those who are rebellious. Zhu Zhengwo has a feeling that the dear emperor actually agrees with Yu Huashan's idea, but he just doesn't want to make the situation more chaotic. If possible, he believes that the young emperor will personally lead 1,000,000 cavalry to ride on the rivers and lakes. But unfortunately there are constraints on both the north and the south, which consumes 90% of the troops. The two were about to continue the discussion when they suddenly heard Kao Zhengchen's voice from outside. Your Majesty, General Qi is here. A smile rose at the corner of Chu Yang's mouth. Zhu Zhengwo stroked his beard and smiled. I heard that the new firearms developed by the Qi family army have made progress. Last time, I was in a hurry and didn't have a good look. Today, I can finally feast my eyes. Then, Kao Zhengchen led Qi Jigwen and others into the Imperial study. I pay my respects to your Majesty. Qi Jigwen knelt on one knee and clasped his fists to salute. The others also knelt on the ground and said some auspicious words in a messy manner. They were all seeing the Emperor for the first time and were nervous and at a loss. Everyone, please stand up quickly. There are not so many rules here. You can be casual. Chu Yang pulled Qi Jigwen up with a smile and said, I know you are in trouble. I will take you to see the solution later. Qi Jigwen came at the right time. Chu Yang had just received a batch of machine tools from the Soul Palace last night. Hearing that there was a solution, Qi Jigwen couldn't help but feel a little excited, but he was the only one who was excited. The craftsmen and formation masters were looking around, looking at the luxuriously decorated Imperial study. Everyone was amazed. They had been in the firearms camp for most of their lives. Where had they seen these things? Kao Zhengchen subconsciously wanted to scold them. His Majesty was right in front of him. How could they behave so frivolously? But soon he felt Chu Yang's stern gaze. Kao Zhengchen shuddered and immediately looked at his nose and nose, pretending that he saw nothing. In the end, it was Qi Jigwen, who was sweating profusely, who scolded them. You guys should restrain yourself. This is the Imperial study, not the firearms camp. Only then did several people come to their senses, and cold sweat instantly soaked their backs. They knelt down again in fear. Chu Yang seemed to have expected it. He quickly raised his hand and dragged the knees of several people with spiritual power. The craftsmen looked at each other and found that they couldn't kneel down. The formation masters reacted faster and thanked in unison. Thank you, Your Majesty. You look too nervous. Let's talk somewhere else. Chu Yang smiled helplessly, then took them out of the Imperial study and went to a side hall closest to the bedroom. Last night, he placed all the machine tools in the side hall. Hundreds of machine tools lay quietly inside. When the door was opened, everyone was stunned. The shock from modern industry. Kao Zhengchen and Zhu Zhengwo might just be shocked by the picture and didn't know how powerful the things in front of them were. Qi Jigwen knew a little more than them because of what he saw and heard. He was trembling with excitement. The craftsmen were completely crazy. They swarmed into the side hall and gently stroked the cold machine tools with their hands. They couldn't feel the cold, but only felt that their palms were hot. The formation masters behaved more rationally. They circled around the machine tools and seemed to be thinking about where to add some auxiliary formations. Chu Yang walked to one of the machine tools and demonstrated to them how to operate it. The experienced craftsmen quickly became familiar with it, just like old masters who had been operating on the assembly line for many years. Chu Yang, who had been watching for a long time, couldn't help but sighed. Don't say it, you are really born with the ability to tighten screws. It's a pity not to work in the factory. The craftsman looked at him with confusion. Qi Jigwen asked, Your Majesty has long expected that the new firearms cannot be mass-produced, so you prepared these? Chu Yang smiled and nodded. Zhu Zhengwo sighed. Your Majesty has been busy training alchemists and taking time to help General Qi. Isn't it too tired? Qi Jigwen quickly clasped his fists and said, Your Majesty, please take care of yourself. Chu Yang laughed and said, I'm not a scholar, I'm not that delicate. Qi Jigwen suddenly frowned and asked, What about alchemists? Your Majesty wants to make pills. I dare to say that Your Majesty must not pursue the illusory immortal way. Emperors of all dynasties who have been involved in this matter have all ended up badly. What are you thinking about? Chu Yang explained the alchemy to Qi Jigwen with a smile, and the latter was shocked after listening. Compared with machine tools, using the flesh and blood of the demon race to make pills is even more incredible. But now it has become a fact. Qi Jigwen came back to his senses and immediately thought of the impact that alchemy would have on the world. He said in a deep voice, in this case, the demons roaming the streets may not be able to sit still. Zhu Zhengwo nodded seriously and said, the group of people who chose to turn to the demon clan wanted to make a breakthrough with the help of the demon clan's skills or bloodline power. They were willing to become traitors to the human race for this. Now a pill has made their hard work a joke. Qi Jigwen sighed. The demons will go crazy and may even do everything they can to snatch the pills and the alchemists. Zhu Zhengwo explained. This is why your majesty only does this in the northern central plains. The south has not yet been pacified, and the promotion of the pill will have to be postponed. Qi Jigwen said seriously. Please rest assured, your majesty, I will immediately start to quell the rebellion when I return this time. Chu Yang shook his head and said, don't worry. General Qi's words reminded me that, before dealing with the demons, we must first deal with the traitors. Those demons hiding in the Ming dynasty must be wiped out. Traitors who betrayed the country and the nation must not be allowed to live freely. Zhu Zhengwo seemed to have guessed Chu Yang's thoughts and asked, your majesty, do you want to use elixirs to lure them out? Chu Yang nodded and said meaningfully, I'm afraid that other things will be fished out by then. While the two were playing dumb, the craftsmen threw themselves on the machine tools, and the enthusiasm in their eyes did not fade with time. Someone excitedly reminded Qi Jigwen, General, we haven't shown your majesty the new firearms yet. If there are any shortcomings, please ask your majesty as soon as possible, otherwise you will have to make another trip later. Qi Jigwen hurriedly said, your majesty, we have made some new weapons. If you want to see them, I will send someone to bring them to you immediately. Of course. Ever since seeing the punk guns of the Qi family army last time, Chu Yang has been curious about what kind of guns they can make. The things are all on the ship. I'll have someone bring them over right away. No need. Let's go over and take a look. By the way, have someone move the machine to Lover. Your craftsmen must have been waiting anxiously. Then, Chu Yang prepared to go to the port with them, but when passing by the alchemy room, the formation masters brought by Qi Jigwen could not walk. Just like the craftsmen love machine tools, the formation masters are also obsessed with the formations in the alchemy room. General, let us take a look. The formation masters couldn't help but beg. Qi Jigwen was a little embarrassed and could understand them, but now was not the time to do this. Chu Yang smiled and said, it doesn't matter. Let them take a look for a while. Moving the machine tool is not something that can be done in a short time. Strictly speaking, whether it is a formation in the alchemy room or the formation engraved on the alchemy furnace, it is actually not difficult. It is not a particularly profound formation. The real essence lies in the mutual generation of the 5 element between the formations. If they understand this, their use of the formation will be improved. Ko Zengchen took the formation masters away. Chu Yang and Zhu Zhengwo followed Qi Jigwen to the port shore and boarded the ship. Chu Yang, who came for the second time, seemed to be familiar with the situation and went straight to the storage room of the cabin. Unlike the last time, there was only a single box this time. Qi Jigwen opened the box and took out the punk revolver they had worked so hard to make. Chu Yang was stunned by its huge size, and Zhu Zhengwo was also waiting with wide eyes. Is this thing a firearm? Zhu Zhengwo's impression of firearms is still the most primitive flintlock rifle, with a slender barrel as thin as a hemp pole, not the thick and big thing in front of him. Chu Yang was also a little confused. This thing looks like a revolver, but it has nothing to do with a revolver. Who would hold a revolver with 2 hands? In contrast, the copper tubes around the gun body and the air valve with a dashboard near the trigger gave Chu Yang a sense of familiarity. Wow, this is too violent. Your Majesty, the new firearms are quite powerful. We have tested them with spirit monsters. Many spirit monsters can only withstand 1 shot. Some scale armored spirit monsters can withstand 2 more shots. Even if they can survive, they will completely lose their combat capability. Qi Jigwen held a large revolver and smiled amiably, looking like the king of hell. Zhu Zhengwo's scalp tingled when he heard this. In his impression, the firearms were not so powerful. If spirit monsters could only withstand 2 or 3 shots, then the fate of warriors of the same level would be chilling just thinking about it. Your Majesty, these firearms must not flow into the civilian population, otherwise it will cause very serious problems, and the result may be more troublesome than the rebellion in the south. Let me say one thing, Qi's army should not be too suspicious, and those craftsmen should also be strictly supervised. Zhu Zhengwo's face was extremely heavy. Qi Jiguang immediately said seriously, "Don't worry, Lord Shen. Every craftsman in the firearms battalion knows his responsibility and can be trusted. They have entrusted their lives to me." Chu Yang said, "The structure of this thing is very complicated and requires precision processing. All aspects have been modified by the craftsman. It is very difficult for normal people to learn it, not to mention that there are a lot of formations waiting. Lord Shen, don't be nervous." Zhu Zhengwo sighed. "Such a sharp weapon will definitely be beneficial to our human race when it develops to a certain extent, but it will make the situation of warriors embarrassing." Chu Yang fully understood. As the saying goes, a gun is fast at 7 steps away, and a gun is accurate and fast within 7 steps. The development of firearms does not have much impact on masters above the Grandmaster level, but it is undoubtedly a devastating blow to warriors in the martial arts world who have undergone 9 blood changes. Chu Yang whispered, "Times are changing, and people are changing too. If you can't keep up with the times, then it is right for you to be eliminated. This has been the case for thousands of years." "Yes." Zhu Zhengwo was stunned. Chu Yang took the revolver from Qi Jiguang and weighed it. It was about 10 pounds. It was difficult for ordinary people to lift it, not to mention aiming. The crochets were nowhere to be found. From this perspective, Zhu Zhengwo's worries seemed unnecessary, unless the firearms battalion could get a few lightweight ones. After playing with it for a while, and looking at it for a while, Qi Jiguang put the revolver back. Zhu Zhengwo's wish was fulfilled, and he showed an unsatisfied expression. Sure enough, men like to play with guns, no matter what age they are. After looking at the new firearms, the only thing left was to move the machine tools onto the ship. Although there were no firearms this time, it was possible to load all the machine tools. Before leaving, Chu Yang stuffed another blueprint into Qi Jiguang's hand and told him that it was a powerful weapon on the battlefield. Qi Jiguang took a look at it. The words on the blueprint were stained by ink and were a little unclear. He could only read it slowly. What? Machine gun. Chapter 214. Leave. A fool has his own luck. Qi Jiguang only stayed in the capital for 1 day before leaving. He came and went in a hurry, which made Chu Yang sigh that he was even busier than the emperor. The machine tools on that ship will arrive in Jinling City in 3 to 5 days, and then they will start to play their role. Once the guns on the blueprint are mass produced, it won't take long to change the world. The offensive and defensive transformation of the human and demon races is imminent. The demon race doesn't know that the real doomsday is coming. They are enjoying themselves on this small island of Japan, turning it into a hell on earth and a paradise for the demon race, or watching and waiting silently, waiting for the demon disaster that ravages the 10,000 demons kingdom to appear in the territory of the Ming dynasty. Compared with the demon race, Chu Yang is more worried about the weird demons, which are a kind of life that should not appear in the world. As an existence that almost killed him, Chu Yang has a deep impression of demons. The ominous breath flowing from their blood seems to pollute the whole world, turning people into crazy, cold-blooded, and even irrational monsters. The 10,000 demons kingdom must be visited. Chu Yang will not care whether Zhu Zhengwo or others agree or not. 2 or 3 days later, good news came from Lu Xiaofeng. He successfully broke through to the Grandmaster realm and became one of the few martial arts grandmasters in the Ming dynasty. Although his realm had been broken through, he still looked unreliable, and his smugness was written all over his face. Taking advantage of nothing to do, and also to celebrate for Lu Xiaofeng, Chu Yang set up a table in the Xianwang mansion, with Li Jixiao, Hua Manlao, Sikeng Zaixing, and Chehu who came uninvited. The Imperial Guards were dispersed, and went to the north and south respectively. Chehu also left the Imperial Guards at that time. He was kicked out by Zhu Zhengwo, and sent directly to Li Jixiao. The two got along very well, just like they knew each other in their previous life. Li Jixiao invited Chehu to join the team he was about to form. Chehu agreed without thinking, because he believed in Li Jixiao's character. Lu Xiaofeng also received an invitation from the Six Gates, and it was Jiuo Bujing who came to talk in person. He admired Lu Xiaofeng's ability to handle cases and his intelligence that could be used at any time. It's a pity that Lu Xiaofeng declined Jiuo Bujing's proposal. The reason is simple. He likes freedom. Letting a prodigal give up his freedom is equivalent to letting him die. To be honest, he doesn't like handling cases that much. He can only do it reluctantly every time he is caught up. If possible, Lu Xiaofeng hopes that he can live a quiet and ordinary life, doing nothing every day, drinking, gambling, and it would be best if there are a few confidants around him. The work intensity of the 6 gates is too high, and there is no moment of idleness, which is seriously different from Lu Xiaofeng's life creed. It seems that Jujutsu felt Lu Xiaofeng's sincerity. He never mentioned this matter again. He gave Lu Xiaofeng a 6 gates waste card and asked Lu Xiaofeng to go to the local 6 gates for help if he had any trouble in the future. Lu Xiaofeng happily took the waste card. There was no gift more suitable for him than this. At the same time, he also understood Jujutsu's intentions and waited for him to change his mind in a more subtle way. After finishing the meal, Lu Xiaofeng planned to leave. He had been in the capital for a long time and was a little bored. Most importantly, he had been to all the newly opened brothels in the past 2 years. There was nothing here worth his nostalgia. Li Jixio also planned to go out for a walk to enrich his team. It was said that he already had a favorite candidate. Chu Yang certainly knew who he had chosen, but he was still curious whether the plot would change. For example, the appearance of Chehu was very different from the original plot. After you gather everyone, we will go to Yahua Palace and find Yaoyu to learn the Mingyu Gong. Ah, your majesty, we are really going. Do you think I'm kidding you? It's not good to offend Yahua Palace easily. The Divine Marquis just said 2 days ago that he wanted to cooperate with the major sects. Can't you just treat it as cooperation? Well, your majesty makes sense. The Mingyu Gong is necessary for Li Jixio. The martial arts he knows are too powerful, and he still has the true essence of the wedding dress magic skill passed down to him by Yan Nanshan in his body. If he doesn't balance them, the imbalance of yin and yang will continue in the long run, and it will backfire on him sooner or later. How is Master Zeng doing recently? Since that day, Master has not left the house, and has been staying at home alone. Even I cannot go in to visit him. Well, give him some time. A person cannot live in the memories of the past. If he does not take that step, he will never become a grandmaster in his life. That's what you said, but I'm still worried. I hope Master can break through his own demonic barrier. When talking about Zheng Dongyu, Li Jixio was a little depressed. He might be the person who could understand him the most. He had a very embarrassing time when he was trapped by the demonic barrier in his heart. If Chu Yang had not accompanied him to drink, he would probably have had a hard time holding on until today. After eating and drinking, everyone returned to their respective rooms to rest. The Xian Wang mansion became quiet again in the night. Chu Yang did not return to the palace, but slept in his previous room. In the past few years, he rarely slept here because he was not sleeping well. He was afraid that his cheap brother would want to kill him if he had any problem, so he tossed and turned every night. Later, he lingered in the brothels. The more crowded the place was, the more at ease he felt. Only in such an environment could he sleep well. He didn't know if it was a psychological effect. Tonight, he slept soundly, and his heart was no longer tormented as before. The next morning, Chu Yang, who had just left the room, heard from the housekeeper that Lu Xiaofeng and Li Jixio had left. They left in a hurry, without even saying hello, perhaps because they were afraid that saying hello would make it more difficult for them to leave. Looking at the cold Xian Wang mansion, Chu Yang was in a daze. Time passed slowly. With the help of the 6 gates and the Divine Marquis mansion, the matter of the elixir gradually became known to everyone, causing an uproar in the entire martial arts world. Some people believed it, while others did not. Some even said that it was a conspiracy. The court did not explain and let the rumors spread. It just issued a reward for the flesh and blood of the monster clan in various major cities. The price was a bit expensive, and after the elixir was made, it would be split 50-50. Hunting monsters is an act of tying one's life to one's belt. It is hard to accept that half of it is taken away at once. However, they do not know that this is the result of Zhu Zhengwo's hard work. Chu Yang initially set a 90% split. Strangely enough, the higher the price, the more people in the martial arts world believe that this is true. Many people have the idea of giving it a try. A few days later, the city was full of warriors carrying monsters, looking for alchemists to make pills. Most of the monsters were not highly skilled, including both demon beasts and spirit monsters, and even some were just ordinary wild beasts. The bodies of the wild beasts were dragged away by the city butchers amid the laughter of the crowd. Then the guards of the city and the constables in black robes appeared, recorded the names of the warriors present, and the monsters they hunted, and agreed on a time to pick up the pills. The warriors dared not act rashly, because he was a constable from the Shenhao mansion. Zheng Dao is 20 years old this year. He started practicing martial arts at the age of 8, and it has been 12 years. For 12 years, he has been staying at the stage of strengthening his body. His peers have already completed blood transfusions, but he has not even had one. It is an exaggeration to say that his talent is mediocre. He could no longer stay in his hometown, so he simply came out to broaden his horizons. As a result, he encountered a fight between monsters on the road, which almost scared Zheng Dao half to death. Fortunately, there was a tree hole nearby. He hid in the cave for a day and dared to crawl out at night when it was quiet. After walking a few steps, he saw blood all over the ground and half of the body of a white fox. I think it should be that the fight failed and became the opponent's food. The winning monster only ate half, and the appetite was not big. Zheng Dao plucked up the courage to step forward and carefully examine the remaining half of the white fox body. Zheng Dao, whose ancestors were hunters, could see that the fur was of very good quality. If he took it to the city to sell, he would definitely be able to sell it for a lot of silver, so he smiled. What is this called? If you survive a disaster, you will have good fortune in the future. Before any wild beasts came over smelling the blood, Zheng Dao quickly packed up the half carcass of the fox and happily rushed to the city. It was still dark, and the guard at the city gate was yawning, and then he saw Zheng Dao carrying the fox corpse from a distance. Brother, are you here to make the elixir too? The guard looked at the fox corpse on Zheng Dao's shoulder curiously. What elixir? Zheng Dao was stunned and had no idea what the guard was talking about. You don't know? Seeing that he was looking at him with doubt, the guard had to patiently explain the matter of the elixir, and then smiled and said, you are the first to bring the flesh and blood of the demon race into the city. If you want to make an elixir, you are probably the first warrior to eat the elixir. I'm the first. Zheng Dao's heart moved, and he hurriedly said, then please let me into the city quickly, brother guard. I understand. The guard laughed, and didn't find anything strange on Zheng Dao. After thinking about it, he let him in. Zheng Dao went straight to the government office in the prefecture. His heart was beating hard, like a drum. In the dark, he had a premonition that this might be his chance. At the gate of the government office, the guards and constables were waiting in full battle array, but they only waited for a man with a simple and honest face. He carried half of the fox corpse, looked at the group of ferocious court lackeys with eager eyes, and asked stutteringly, I heard from the guard at the city gate that the flesh and blood of the monsters can be exchanged for elixirs that improve martial arts cultivation, right? Yes. As the person in charge of this city, Leng said, but let me make it clear first. 50% of the refined elixirs must be handed over. Zheng Dao grinned, no problem. The flesh and blood of the monsters were originally useless and could not even be eaten. Now that they can be used to make elixirs, it is already a profit. As for handing over 50%, what's the point of being distressed about something you picked up? Come and write your name. Leng patiently helped Zheng Dao fill in the information. The other party could not read, so the process was inevitably a bit difficult, but there was no trace of irritation on the girl's face, and her expression was always calm. As the youngest of the 4 great detectives of the 6 gates, Leng often has to take care of her senior brothers like an adult, especially the 3rd senior brother Zufeng. He looks handsome when he doesn't speak, but he looks like a fool when he speaks, with his brain almost falling out of his mouth. But the master likes to let her team up with the 3rd senior brother to perform tasks. He is really annoying on the way. Leng can't remember how many times he wanted to cut the 3rd senior brother into pieces. It is precisely because of being with annoying people for a long time that Leng has a high tolerance for people. As long as this person doesn't call her real name in front of her, she can sit down and talk about the big things slowly. After filling in the identity information, Zheng Dao stood at the gate of the yamen and waited silently, like a statue. If you don't know, you would think he is also a member of the detectives. Leng Leng couldn't stand it, so he pulled him aside and asked, "It will take a while to refine the elixir. Don't you have anywhere to go? Don't just wait here." Zheng Dao scratched his head and said, "No. He just came to the city to find a job, make a living, and continue to practice martial arts to see if there is a chance to enter the realm of blood exchange. Go for a walk on the street. There's no one on the street." Who said that? The breakfast vendors should be setting up their stalls. Hearing about breakfast, Zheng Dao's eyes lit up, and he nodded quickly. "Then I'll go and see." Leng Leng breathed a sigh of relief and waved his hand, saying, "Go quickly. By the time you finish eating, the elixir will be almost ready." Zheng Dao nodded, turned around and walked towards the street with a smile, thinking about what to eat later. A young constable came over and asked, "Sister, why did you say so much to him? This guy is stupid. Standing with us affects our image." He said coldly, "If we don't drive him away, others will think that all the 6 gates are like this. How can we embarrass our master when we go out?" The young constable agreed. "Sister, you are right." Not long after, more and more people appeared at the gate of the yamen. They all came to refine pills after hearing the news. With more people, the gate seemed very crowded, and the constables complained in a low voice. "This is a temporary requisitioned place. If you want a comfortable place to do your work, wait until the alchemy workshop is built. Now cheer up." Leng Leng took out the senior sister's heirs, and a cold shout shocked the constables. Someone in the crowd recognized her identity and shouted loudly, "It's Leng, one of the 4 great constables of the 6 gates." Hearing the 3 words Leng, the crowd immediately boiled and squeezed forward, wanting to see the style of the legendary 4 great constables. The 6 gates have a high reputation among the people, not only because of the reputation of Jujutsu, but also because of their duties, which have a closer connection with the people. Demons and big monsters are not common, and people who use force to commit crimes are everywhere, especially in the first few years of the great changes in the world. The crime rate has risen sharply, and the public security in various parts of the Ming dynasty is very poor. It is the continuous efforts of the 6 gates over the years that have enabled the people to live and work in peace. At the narrow gate of the yamen, the excited people gradually lost control, and Leng Leng smelled a hint of danger. "Draw your sword." Leng Leng gave the order without hesitation. The guards and the constables said nothing, and each showed their weapons. The guards held Pudeo in their hands, while the constables of the 6 gates took out different weapons. Some people were swords, some were knives, some were flails, and some were iron rulers. There were all kinds of strange weapons. As soon as the cold weapons appeared, the restless crowd calmed down immediately, and the few people in the front tried their best to hide back, fearing that the gun would shoot the first bird. 6 gates is not your backyard. Everyone be careful. He glanced at the crowd with a cold gaze. When the crowd regained order, the detectives began to register in an orderly manner. At this moment, a man walked out of the yamen, holding a wooden box in his hand, and walked towards Leng Leng. A strange medicinal fragrance came from the box. The warrior closest to him just smelled it, and his whole body suddenly became stronger. "It's a pill." Chapter 215. Master Zheng Dao returned to the 7 Heroes town. The moment the blood and flesh pill appeared in people's sight, the gate of the government suddenly fell into a deathly silence. Countless greedy eyes fell on the wooden box. Leng Leng's face sank. "Why are you in such a hurry? It's not that we won't let you refine it. Just line up honestly and follow the rules. If anyone has other ideas, don't blame me for not reminding you that your life is not as hard as the sword of the 6 gates." After these words came out, they finally regained their sanity. Those present were all some wandering people in the rivers and lakes. The famous sects had not yet lowered their faces to contact the government. These rotten fish and shrimps in front of them did not have the courage to offend the 6 gates. However, some people were suspicious of this and whispered in the queue, "Why did someone come out with a pill at this time?" Suspicion spread rapidly like wildfire. Leng Leng looked at them with dissatisfaction and regretted taking this job in her heart. If it weren't for the master's instructions and insisting that she come, she would not like to stay with the reckless men. These people seem to have no brains. What's so good about a few demon corpses? Just at this time, Zheng Dao came back from the street after having a full meal. He patted his bloated belly, then squeezed through the crowd and walked inside, shouting, "Sir, where is my pill?" What a fool. Leng Leng glared at him with a look of disappointment. A guy with low martial arts skills dared to expose himself in broad daylight, revealing that he was carrying pills. Isn't he afraid of being robbed when he goes out? Zheng Dao obviously didn't think about this matter. He just saw more and more people, afraid that his pills would go down the drain, and looked at Leng Leng anxiously. "Give the pills to that fool," Leng Leng said unhappily. The constables took the wooden box from the alchemist's hands, then walked to Zheng Dao and stuffed the pills into his arms. Zheng Dao sniffed the wooden box with his nose greedily, and the refreshing smell of medicine was about to get into his brain. Although he didn't know the effect of the elixir, Zheng Dao still carefully put away the wooden box. Just as he was about to leave, he heard a cold voice in his ear. "Fool, you'd better eat the elixir before leaving. If you leave the city, you will be eaten by others in a short time." Leng Leng snorted heavily. Zheng Dao's steps were stiff, and he turned his head slowly like a robot, and his neck seemed to be screwed. He was simple-minded, but not stupid. He immediately looked back at the warriors, who were queuing up. Those people did not hide their greed, and their eyes were red, as if they wanted to eat people. Zheng Dao was frightened, and quickly stepped back a few steps, hiding beside the constables, trembling with fear, and not knowing what to do. "Hurry up and eat." Leng Leng saw his lukewarm look and immediately thought of the annoying third brother, and a surge of evil fire rushed to his head. "Oh, okay." Zheng Dao, who realized it later, took out the wooden box from his arms. With just this one action, he felt the hot gazes around him. Although he was a bit slow, he was not a fool. He knew what this look meant, so he opened the wooden box without saying anything, and swallowed the pill inside. As expected, as he finished this action, the restless warriors at the gate of the government became calm, and their eyes changed from greed to curiosity. The warriors here had exchanged blood 5 or 6 times at most, so everyone could feel Zheng Dao's pure true essence and blood, and knew that he was a rookie who had not even completed the blood exchange. How much effect can a pill have? The moment he swallowed the pill, Zheng Dao felt as if he had swallowed a small sun. The hot bowl rolled along the esophagus all the way to the dantian in the abdomen, and it was so hot that he was a little dazed. "Hurry up and breathe," Leng Leng reminded again. After all, she was a person with a cold face and a warm heart. She didn't want to see Zheng Dao fail. Zheng Dao looked at Leng Leng gratefully, then sat cross-legged and digested the pill. His internal strength was a basic skill that was common on the street. The route of ki circulation was simple and direct, so the effect was very general. Even so, Zheng Dao completed his first blood transfusion in an instant, and the skin on his neck and arms turned red, as if he had just walked out of a sauna. Everyone was watching his breakthrough with great interest. The effect of the elixir is not bad, as it can allow people to complete a blood transfusion in an instant. However, for warriors like us who have undergone blood transfusions 3 or 4 times, the effectiveness of the elixir may still be insufficient. One of the warriors sighed, and the voice was not loud, but everyone around could hear it clearly. Leng Leng frowned and looked at the person who was speaking. Her intuition told her that this person was strange. Just as she was about to arrest him for questioning, Zheng Dao's aura suddenly changed. "He is undergoing a second blood transfusion," someone shouted loudly. At first, the group of people were just watching the excitement, but when Zheng Dao performed a second blood transfusion, their eyes widened. Leng Leng's expression also became solemn. Performing 2 blood transfusions in a row is quite dangerous. If the foundation is not good, the failure of blood transfusion will cause a very serious deficit, affecting the potential of martial arts in the future. A faint smoke came out of Zheng Dao's body. Oh my god, it's the 3rd blood transfusion. Isn't he afraid of exhausting himself to death? No matter how healthy you are, you can't do 3 blood transfusions in a row. Young people are impatient and don't know that there will be no good end if you act too hastily. Before the gossip was finished, Zheng Dao's momentum changed again. This time, even Leng Leng couldn't help but exclaimed, "The 4th blood transfusion? He doesn't stop. Is he looking for death?" Those genius disciples of famous sects have never had the experience of blood transfusion 4 times in a row. Blood transfusion is an important realm for martial artists to lay the foundation. The more perfect the process is, the further you can go on the road of martial arts in the future. No one will choose to rush for success. Don't force yourself. Forcibly depleting blood and blood for blood transfusion is almost cutting off your own martial arts. Leng thought that Zheng Dao was young and energetic, and he was a little too excited and didn't know to stop, so he reminded Zheng Dao to stop. Zheng Dao didn't feel reluctant at all. After 4 consecutive blood transfusions, his body was still full of blood and ki, so he chose to continue to break through the barrier and put the cold advice aside. And this time it was not as smooth as before. The 5th blood transfusion took more time than the previous ones combined, and Zheng Dao felt tired. But in the end, the blood transfusion was completed smoothly. Zheng Dao gave up the 6th blood transfusion. Everything he had now was far beyond his expectations. Being content is the truth his father taught him, since he was a child. The unknown silly boy became a master of 5 blood transfusions in just a cup of tea. Where is the elixir? Quickly refine my elixir. Don't take 50%. Give me 30%. No, give me 1. Please help me refine the elixir. The gate of the yamen suddenly became very noisy, and everyone had an excited expression on their faces. In a small alley not far away, someone was secretly watching this scene. Your Majesty, you deliberately left half of the fox corpse for Zheng Dao. Did you actually take a fancy to his talent? You are wrong. His talent is indeed very poor, but he is hardworking and has a solid foundation. It reminds me of someone. But Lord Guo? That's Master Guo. He was originally mediocre in talent, but he suddenly became enlightened after the age of 30, and later became a master of his generation. Master of his generation. You have a high opinion of Zheng Dao. In the next era, the master is no longer an unattainable realm for warriors. I hope it will be as you wish. Hiding in the alley were Chu Yang and Zhu Zhengwo. Seeing his friends leave one by one, Chu Yang felt the feeling of being a caged bird in the huge forbidden city again. He couldn't help but sneak out of the capital and planned to go out for a walk to get some fresh air. As a result, he was caught by the old fox Zhu Zhengwo halfway. Zhu Zhengwo did not nag Chu Yang to persuade him to return to the capital, but proposed to go to other prefectures together. Chu Yang readily agreed. On the way, they met Zheng Dao, who was avoiding a fight with a monster. Chu Yang killed the monster on a whim and left half of the monster body for Zheng Dao, which led to the following story. That half fox monster was actually a spirit monster, and it had a deep cultivation level and was about to be promoted to a great monster. It was very effective in refining elixirs. However, as the final step in a martial arts breakthrough, such an elixir was too strong. Others might not be able to bear it, but Zheng Dao absorbed this blood very well. That's why Chu Yang said that he had a solid foundation. Your Majesty, this unintentional effort will soon bring unexpected rewards. Zheng Dao has a mediocre talent, but he can change blood 5 times in a row. If the news spreads, all the sects in the Ming dynasty will be shocked. Our plan can also be implemented in advance. Zhu Zhengwo's eyes flashed with a gleam of light, and he smiled like an old fox. Chu Yang shook his head. Just do it. Anyway, I don't need to do anything. The old fox wanted to trap the law. Zhu Zhengwo suddenly asked, where does your Majesty want to go? Kiksha Town. Chu Yang took a deep breath and smiled. Everything started from there. It has special meaning to me, so I want to go and see it. Zhu Zhengwo thought Chu Yang was referring to the fact that Guo Furong brought him out to travel the world, so he smiled and said, the daughter of Lord Guo behaves differently from ordinary people. I held her in my arms when she was little, but unfortunately I was too busy with work and didn't see her often. In the blink of an eye, she has grown into a big girl, different from ordinary people. Chu Yang sighed. You use a very conservative word. I have never met anyone more stupid than her. I almost fell down when I accompanied her out for a trip. Zhu Zhengwo stroked his beard and laughed. He rarely saw Chu Yang like this and found it really interesting. Please take care of the affairs in the capital, Lord Shen. Your Majesty, rest assured. This old minister should do this. Chu Yang glanced at Zheng Dao and saw that he was still immersed in great joy. He couldn't help but smiled and said, "This Zheng Dao is a good seedling. Take him in and train him well. Maybe there will be a surprise." Zhu Zhengwo nodded and said, "That's what I meant." A few words from the two of them changed a person's life. Qixia town is not far from the capital, and Chu Yang arrived just before dark. The last demon disaster made the town panic for a long time, and it has only recently recovered a little bit of popularity. At least Xiaomi dared to sleep at the door of Tang Fuan. Chu Yang waved his hand, and the sleeping Xiaomi floated in the air, slowly flew to the side and landed, and then he began to knock on the door. Liu Bei slept in the lobby, and the slightest movement would alarm him. This is a skill he has practiced for so many years as a thief. After a while, the door still did not open. Chu Yang fell into deep doubts. He decided to take back his previous evaluation of Liu Bei. He slept like a pig. If he went back to his old job with his alertness, he would be caught in minutes. Fortunately, his mother is a gold medal undercover. The front door was closed, so he could only go through the back door. Chu Yang turned a corner and jumped into the yard from outside. He heard a few faint snoring sounds. There were some changes in the backyard. The thatched shed next to the well was gone. It was smashed to pieces when the demons attacked last time. After Chu Yang left, Tong the shopkeeper did not build a new shed. He simply vacated it to store sundries. Xiao Jiuo and Xiao Ben's room was the most damaged. It had undergone a major renovation. It was changed from one room to two rooms, and it also had a small attic. It looked quite artistic. Other places were still the same. Chu Yang sat by the well with a smile in his eyes, and was stunned for a while. This place is magical. It has a kind of magic that can make people feel at ease. When the world is settled, you might as well come here and live for a while. The silent night passed quietly, and the next morning, a scream broke the quiet atmosphere. Jiuo Furen got up to wash her face, and looked at Chu Yang in shock, her fingers still trembling slightly. "No, how come you are here? You are sitting by the well." "I just got up, and was almost scared to death. I thought another demon came in." Chu Yang opened his eyes and sighed. "You haven't made any progress in your key training these days, and you are so surprised when you encounter something." Jiuo Furen said unhappily. "A normal person would be scared." "Okay." While the two were arguing, Dazu and Ziyakei's room was also opened. Dazu didn't even put on his clothes, and a belliband was hanging on his fat belly. He rushed out with his eyes closed and screamed, "Is there a thief?" "Don't be afraid, Xiao Jiuo, we are here to help you." Li Dazu rushed around in the yard with his eyes closed, and his cowardly and reckless appearance made Chu Yang laugh. The scholar standing by the door seemed to recognize Chu Yang. His pupils suddenly shrank, and he hurried out to grab Li Dazu. "Why are you holding me? Protect Xiao Jiuo. Stop making trouble, Dazu, or you'll lose your life." "So fierce. Hurry up and report to the police." Lu Ziyakei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He held Li Dazu's head with his hands and turned it to the side so that he could see Chu Yang clearly. Then Dazu stopped talking, and his whole body was shaking, like he was having the shiver. The door curtain was pushed open, and Baizhen Tang and Tong Xiangayu appeared together. Tong Xiangayu shouted, "What are you talking about so early in the morning, Xiao Jiuo? It's not time to open the store yet, and you have a howling voice, so you don't need to sleep." That's right. Liu Bei was fanning the flames. The moment he saw Chu Yang, he was stunned, and then he shivered like Dazu. Dazu was scared, because he offended Chu Yang, and Liu Bei felt like a cat seeing a mouse. The impression this gentleman made last time was too deep. "Hey, your majesty, why are you in the yard?" Tong Xiangayu shuddered, then quickly put on a smile. Chu Yang smiled and said, "I wanted to see you guys, but I knocked on the door for a long time but no one responded. It was cold and dark outside, so I had to hide in the yard." Tong Xiangayu was furious after hearing this, and immediately grabbed Liu Bei's ear and scolded him. Chapter 216 I want to make money. "Prince, do you want to buy jewelry? The Qixia town is like another world in the Ming dynasty. The people here only care about the things here. The capital is not far away, but they don't even know who the emperor is. Everyone in Tangfuin still calls Chu Yang the original prince. The people here only know that the original emperor has passed away, and now there is a new emperor. As for who it is, they are not very interested. For most people, the emperor seems to be just a code name. Even Jujutsu is like this. She doesn't even know that her father is no longer the instructor of the 800,000 Imperial Guards. She is happy and harmonious like a fool every day. Hey, senior brother, you came to see me. Did you bring any gifts? Bring a hammer. Where is the hammer? Jujutsu's intelligence level has a tendency to be seriously assimilated, although she was not very smart to begin with. The two chatted in the lobby. Because it was too early, there were no guests at this time. Speaking of which, there is not even a guest staying in an inn. The business of Tong Fu Inn is really bleak. Thus, Chu Yang became the god of wealth in the eyes of Tong, who served a table of delicious dishes without his order. Jujutsu drooled at the sight of the delicious fish and meat. Your Highness, our store doesn't have much to eat. Please make do with it for now. I'll ask Dazedui to buy some food later. Sitting in the main seat, Tong covered his mouth with a palace fan and looked at Chu Yang with a smile, as if he wanted to say something but couldn't. Chu Yang didn't know whether to laugh or cry when the innkeeper had to buy food on the spot. He simply took out a few thick silver ingots from his arms and put them in front of him. The moment he saw the silver ingots, Tong's eyes shone like an incandescent lamp, and his eyes widened to the limit that humans could reach. Chu Yang was stunned. But before shopkeeper Tong could be happy, Jujutsu quickly grabbed the silver and said loudly, "This is a gift from my senior brother." Jujutsu. Shopkeeper Tong jumped up, walked quickly to Jujutsu's side, stretched out his hand, and started to grab. "How dare you say that? How many things in the store have you broken these days? My blue and white porcelain bowls and plates and fragrant sandalwood stools. Don't you want money for these? And the guests you injured and scared away are all losses of the store. I didn't care about you when I didn't have money before, but now that you have money, why don't you pay me back?" In shopkeeper Tong's words, Jujutsu was like a bully who almost bankrupted Tong Fu Inn. Jujutsu was also stunned by what she heard and subconsciously loosened her hand and showed the silver. Shopkeeper Tong's hand was so fast that he left a phantom in the air and took the silver back in no time. Liu Bei, who was passing by, said in shock, "Shopkeeper, you've chosen the wrong career. If you had followed me a few years earlier, you might have been the thief saint." Chu Yang also nodded and said, "When people are anxious, their potential can be brought out." Shopkeeper Tong stuffed the silver into her arms and returned to her previous ladylike posture, covering her mouth and laughing. Please forgive me, Your Majesty. I run a small business and it's rare to meet such a generous customer like yours." Chu Yang smiled and waved his hands and said, "Junior sister has caused a lot of trouble for you here. This little money is not a token of my appreciation, but it's just a thank you. I will stay at Tong Fu Inn for a while. I'll trouble you in every aspect, shopkeeper Tong. I hope you can take care of it. The god of wealth is going to live in Tong Fu Inn. What are you talking about? It's not me who takes care of you, it's you who takes care of us." Shopkeeper Tong laughed so hard that his mouth couldn't close. His wild and unrestrained laughter echoed in the lobby, just as scary as a fox that stole a chicken. Liu Bei was shivering beside him. After that, she ran to the backyard to urge Li Dazu to cook more dishes, regardless of whether Chu Yang could finish the food or not. It was okay if he couldn't finish it. There were so many people in the inn, and everyone could finish the leftovers with a bite. Tong Xiangai never did business at a loss. Jujutsu sat in a chair in a daze. She was still craving for the food on the table just now, but now she didn't even look at it, muttering to herself, "My money." She didn't even pay attention to the food, and it seemed that she was really sad. Chu Yang put a chicken leg in her bowl and comforted her. "You get used to losing money. You see, I never take it to heart." Jujutsu stared at Chu Yang, her voice full of tears. "Of course you don't care if you have money. If you were a poor person, you would still say this." Chu Yang agreed with this and nodded quickly, sighing, "Fortunately, I have money." Jujutsu. After disgusting Jujutsu, Chu Yang made up for the depression of being almost cheated to death by her when he was in the martial arts world. Chu Yang laughed happily, his appetite was opened, and he began to eat up everything at the table. Jujutsu stuffed the chicken leg in the bowl into her mouth and took a big bite, as if she had made up her mind, "I want to make money." Chu Yang smiled with relief. Well, you have ambition. May I ask how a heroine makes money? You want to rob the rich and help the poor? I don't know which kind person will meet a bad guy like you. Thinking of her previous achievements, Jiuo Furing felt guilty and angry and said angrily, I want to make money in a serious way. Chu Yang was surprised. Have you ever thought about something improper before? Jiuo Furing ate the chicken leg in a hurry and shouted to the scholar who was counting accounts at the counter, Mr. Liu, I have decided to help you publish a book. The scholar was so scared that he threw the pen in his hand away. He regretted letting Jiuo Furing read the novel he wrote. Seeing her talking nonsense, he, who was already a little thin-skinned, hurried over to try to cover Jiuo Furing's mouth. What are you doing? Jiuo Furing had practiced martial arts, so how could she let the scholar succeed? She slapped the scholar so hard that he cried out, don't be so loud, or everyone will know that I'm writing a book. Luziake said with a red face. If they know, then they know. What's there to be embarrassed about? Jiuo Furing looked at him in confusion, thinking that he was making a fuss. Luziake pulled Jiuo Furing aside and whispered, the prince is still here. Jiuo Furing was still confused. He's doing his thing. What does it have to do with your writing? Luziake said embarrassedly, I also wrote the prince into the book, and he's a big villain. If the prince knew, would I be? As he said that, Luziake made a throat-slitting gesture. Jiuo Furing's eyes widened. When was it written? Why didn't I see it? Luziake explained. The latest plot was written not long ago. When you came last time, the prince cut off the arms of the two eunuchs and then sat on the ground with his old friends to drink. The prince is unrestrained and heroic, left a deep impression on me. After I got the inspiration, I brewed it for a long time before writing it. Jiuo Furing asked in confusion, according to what you said, my senior brother should be a decent person. Luziake said embarrassedly, if he is a decent person, doesn't it make me look too weak? The magic pen scholar Luodi is the protagonist. Jiuo Furing looked at Luziake deeply. You are really a stuffy guy. After talking for a long time, Jiuo Furing finally knew why Luziake was afraid that Chu Yang would know that he was writing a novel. If Chu Yang wanted to read it, Luziake would have no way to refuse. If a prince knew that he was written into a novel and was a villain, he would definitely not let Luziake go. This is generally true, but Jiuo Furing knew Chu Yang's character very well. Although he was a bit venomous sometimes, he was a very good person. She had caused him so much trouble, and it was not certain that he would get up one night and kill her. Thinking of this, Jiuo Furing realized it later and felt a little ashamed. What did you write for my senior brother? Show it to me. Jiuo Furing glared and said angrily. Don't worry, I didn't write it randomly. How could Luziake dare to write the prince casually? He spent a lot of effort on this role, even more than the protagonist, and created a very charismatic villain. After a while, the two hid behind the stairs to check the content of the novel to see if there was anything out of line. After reading the general plot, Jiuo Furing's face gradually improved. Just as Ziake said, he didn't write it randomly. The villain based on Chu Yang was very interesting. She was fascinated after reading only a few paragraphs. Well, it's okay. Senior brother won't blame you if you write like this. Jiuo Furing took the manuscript and read it over and over again for a while, then said, it's just that the name of King Zioyao is a bit common. Can you give it a cooler name? No, the word Zioyao is very artistic, and it fits the prince's free and easy temperament. Luziake, who was discussing the novel, suddenly became confident. Think about the prince's posture when he faced the enemy last time. He was even more calm and freehand than Jiuo Juxia. He defeated two masters with a wave of his hand. Such a villain can put more pressure on the protagonist and force the protagonist to grow up. When he is defeated by the protagonist, the readers will have a stronger sense of substitution. Jiuo Furing was persuaded by the eloquent scholar. She immediately felt that the three words King Zioyao were very appropriate, so she stopped questioning. The prince really won't mind. Don't worry, he'd like you to write him more handsome. No problem at all. As long as the prince is happy, it's okay to change him to the protagonist. Hey, you look so disgusting now, just like the treacherous minister in the storybook. Who are you talking about? Then the two of them discussed the matter of publishing a book, whispering behind the stairs, but no matter how quietly they spoke, they couldn't escape Chu Yang's ears. After hearing that he was written as King Zhao, Chu Yang felt a little amused and confused. He always felt that this name was a little familiar. No wonder Jiuo Furong said it was a common name. But let them be, anyway, the name is just a code name. Jiuo Furong vowed to make money, but it turned out that she wanted to help the scholar publish books. I don't know where she got the channel from. What are you two doing here? You are so blatantly lazy. Aren't you afraid that the shopkeeper will come down and tell you about it? Liu Bei appeared out of nowhere and fanned the rag on his shoulder in front of the two people, blowing dust everywhere in the air. Ahem, Liu Bei, you came at the right time. I have something to discuss with you. Jiuo Furong was about to get angry, but then she rolled her eyes and pulled Liu Bei to the other side to talk in private. Chu Yang also heard the general idea. What she meant was that Jiuo Furong wanted Liu Bei to be a supervisor. In case the publisher was not satisfied with the content written by Lu Ziake and Ziake was unwilling to change it, she would let Liu Bei give him a strong pressure. Numb points, itchy points, and mute points one by one. The viciousness was comparable to Zhao Bei OP. Chu Yang almost laughed out loud after listening to the whole set of procedures. If Master Jiuo saw his daughter's capitalist face, he would be furious. In just a short while, shopkeeper Tong came out of the boudoir, but her expression was a little worried. She was so happy just now, but now she looked unhappy. Why are you guys gathered together instead of working properly? Have you mopped the floor? Have you wiped the tables and benches? Open all the windows for ventilation. There are so many things to do, but why are you standing there? Shopkeeper Tong acted like a strong woman who was resolute, and she scolded the employees. Everyone didn't know why the shopkeeper who was fine just now suddenly became so aggressive, but they didn't dare to ask and returned to their work in shame. After that, she smiled apologetically at Chu Yang and said, "I'm sorry to have made you laugh." Chu Yang took a sip of wine. It's good to have some fun. Jiuo Furong wanted to sit down and continue to accompany Chu Yang for the feast, but was pulled up by Tong. Go to the backyard to wake up Zhao Bei to go to school. It's so late, and she's still sleeping. I'll deduct your money if she's late. Why? Jiuo Furong was anxious. The 3 words deduct money had a great impact on her. She didn't even have any extra arguments with Tong, and disappeared in the hall with a whoosh. Liu Bei sighed. If Zhao Jiuo had been with me for a few years, he might have been a thief saint. The streets are full of thieves. How can others live? Tong said unhappily. Come up with me. I have something to talk to you about. I have something to talk to you about again. There are quite a lot of people looking for me today. Liu Bei smiled and jumped up the stairs. No matter what the shopkeeper wanted him to do, he would do less work. It was natural for workers to slack off. Not long after, voices were heard in the room. Chu Yang was not interested in eavesdropping, but his 5 senses were too strong now. Even if he deliberately suppressed them, he still vaguely heard a few words. Lei Wu's things, cancel the account, hand them over to the government office, sell them separately. Shopkeeper Tong got a batch of stolen goods by chance. They were things left by a tomb robber. She was afraid that she would not be able to explain them clearly if she handed them over to the government office, so Liu Bei suggested that she find a few fools with a lot of money to take advantage of them and disassemble the jewelry and sell them one by one. That's probably what happened. Chu Yang could understand their taboos. Magistrate Lao was still honest, but this kind of unclear matter, coupled with Liu Bei's past, was really hard not to be suspicious. It's better to have less trouble than more. The sound of footsteps came. Liu Bei and shopkeeper Tong went downstairs. Chu Yang had just had enough wine and food, so he asked Liu Bei to clean up the table. Shopkeeper Tong glanced at the table and found that the food was eaten up by Chu Yang. He was immediately shocked. Chu Yang ate up all the food that the whole inn couldn't finish in 3 days. Your Highness, you really have a huge appetite. Aren't you afraid of food accumulation? For martial artists, a little exercise will burn it off. Then you can't gain weight, even if you eat whatever you want. Is martial arts useful in this way? No, I just have a special physique. While the two were chatting, Shopkeeper Tong quickly approached Chu Yang and sat down, looking at Chu Yang lovingly. "Your Highness, are you buying jewelry?" Liu Bei, who was wiping the table, felt his legs go limp when he heard this and knelt on the ground, almost frightened to death. "Chu Yang, if you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels." Chapter 217. There is a secret behind the stolen goods. Meet Zeduo Kayanu again. Otherwise, it has to be Tong Xiangyu. She took advantage of Chu Yang. With this courage, she can do something big, even if she is not the shopkeeper of Tangfuan. Liu Bei was not so good. He was so scared that he sat on the ground and couldn't get up for a long time. "So I'm the one who was fooled by that person who was stupid and rich?" Chu Yang shook his head and laughed, but he was not angry. Instead, he said to Tong Xiangyu, "Shopkeeper Tong, your inn also sells jewelry?" Tong Xiangyu laughed dryly. "It's just to make a little money to supplement the family." Chu Yang thought for a while and said, "In this case, Shopkeeper Tong, let me take a look. If it's not bad, I can consider buying some." "Thank you, Your Highness." Tong Xiangyu got up happily and went back to the second floor. When passing by Liu Bei, she didn't forget to kick him. "Go and close the door." Liu Bei dared not to be angry and quickly got up and closed the door that had just been opened. It was indeed a bit dangerous to expose those burial objects in broad daylight. Soon, Tong Xiangyu came down step by step with the bundle in her arms. The things looked quite heavy and she was struggling. At this moment, Chu Yang felt something strange. It seemed that there was something in the bundle. Boom. Tong Xiangyu put the bundle on the table, wiped the sweat from her forehead, and said, "Your Highness, please choose it yourself. Take whatever you like." After that, she untied the bundle and revealed the things inside. A strong yin energy rushed over. Perhaps because of their low cultivation level, except for Chu Yang, no one else seemed to feel it, even Tong Xiangyu who was closest to them. These things were all underworld objects. If a living person came into contact with them for a long time, they would get sick at the least or die at the worst. Although Tong Xiangyu was a little greedy, she also knew the taboos and didn't touch these buried jewelry, so the impact on her body was not great. Chu Yang had no taboos at all. He picked a piece of jewelry at random and held it in his hand. The yin energy on it quickly melted and was swallowed up by Fengdu. This little thing was not even a snack. At most, it was just a sip of milk tea. Chu Yang searched and removed the negative energy from it until he found a white jade ring. He stopped. The ring had a fine and moist texture, and its luster was as condensed as oil. It was the best white jade. If it was just good texture, Chu Yang would not care about it. There were many such things in the palace. What really concerned Chu Yang was that there was a trace of true essence and a trace of mental power in the ring. The mental power contained a torrent of information. To be able to do this, the original owner of the ring had reached the level of a grandmaster in martial arts, and was at the peak state, and could break through at any time. How could there be such a thing in the tomb of Prince Zin in Taping Mountain? It happened to be dug out by Lei Leo Wu, a tomb robber. It can only be said that it was God's will. The information left in the ring was martial arts, and it was extremely strange, not like the right way. Chu Yang was a guy who had no taboos, so he didn't care about these, and studied silently in his heart. The great sadness of the yin and yang of the heaven and earth, the legendary supreme martial arts of the demon cult, which records the 7 most evil and terrifying martial arts. Only the leader of the demon cult is qualified to learn it. There are only 3 styles circulating in the martial arts world. The great soul-searching hand of heaven and earth destruction, the great acupoint moving method of heaven and earth shifting, the great purple yang hand of heaven and earth destruction. Just 3 styles, and those who learn them can dominate the martial arts world, which shows how terrible this martial art is. Tong Xiangyu looked at Chu Yang playing with the ring, and couldn't let it go, and chuckled. The prince seems to like this ring very much. Why don't I give it to the prince, and you can choose other jewelry? Chu Yang smiled and said, "Shopkeeper Tong is really good at doing business. No wonder the business of Tangfuin is booming." But thank you for your kindness, shopkeeper. You don't have to give it to me. Tong Xiangai said. How can that be? Chu Yang waved his hand, took out a gold, and gave it to Tong Xiangai. Tong Xiangai's eyes immediately widened. She didn't expect this thing to be so valuable. Boss, open a room upstairs, so I can rest for a while. Oh, okay, Zantang, take the prince to rest. Perhaps shocked by Chu Yang's tycoon behavior, Tong Xiangai took a long time to come back to her senses and quickly ordered Liu Bei. Prince, follow me. Liu Bei took 2 steps at a time and went up to the 2nd floor. Watching Chu Yang leave, Tong Xiangai took the bundle containing the burial objects into her arms and said in shock, oh my god, these things are so valuable, we have to find someone to sell them. In the guest room, Chu Yang was comprehending the secrets of the great compassionate ode to the interaction of heaven and earth and yin and yang. Since he did not learn martial arts from others using the reincarnation eye, his speed was a little slower than usual. I have also learned a lot of the top martial arts in this world. Although the purpose is not as good as Teikai, I have benefited a lot. When Yan Nanshan passed on his skills to Li Jixiao, I learned his wedding dress magic skill and divine sword technique. The disadvantages of the wedding dress magic skill are nothing to me. Even if he doesn't pass on his skills, I can easily suppress it. Zemin Shuksu and Yi Guchen's swordsmanship have their own merits. Zemin Shuksu focuses on swordsmanship, Yi Guchen focuses on sword intent, and the divine sword technique has both, but it is too strong and fierce. It takes the path of one force defeating 10 skills. It is similar to my dragon elephant Mingwang technique. I have to discuss the swordsmanship with Li Xiaoyao Jingshan and others when I have the chance. It's just a pity that Mingayu Gong was not learned last time when I fought with Yao Ayu. I have to take Li Jixiao to visit Yahua Palace in the future. I hope that Xiandi Jiao's Hengyan Yang Dabui Fu will not let me down. After all, it is a magic sect unique skill that is as famous as Mingayu Gong and wedding dress magic skill. By the way, there is a problem with Prince Zin's tomb. Chu Yang was immersed in cultivation, not noticing the passage of time at all. The sun outside the window set and rose again, and in the blink of an eye it was already the next day. In the lobby, Jiuo Furen was whispering with Liu Bei. Yesterday I took the scholar's manuscript to Zuojia village. Guess who I met? Who? Auntie Fan. Who is Auntie Fan? Your relative? Get lost. She's the most famous bookseller in Beijing. Don't you know her? Remember, she published Romance of the Three Kingdoms. Nonsense, that's the prequel to the Three Kingdoms, the sequel to Journey to the West, and The Water Margin. I haven't read it. And The Golden Lotus. I really haven't read this. Jiuo Furen looked at Liu Bei with disdain. Liu Bei awkwardly picked up the kettle beside him and asked, would you like some water? No, I won't. Jiuo Furen said angrily, remember what I told you before. If the scholar doesn't listen, you will. Liu Bei nodded and said, sunflower acupuncture point. Afternoon, the sun moved down a little, and Tong Xiangai's crying echoed on the 2nd floor. Chu Yang woke up from his practice, opened the door, and walked to the end of the 2nd floor. What's wrong with shopkeeper Tong? I sold my jewelry. This is a good thing. Why are you crying? I sold my jewelry. Tong Xiangai originally wanted to sell the burial objects as soon as possible and sell them to shopkeeper Kyan of the Wanli pawn shop and money house next door. As a result, the head of the Kiksha town, Leo Crossing, suddenly came. She didn't dare to sell the burial objects, so she could only sell her jewelry, and at a very low price. The burial objects couldn't be sold, and her own things were sold at a loss. Tong Xiangai was completely desperate, and the money she earned from Chu Yang was a little bit boring. Chu Yang standing outside the door couldn't help but smile bitterly. People always have to pay the price for their greed. It's just a matter of time. But for Tong Xiangai, the time of suffering has just begun, and there are still a lot of troubles waiting for her. Jiuo Furen went to Zuojiazhuang and found the most popular bookseller Aunt Fan. With her and Liu Bei as witnesses, Lu Zieke signed the contract with the other party, but neither of them paid attention to some of the little tricks in Aunt Fan's contract. Tong Xiangai, who was still sad, just reminded them not to sign anything randomly. The three of them were immersed in the joy of issuing books, and did not take her words seriously. Chu Yang shook his head helplessly. These people have their own losses to suffer. After gaining a magical skill, he was in a good mood and planned to go out for a walk. Since he came to Kiksha Town, he might as well go to Shibalipu. Kiksha Town, Zuojiazhuang, and Shibalipu all belong to Pinggu County and are all areas under the jurisdiction of Laozixan, and Shibalipu is where the county government is located. That is to say, it is a proper county town, and its prosperity is one level higher than that of Kiksha Town. However, the good thing about Kiksha Town is that it is close to the White Horse Academy and belongs to the school district. Even in ancient times, as long as it is related to the school, then this piece of land will not be too lonely. There are many more shops in Shibalipu than in Kiksha Town, and there are more than 1 or 2 inns and restaurants. Although they are all door-to-door businesses, each one is very prosperous. The most amazing thing is that Shibalipu has a commercial street with everything from food, drink, and entertainment. Chu Yang felt like walking on a pedestrian street while walking around. Just when Chu Yang was about to buy some specialties to take back, the crowded crowd suddenly exclaimed. Chu Yang looked closely and found that there were Janai rushing towards this side. The face under the Shanai crown looked very cold, as if something big had happened. Chu Yang also knew the person in the lead. It was the Senju Kyanhu who killed countless monsters. What a coincidence. I also met him here in Kiksha Town last time. When Chu Yang saw Senju Kyanhu, he also saw him. Senju Kyanhu, who was known for his calmness even when facing a mountain collapse, changed color completely. He ignored the so-called mission and hurried to Chu Yang in front of everyone's surprised eyes. Your Majesty. Senju Kyanhu immediately knelt down, and before he could finish his words, he was lifted up by Chu Yang. Why are you shutting up? Shut up. Chu Yang said unhappily. I finally got out to play, don't bother me. Captain Senju grinned, understood Chu Yang's meaning, and immediately changed his words. Sir, why are you here? I came to see the stinky girl. Chu Yang glanced at the numerous Jinaiwi behind him. Curiously, I should ask you, why you are here? Captain Senju sighed and said, the tomb of Prince Zin in Taping Mountain has been dug up, and we have been tracking it all the way here. Chu Yang frowned and said, is the tomb of Prince Zin worth traveling thousands of miles for you, Captain Senju? Captain Senju did not answer immediately, because more and more people were watching the excitement around them, and they were about to surround the two people. He had no choice but to remind Chu Yang to leave. Chu Yang took him into the restaurant, and the centurions and small flag officers who followed the two were left in the lobby, watching them go to the private room on the 2nd floor. As soon as he entered the room, Captain Senju knelt down with a plop. I'm rude. Please forgive me, Your Majesty. Okay, I forgot to tell you just now, I don't like these empty etiquettes. Get up quickly. If Li Jixia owned you, I don't know how she would laugh at you. Chu Yang sat on the chair and looked at Captain Senju impatiently. Li Jixia is so lucky. She has achieved the realm of a master by following Your Majesty, which makes me jealous. Captain Senju was not complimenting. He was really jealous. Everyone in the Jinaiwa didn't know that it was His Majesty who cured Li Jixia, and the latter actually recovered and made further progress in martial arts. You kid only saw the thief eating meat, but didn't see the thief being beaten, right? Chu Yang shook his head helplessly and said, tell me about the situation of Prince Zin's tomb. Captain Senju's expression suddenly became solemn. Prince Zin's tomb was dug up by tomb robbers some time ago, and many burial objects were stolen. The prince's tomb was dug up, which was a big deal, but because of the recent alchemy incident, few people know about it. The popularity of alchemy was very high, sweeping the entire Ming dynasty. In comparison, the popularity of the theft of Prince Zin's tomb became lower. The cabinet asked the Minister of War, Liu Luosheng, to lead a thorough investigation of the matter, and stated that the tomb robbers would be executed on the spot if they were caught. As soon as Minister Liu received the assignment, he took people to Taping Mountain. He didn't know that there was a demon near Prince Zin's tomb. Fortunately, there were masters in the team at the time, and there were many Buddhist and Taoist masters near Taping Mountain, so the demon disaster was quelled. As soon as the demon appeared, everyone knew that something big had happened in Prince Zin's tomb. As a result, when they went to check, they found out that Prince Zin's tomb had been emptied long ago, and it had become a secret base of the demon cult. but looking at the dust all over the place, it seems that no one has been here for a long time, as if it has been abandoned for a long time. The damn tomb robber dug up all the gold, silver and treasures of the demon cult, as well as extremely valuable items. The masters in the cabinet asked me to recover these burial objects personally. Chu Yang guessed that the tomb of Prince Zin was connected to the demon cult, but he didn't expect that they actually dug up the tomb completely. The demon cult members really acted without any taboos, not even the most basic morals. The Jinaiwi was most likely to be investigating the ring that Chu Yang had just obtained, which recorded the top martial arts, the great compassion of yin and yang in the heaven and earth. From this perspective, the demon cult that dug out the tomb of Prince Zin was definitely not an ordinary member. Chu Yang said, "The batch of things has fallen into my hands. There is no need to continue investigating. You tell Minister Liu to focus on the tomb of Prince Zin and check carefully for traces of the demon cult to see if there is anything left inside." Captain Zeduo looked at Chu Yang in shock. "Your Majesty, you just said that the things are in." Chu Yang nodded. "I got them from that tomb robber by chance. I remember his name was Leo Wu, right?" "That's right." Captain Zeduo said with emotion. "Your Majesty is worthy of His Majesty. He can solve such a big case just by going out for fun. Since the things are in your Majesty's hands, I will go back to report." Chu Yang suddenly remembered something, stopped Captain Zeduo and said, "Before you leave, check a book seller named Aunt Fan and bring her back." Captain Zeduo thought she was some powerful person who could be named by His Majesty the Emperor himself, so he left in high spirits. Chapter 218. There are people up there. Someone from Hengshan. In the past 2 days, the scholar kept revising his novel according to Aunt Fan's opinions, until he finally broke down. The reason why he broke down was that Aunt Fan insisted that he write King Zioyao as a very disgusting villain. He wanted to tell Aunt Fan that this character was created based on the prototype of the prince. According to your changes, the final result is that everyone will be happy to win the 9 clans Candy Crush. The scholar didn't say anything nonsense and directly rejected Aunt Fan's request. The two quarreled fiercely. Before Jiuo Furong had time to understand the whole story, she immediately pulled the scholar aside and scolded him fiercely. Liu Bei smiled at the side. Aunt Fan said sarcastically, "This is your first time writing. It's normal that you don't understand. I teach you. You have to learn to listen. Young people who don't listen to advice and are impulsive will find it difficult to get ahead in this life." Jiuo Furong felt a little harsh when she heard these words, but thinking of making a lot of money, she subconsciously swallowed her anger and squeezed out a smile. "Aunt Fan, don't be angry. I said I would have a good talk with him." Aunt Fan turned her head away proudly. Lucia K said angrily, "This old witch is going to die. She wants to change the role of King Zioyao. I didn't agree, so we had a quarrel." Jiuo Furong asked in confusion, "How does she want to change it?" Lucia K whispered in her ear for a long time. Jiuo Furong's face was shocked at first, and then it turned red visibly. She was not shy, but extremely angry. Zio K had tried his best to describe it with civilized words, but Jiuo Furong still heard all kinds of unbearable things between the lines. If this was written into a book and circulated on the market, even her father Jiuo Chuksha would not be able to save her. Liu Bei swallowed his saliva silently. The more he looked at Aunt Fan, the more he felt that she would not live long. Overwhelming. Jiuo Furong jumped up and threw an overwhelming attack, but was hugged by Zia-K around the waist and failed to hit Aunt Fan. Ouch. What are you doing? Aunt Fan jumped up in fear and quickly stepped back, saying in panic, "I tell you, don't mess around. I have someone above me. I don't care if you have someone." Jiuo Furong was ready to show Aunt Fan a lesson. The scholar tried to hold her back and shouted, "I won't write it anymore. You can find someone else to cooperate with. I'm sorry, I won't send you away." Aunt Fan sneered, "You don't have to write it. Just compensate me for my losses according to what is written in the contract." Hearing the word compensation, Liu Bei, Zia-K and Jiuo Furong were all stunned. Who will compensate whom? Jiuo Furong, who was inexperienced, still fell. She didn't notice what Aunt Fan had done to the contract. When they took the contract and read it, they realized that they had been fooled. Liu Bei said anxiously, "Why didn't you look twice before signing it?" Guo Furong said angrily, who knew she would use ink drops to block the name of the scholar. You are such a profiteer. Luziake pointed at Aunt Fan and said with gritted teeth. No business is without fraud. Aunt Fan smiled with great pride. Guo Furong had a sad face, not knowing how to pay the sky-high penalty for breach of contract, and the scholar was even more desperate. Leo Bei thought for a moment and went upstairs. Not long after, he took down a bundle full of valuable jewelry. The burial objects unearthed from the tomb of Prince Zin. Leo Bei gave them to Aunt Fan as a penalty for breach of contract, just in time to pass on the hot potato to others. It was just that Tong Xiangai was a little reluctant. But the situation had become like this, and she couldn't just watch them die. At most, she would educate the two of them afterwards. Aunt Fan left the contract and happily carried the bundle out of the inn. After walking a few steps, she ran into Chu Yang. Aunt Fan was stunned for a moment, and felt that the person in front of her was very familiar, but she couldn't remember who it was. Chu Yang just glanced at the bundle in her arms, and knew who she was. He smiled meaningfully, and passed by Aunt Fan. Back at Tong Fuan, Tong Xiangai's wailing voice echoed in the lobby. Everyone was trying to comfort her. Guo Furong stood aside like a child who had made a mistake, and dared not speak. Anyway, it's ill-gotten gains. Why should Manager Tong feel sorry for it? Tong Xiangai looked up, and saw Chu Yang. Her heart skipped a beat. A chill ran from her coccyx to her head. Chu Yang's meaning was obvious. He knew that it was a burial object from Prince Zin's tomb. Leo Bei reacted faster than Tong Xiangai. He knelt in front of Chu Yang at lightning speed, hugged Chu Yang's thigh and wailed, "Your Highness, it was really not me who stole it this time. I never touch things in the tomb." Tong Xiangai realized it later, and knelt down as well, saying tremblingly, "Your Highness, please spare me. That thing has nothing to do with us. It was left here by a tomb robber named Leo Wu last time. I was bewildered for a moment, and failed to hand it over in time." Guo Furong and Luziake had confusion in their eyes. They couldn't figure out what the three of them were talking about. Judging from the shopkeeper's performance, the matter seemed to be quite serious. Chu Yang used his finger to push Leo Bei's forehead, pushed him away, then sat down, and said with a smile, "I know it wasn't you who robbed the tomb. You don't have the ability to do it. I have already asked someone else to deal with this matter." Leo Bei looked at Chu Yang eagerly and asked, "Prince, are we okay?" Chu Yang did not answer, but asked, "Have you ever had any bad thoughts, wanting to dismantle those jewelry and sell them one by one?" "Yes. I know this is selling stolen goods, and we will be caught." Leo Bei was dejected. It was his idea, so he would definitely not be able to escape. Tong Xiangai pursed her lips and said nothing, her delicate body trembling slightly. Seeing the two people so scared, Chu Yang stopped teasing them and smiled. "But since you two know your mistakes, and are willing to give up those things for your friends, I will not punish you." The two looked at Chu Yang in surprise. Tong Xiangai happily ordered Dazedui to cook a table of delicious dishes to thank Chu Yang. Chu Yang rejected their kindness, and returned to his room to rest. The next morning, Old Crossing came in from outside in a hurry. As soon as he sat down, he picked up the kettle on the table, and poured it into his mouth. "Old Crossing, how can other guests drink if you do this?" Tong Xiangai snatched the kettle from Old Crossing's hand, and looked at him with a face full of complaints. "I was in a hurry and my throat felt like it was on fire. Let me drink something." Old Crossing stretched out his hand to grab it, but Tong Xiangai quickly dodged. Old Bei handed over a teacup from the side, and Old Crossing helplessly held the teacup, and took a few sips with his mouth. Leo Bei asked curiously, "Why are you here at this hour? We just opened the door." Leo Crossing yawned, and said with a wry smile, "I was busy all night last night." Leo Bei smiled and said, "What else can keep you busy all night?" Leo Crossing shook his head. It was those Jinaiwei from the capital. They were originally investigating the theft of Prince Zin's tomb, but they suddenly stopped investigating, and asked the county constables and yamen runners to find someone named Aunt Fan. Who the hell knows who this Aunt Fan is? But they wanted to find someone, and we had to move. We had to ask everyone one by one. We searched the entire Shabalipu, and met her in Kiksha town in the second half of the night. Oh my god, this Aunt Fan is very fierce. Even when the Jinaiwei caught her, she dared to bite people. She was shouting while biting, "I have someone above me." Aunt Fan became a scapegoat, and the tomb robbing storm finally came to an end. The investigation into Prince Zin's tomb was still going on. Captain Zeduo would come to Tangfuin to report the situation to Chu Yang from time to time. The demon cult is a strange organization. Although it is a human race, it is hostile to the human race. At the same time, it is not close to the demon race, and is in a hostile state with the demon race. They even hate demons the most. The demon cult is a very secretive organization. Every time they appear before the great changes in the world, they will stir up a bloody storm. On the contrary, after the great changes in the world, they suddenly become low-key and act sneakily. The blood sacrifice beads used by the Prince of Pingnan to destroy the dragon veins that protect the emperor's body are closely related to the demon cult. Zhuge Zhengguo has arranged several encirclements against the demon cult, but they all failed without exception. This group of people hid deeper and became more difficult to find. The information left in the tomb of Prince Zin is very helpful in finding the whereabouts of the demon cult. The importance of the matter alarmed Zhuge Zhengguo, who was in charge of the capital, and he appeared in Taping Mountain with his divine detectives. Zeduo Kaian, whose report ends here. We have to wait for a few days to know what the follow-up situation is. As the saying goes, a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows, and the tomb of Prince Zin is just one of them. Chu Yang felt that Zhuge Zhengguo might return disappointed, and those demons would not easily reveal their whereabouts. However, Chu Yang was looking forward to the development of things, and expected Zeduo Kaianhu to bring him a surprise next time. Time passed day by day, and Zeduo Kaianhu did not wait, but Tangfuin did wait for an old friend, Shopkeeper Kaian. And it was Shopkeeper Kaian who was covered with bruises. If you don't know, you might think he met bandits somewhere. Chu Yang was eating breakfast, and suddenly heard a movement outside the door. He looked up, and saw Shopkeeper Kaian walked in with dark circles under his eyes, leaning on a wooden stick and limping. He didn't look like a shopkeeper, but a refugee who fled to Kiksha town. "Hey, Shopkeeper Kaian, what's wrong with you?" Liu Bei hurriedly went to meet him, and helped the shaky Shopkeeper Kaian to sit down at the table. "Looking at you like this, your wife must have done something bad to you again, right? I have to say, she was too cruel. Isn't she afraid of hurting you?" Tong Xiangai looked at Shopkeeper Kaian worriedly, fearing that he would disappear completely one day. "Let's not talk about my affairs, Shopkeeper Tong. You should run away as soon as possible. It will be too late if you are late." Shopkeeper Kaian had a sad face, and his voice was very urgent. "Run? Why should I run away for no reason?" Tong Xiangai looked at Shopkeeper Kaian in confusion. Shopkeeper Kaian explained, "Because the jewelry you sold me last time was too cheap. My wife thought we had an affair, and she wants to settle the score with you." "You and me?" Tong Xiangai looked at Shopkeeper Kaian with disdain. "Not everyone has a special taste like your wife. Don't make fun of me, Shopkeeper Tong. I'm really worried about you." Shopkeeper Kaian was so anxious that he almost cried. Tong Xiangai said helplessly, "Why don't you explain this little thing to her?" Shopkeeper Kaian rolled up his sleeves with tears in his eyes, revealing his bruised and purple arms. "I explained it to her that day, but she didn't listen at all, and even beat me up like this." Tong Xiangai said angrily, "Then return the jewelry to me. I can't bear to sell it anyway." Shopkeeper Kaian shook his head and said, "It's too late, Shopkeeper Tong. You should think about what to do when my wife comes. Ordinary people can't deal with her." Tong Xiangai sneered, "What a coincidence. From the guests to the waiters at Tangfuin, they are all not ordinary people. Why would I be afraid of her? You'd better tell your wife to be careful. Whose peerless master dares to ignore the prince?" Seeing that he could not persuade Tong Xiangai, Shopkeeper Kaian felt a little guilty and stood up to say goodbye, saying, "I still want to advise you all to run away quickly. My wife is the most unreasonable person." Liu Bei smiled and said, "It's okay. We are best at using force to subdue people here." Shopkeeper Kaian held the wall and walked out tremblingly. "Madam Kaian is really fierce. She doesn't even listen to reason. I can only rely on you, Zantang." "No problem, leave it to me. I'm still here, shopkeeper." Okay, I'll trouble you when the time comes, Zio Guo." "That's better," Guo Furong said with a smile. "Even if we can't beat her, don't we still have our senior brother?" Anyway, he has nothing to do all day long. Ahem. Chu Yang was choked by his food and couldn't speak. Don't talk nonsense. The prince is a distinguished guest. How can a distinguished guest take action? Tong Xiangai glared at Jiuo Furen fiercely, fearing that she would scare away her god of wealth. Boss, your Tong Fuin is quite lively all day long, much more lively than my place in the capital. Chu Yang smiled and stood up, went up to the second floor, and prepared to take a nap before going out for a walk. He planned to wait until the matter of Prince Zinstom had a result before leaving, and then go south to Jinling City. He didn't know how far the research of the firearm camp had progressed in the past few days. It was really curious. Although the plan was very good, Chu Yang slept until the evening. When he got up and had dinner, it was already a bit dark outside. Liu Bei had finished cleaning the lobby and was about to close a door to rest when there was a sudden rapid knock on the door outside. Our store is closed. Liu Bei shouted outside. Dong dong dong. The knocking on the door continued. Oh, I guess it's someone staying in the store. Liu Bei's mouth curled up. These days, apart from the prince, no one else stayed in the store. That's just right. Boss Tong finally made some money back from the jewelry. Chu Yang joked on the side. Liu Bei laughed and pulled out the bolt. As soon as he opened the door, 3 figures rushed in and knocked Liu Bei to the ground. Why are you in such a hurry? There are plenty of rooms. Liu Bei complained. He stood up and found that the 3 people in front of him were all holding swords and looked aggressive. He subconsciously prepared for a fight. The leading man among the 3 looked more mature, with 2 small mustaches on his mouth. He was also the most burly. The other 2 were thinner. Where is Mo Xiaobi? The 3 looked around and asked in unison. Looking for Xiaobi? Liu Bei immediately became alert. What do you 3 want to do with Xiaobi? What can you do as a waiter? One of them didn't take Liu Bei seriously and strode to the backyard. Liu Bei shook his body and quietly blocked in front of him. Oh, there's something else. Please tell me what you want in the lobby. I won't. As soon as these words came out, the 2 men attacked at the same time, and the war was ignited instantly. Chu Yang turned into a cheerful person. He stood up, walked to the counter, took out a pot of wine, poured himself a drink, and watched the 2 people fighting. Chapter 219 Your Majesty, spare my life. The man who was fighting with Liu Bei was a swordsman. His martial arts skills were not bad, at least his swordsmanship was passable. However, he was fighting in the lobby of the inn, so his swordsmanship and body movements were restricted. On the other hand, Liu Bei was like a fish in water, and he immobilized the man who attacked after a few moves. Seeing this, the other 2 immediately drew their swords and attacked Liu Bei from the left and right. The swordsmanship of these 2 people was obviously better, and they cooperated skillfully. Liu Bei soon fell behind. However, the 2 people's moves were restrained. They had no intention of hurting anyone, but just wanted to stop Liu Bei. Liu Bei didn't ask Chu Yang for help when he was beaten. Chu Yang laughed dumbly and flicked his fingers to eject 2 sword energies, knocking down the 2 people's swords. There are still masters. The 2 looked at Chu Yang in shock. However, this fight alarmed everyone in the inn. Before they could make any move, Tong Xiangai stepped down from the 2nd floor in a hurry. What are you doing? What are you doing? You are causing trouble in my Tong Fuin. Tong Xiangai said angrily with her eyes wide open. Boss, is there trouble? Look, I will do it. Jiuo Furen ran out from the backyard excitedly. She hadn't fought with anyone for a long time, and it was time to show off her skills. Zioke and Dazu came last and hid behind Jiuo Furen to watch. Sorry, everyone, we didn't mean to cause trouble. It's really urgent, please forgive me. Seeing that there were many people in Tongfuin and there were masters hiding among them, the trio chose to follow their hearts and immediately became polite. What's the matter? Tong Xiangai looked at the 3 people up and down, and they didn't look like good people. Boss, they said they came to find Xiaobi. Liu Bei stood beside Tong Xiangai and whispered. Tong Xiangai's face showed more suspicion. Looking for Xiaobi? She's just a kid. Why are you looking for her? The 3 said in unison, looking for her to be the leader. What leader? The leader of Hengshan sect. Are you 3 from Hengshan sect? Everyone looked at them in surprise. The oldest of the 3 began to introduce himself. I'm Liu Yiming. The one next to me is junior brother Zhu Xiaoyan, and the one who was acupunctured is junior brother Zhao Dunru. At this point, Liu Yiming smiled awkwardly and said, we are all disciples of Hengshan sect, not bad people. Please help my junior brother to unblock the acupuncture points. Liu Bei glanced at Tong Xiangyu, who nodded, so he helped Zhao Dunru, who had a hot temper, to unblock the acupuncture points. Good boy, your kung fu is not bad. As soon as Zhao Dunru could move, he picked up the sword and wanted to continue fighting with Liu Bei, but was held tightly by his two fellow disciples. Even if you are disciples of Hengshan sect, if you want to make trouble here, I will still kick you out. Tong Xiangyu issued a final warning coldly. Zhao Dunru then stood aside honestly, not daring to continue to make trouble. Tong Xiangyu continued, this hero Liu, I just want to ask, why do you want Xiaobi to be the head? Actually, the thing is, Liu Yiming told the experience of Hengshan sect in recent years. Since the death of Imo Xiaobao, the previous head of Hengshan sect, who was Imo Xiaobao's brother, Hengshan sect has been in a state of disarray. In order to elect a new head, the disciples fought and elected, and after a few years, there were only 3 people left. If they fought again, the sect would be destroyed. They could only choose Imo Xiaobi as the head. After all, Hengshan sect is her family, and it is legitimate for her to be the head. Tong Xiangyu heard this, and it was not easy to refuse directly. They wanted Imo Xiaobi to be the head for a reason. As a sister-in-law who had not yet married into the family, she did not have much say in this matter. Xiaobi has already fallen asleep. Otherwise, you can wait until the next day to talk to her and see if she is willing to be the head of Hengshan sect. Tong Xiangyu could only use excuses to appease the 3 people first. Liu Yiming discussed with his fellow apprentices in a low voice and then agreed with Tong Xiangyu's opinion, planning to talk about this matter the next day. Tong Xiangyu immediately asked Liu Bei to arrange a place for them to sleep. Before the 3 left the hall, they looked at Chu Yang intentionally or unintentionally. Finally, Liu Yiming stepped forward and clasped his fists and said, Your Excellency has a profound cultivation. Liu Yiming admires you very much. I wonder if you can leave your name? Who are you trying to make friends with? Liu Bei hurriedly pulled Liu Yiming away and dragged him away towards the backyard. Tong Xiangyu hurried over to apologize. Your Highness, I'm sorry to disturb your rest so late at night. I just saw a good show in the lobby. It was quite interesting. Chu Yang smiled and said, I have lived in Tongfuin for a while. I guess I will leave in a few days. Stay a few more days. Tong Xiangyu was very anxious when she heard that the god of wealth was leaving. I'll come back when I have a chance. Chu Yang declined gently. He actually liked the noisy feeling of Tongfuin all day long, but there were more important things to do right now. Seeing that Chu Yang was determined to leave, Tong Xiangyu didn't want to keep him any longer. She just said that she would treat Chu Yang well in the next few days. The next morning, there was a big quarrel downstairs. When Chu Yang came out, he saw a woman with sharp words and a strong momentum standing in the lobby. She was the wife of the shopkeeper Kyan. Mrs. Kyan seemed to be a martial artist. She wanted to challenge Tong Xiangyu. Tong Xiangyu would never do what she wanted. She asked Liu Bei to press her acupoints when she was not paying attention, and then Jiu Furen beat her out with a powerful move. Mrs. Khan suffered a great loss. She left after saying a few harsh words, meaning that she would find someone to mess up the place again. Your Highness, are you awake? I asked Dazu to prepare breakfast for you. You can come down and eat directly. Tong Xiangyu saw Chu Yang and immediately changed her face to a smile. Chu Yang sat down to eat breakfast. Jiu Furen came over quietly and asked in a low voice, Brother, are you really leaving? Why don't you stay for a while? I still have things to deal with. Chu Yang peeled an egg and stuffed it into Jiu Furen's mouth, trying to make her shut up for a while. Jiu Furen rolled her eyes because of choking. At this moment, laughter came from the backyard. Imo Xiaobi rode on Liu Yiming's neck. The two of them came out of the backyard happily, followed by Zhao Dunru and Zhu Xiaoyan. Boss, Xiaobi agreed to be the head of our Hengshan sect. In a few days, we will hold a succession ceremony for the head. Please invite the heads of all major sects to watch the ceremony. Liu Yiming raised his head proudly. Tong Xiangyu asked in surprise, where are you holding the succession ceremony? Zhao Dunru and Zhu Xiaoan said in unison, of course it's here. Tong Xiangyu felt a headache when she heard it and said angrily, do you know how much it costs to hold this ceremony? Hearing about money, the three of them couldn't help but feel embarrassed because Mo Xiaobao had sold almost all of Hengshan Sect's assets back then, and now Hengshan Sect is in name only, penniless. Don't worry about this, shopkeeper. We brothers have our own way. Lu Yiming pondered for a moment, as if he had made up his mind, and then he and his two brothers sent Mo Xiaobao to school. Tong Xiangyu watched their backs with a worried look on his face. During the preparation of the succession ceremony at Tangfuan, Leo Crossing came, and, in addition to asking for money, he also brought a little news. Wanli pawn shop owned by shopkeeper Kine was robbed, and dozens of taels of silver were gone. Leo Crossing determined that the culprit was a master, and he said that there was no trace left at the scene. Speaking of this, everyone subconsciously focused their attention on Leo Bei. I went to bed early last night, Leo Bei said unhappily. Not hearing the answer they wanted, everyone dispersed in disappointment, leaving only Leo Crossing looking at Leo Bei in confusion. Not long after Leo Crossing left, Lu Yiming came back from outside and threw a bag of silver to Tong Xiangyu and made a bold statement that Tangfuan should be well managed and the succession ceremony should not be too shabby. Tong Xiangyu asked him where the money came from. Lu Yiming got up and left without answering, which left Tong Xiangyu with a knot in her heart. Leo Crossing just said that Wanli pawn shop was robbed. So, she slapped the table angrily, picked up the money bag, and went to find Mo Xiaobao. Chu Yang suddenly said, shopkeeper Tong, Lu Yiming and the other two can come thousands of miles to find Mo Xiaobao to let her succeed as the head of the sect, which shows that they are not bad at heart and should not do that kind of thing. Tong Xiangyu was stunned and turned to look at Chu Yang. Chu Yang continued, yesterday I went to Zhuojiazhuang and saw the three brothers performing on the street. The famous Hengshan disciples have fallen to this point. They must feel very uncomfortable. The shopkeeper should not expose their scars. Tong Xiangyu sat back and couldn't help sighing. It's all because of the Hengshan sect's leader. Chu Yang took out a few more silver ingots from his arms, handed them to Tong Xiangyu, and said, Mo Taichang of the Hengshan sect is a rare chivalrous man. He is a true hero who serves the country and the people. The current situation of Hengshan is touching. This little silver is a token of my gratitude. Let's do a good job in the succession ceremony. Thank you, Your Highness. Tong Xiangyu rarely did not take the money, but said sincerely, Your Highness words just now are more precious than silver. Xiangyu understands on behalf of Xiaobao. Don't worry, Tangfuan will do a good job in the succession ceremony. After that, Tong Xiangyu got up and went to the backyard, probably to educate Mo Xiaobao. Jiuo Furong appeared out of nowhere and reached out to touch the silver on the table, but Chu Yang pinched her fingers with chopsticks. Oh, it hurts. Senior brother, I was wrong. Chu Yang let go of the chopsticks and said with a smile, you want to make money for yourself. Why do you always want to take other people's money? Be careful that your father will beat you when you go back. He doesn't care about me. Jiuo Furong covered her hand and said angrily, I haven't seen him come to see me for such a long time here. Chu Yang said, a lot of things have happened these days, and I'm also taking a break from my busy schedule. Don't blame him. Jiuo Furong pouted and said, I know, you are all big shots. You are busy with all kinds of things for the country and the people every day. You won't take small things to heart. Hearing her angry words, Chu Yang was too lazy to respond. Jiuo Furong soon lowered her head and sighed softly. It would be great if my father was just a small constable. He wouldn't have to run around every day, catching those thieves that can never be caught, and he could spend more time with me. Chu Yang seemed to be relieved when he remembered that Jiuo Bujing stepped down as the instructor of the Imperial Guards. Perhaps for him, he didn't want to bear so many responsibilities. However, even if Jiuo Bujing stepped down from the duties of the chief constable of the Six Gates, he would go south to fight against the demon tribe without hesitation. Wait a little longer. In 2 years, the world will be peaceful, and Lord Jiuo can rest assured to retire and return home. Hehe, it would be best if that were the case. Don't laugh yet. Think about your life facing your father every day in the future. Ah. then continue to be his chief constable. The news of the succession of the new leader of Hengtian sect has spread throughout the world, but not all sects have received invitations. Not many people have had friendship with Hengtian sect before. Even the sects that were invited only sent elders, not the headmasters. From a practical point of view, Hengtian sect was in a different situation at that time, and sending elders was already a courtesy. The abbot of Shaolin Temple, Dabui Zen Master, did not come, but sent the elders Inmui Master. The one who came to watch the ceremony from Wudang Mountain was Mu Dao Ren, the Master Kuhei of Huashan sect. The head of Emni sect, Dugu Yai, did not come, but sent the elder Zuanjing Master. The situation of the other sects was more or less the same. I thought it was an ordinary viewing ceremony, but who would have thought that Madame Kyan, who came out halfway, would give everyone a good life. She did not recognize the elders of the major sects, and simply thought that they were here to support Tongxiangayu, so she brought her people, and stood at the gate, to debate with the crowd. What kind of bald donkey and cow-nosed old Taoist was considered to be a relatively civilized scolding, and she even made up a scandal about Master Zinmei and Master Zuanjing, which made the two monks very angry. Mrs. Kyan, who had angered everyone, got what she wanted, and got a fight with multiple men and women. It was the first time in the history of the martial arts world that all the leaders fought together. In the words of Tang Fuan, what an honor it was. The fight pushed the succession ceremony to its climax. More and more people came to watch the ceremony, and Chu Yang also stood by the crowd to watch the excitement. Until Mu Dao Ren, who had finished dealing with Mrs. Kyan, saw him inadvertently. This martial arts senior who claimed to be the first in Go, the second in poetry and wine, and the third in swordsmanship suddenly froze in place, with shock and panic in his eyes, and his emotions came one after another. Senior Mu, what's wrong with you? Lu Yiming noticed Mu Dao Ren's loss of composure, and hurried forward to ask with concern. Mu Dao Ren ignored him, pushed him aside, and walked through the crowd to Chu Yang's side. Do you recognize me? Before Mu Dao Ren could speak, Chu Yang's voice came to his ears. Taoist Mu replied respectfully, on the night of the Mid-Autumn Festival, I was in the Imperial Palace. My original intention was to watch the duel between Zeman Chuksu and Li Guqing, but later I accidentally caught a glimpse of the holy face. Chu Yang recalled that night, but there was no figure of Taoist Mu in his mind, so he asked, where did you see it? Taoist Mu bowed, his attitude became more humble, and whispered, on the parade ground, I saw the power of heaven. Chu Yang immediately understood that the scene of his unilateral massacre of the Imperial Guards that night was accidentally seen by Taoist Mu, so he was so respectful, because that kind of fighting power was really hard to imagine if he hadn't seen it with his own eyes. Chu Yang raised his lips and asked meaningfully, didn't you go to the Imperial study? Mu Dao Ren's body was shocked, and he quickly said, I dare not. Chu Yang smiled, is there anything that the old knife holder of Ghost Villa dare not do? The humble Mu Dao Ren suddenly raised his head and looked at Chu Yang in horror. You. Chu Yang said indifferently, the whole world belongs to the king, and the people of the world are all the king's subjects. Wudang Mountain is also within the territory of the Ming dynasty. Do I know these things are strange? The famous people who came to watch the ceremony had already shifted their eyes to the two people. They were curious why the respected Mu Dao Ren acted so restrained in front of the young man. The people of Tangfuin were not surprised, because they knew that Chu Yang's status was noble, but the scene that happened next still made them stunned. Mu Dao Ren knelt on the ground and kowtowed inexplicably. Your Majesty, spare my life. Chapter 220, The Noses Conspiracy. The Unlicensed Knight's Saitama Transformation. The scene of Mu Dao Ren knelt down and begged for mercy stunned the spectators who came to watch the ceremony, but what shocked them even more was the word Your Majesty that Mu Dao Ren called out. Did he call it wrong? Jiuo Furong looked at Tong Xiangayu and others blankly. Isn't senior brother the prince? Liu Bei swallowed his saliva dryly. It is also possible that we made a mistake. He was the prince before, but now he is. Before he finished speaking, others already understood what Liu Bei meant. Oh my god, why didn't he say he was? Tong Xiangayu thought of the funeral jewelry that she was going to sell to Chu Yang before, and was instantly frightened out of her wits. She grabbed Leobei with both hands with all her strength, shaking like a sieve. Leobei was not much better. His upper and lower front teeth kept knocking against each other. Lucia K asked Guo Furing in a daze, should we change the novel and change the King of Freedom to the Emperor of Freedom? Guo Furing asked back, is there anyone else at home? Lucia K replied, I'm alone. So what? Guo Furing sneered, it's better to be alone. You don't have to worry about the issue of killing the 9 clans. Lucia K's legs softened, and he collapsed on the ground. The reactions of the major sects to the word Your Majesty were similar to those of the Tang Fuan, and everyone's face was full of horror. You, an emperor, don't stay in the capital. Why did you run to a small place like Keksha Town? Could it be that you came for us? Master Zinmei, Master Xuanjing and others were murmuring in their hearts. Recently, the court made a lot of noise about using the flesh and blood of the demon clan to make elixirs, and many wanderers without sects and schools began to have close contacts with the court. The major sects in the martial arts world were in a wait-and-see state, but as time went on, they could not restrain their disciples from participating, and the pressure on the sects was increasing. If they choose to cooperate with the imperial court, they will definitely be constrained by the other party, which is what the major sects do not want to see. But they have no room for negotiation. Just as everyone was thinking about it, Mudeo Ren, who was kneeling on the ground and begging for mercy, had gradually approached Chu Yang, and there was only a distance of 2 steps between the two sides. Suddenly, a sword tip appeared on the sleeve of Mudeo Ren's right hand. A cold light flashed. He claimed that he was the third in swordsmanship, only after Zemanchuksu and Yiguchen, but if it was considered as cultivation of true essence, Yiguchen and Zemanchuksu were not his opponents. There were very few people in the world who could suppress him. In the court, there were only 2 people, Zhuge Zhengguo and Jiuo Bujing. The former had a high realm, and the latter had a deep foundation. Mudeo Ren was confident that at such a close distance, Zhuge Zhengguo and Jiuo Bujing could not avoid his assassination. As for the emperor in front of him with unfathomable martial arts cultivation, he was not sure, but if he did not move, he would be almost dead in the future. The matter of Ghost Manor and the true face of Mudeo Ren must never be known to the world. It's death anyway, why not risk your life? The soft sword hidden in the clothes is Mudeo Ren's killer move. When he used all his strength, the amazing sword energy shocked everyone present. No. Master Zinmo's face was pale. If the person in front of him was really the emperor, if Mudeo Ren succeeded in killing him, none of their fellow martial artists present would be able to escape afterwards. What awaits them will be a disaster of extermination. Mudeo Ren's sword was extremely fast, faster than Master Zinmo's call, and hit Chu Yang's heart directly. You shouldn't have revealed my identity. Mudeo Ren, who felt that he had stabbed something, showed a grim smile. But when he looked up, the smile froze on his face. The magic weapon made of meteorite iron was motionless between Chu Yang's fingers. He had a calm expression, and there was only contempt in his eyes, as if he was looking at an ant. Third in swordsmanship? You think too highly of yourself. Your sword is like a dead object, a tool for you to achieve your goals, without any spirituality. Why do you compare yourself with Zemanchuksu and Yiguchen? The cold and disdainful voice echoed in everyone's ears. After hearing this, Mudeo Ren was extremely ashamed and angry. He was about to abandon his sword and use other killing moves to deal with Chu Yang, but suddenly heard the sound of dragon roaring and elephant calling. Chu Yang slapped him on the head, and golden light flashed between his palms. The shadow of death immediately enveloped Mudeo Ren. His whole body's true energy seemed to be stimulated and circulated wildly, even exceeding the limit that his body could bear. Mudeo Ren's 7 orifices were bleeding, and he tried his best to resist the fatal blow. However, it was in vain. With a loud bang, Mudeo Ren's arms collapsed limply. There was a fist-sized gap in the top of his head. After a breath, Mudeo Ren, who had lost his breath, fell straight to the ground. There are only a few martial arts masters in the world, and Mudeo Ren is one of them. After decades of profound cultivation, he died in an instant. Such a result has greatly shocked the martial artists present. Is that rumor true? What rumor? The current emperor is the former Wise King. He killed 2 demon kings in Jinling City a few months ago. I remember that there was such a saying not long ago, but no one in the martial arts world took it seriously. They all thought he was trying to win the hearts of the people. Now it seems that this is true. Chu Yang looked coldly at these people in the martial arts world who were talking about it, and his terrifying domineering aura suddenly poured out like a flood. Ordinary disciples of major sects were hit hard and fainted one after another. "You don't kneel to me. Do you want to die?" A sentence full of murderous intent exploded in everyone's ears. Master Zenmei, the elder of Shaolin Temple, was the first to react and knelt down with gritted teeth, followed by Master Xuanjing of Emni sect, and then the elders of other sects. There are many people who can make Chu Yang happy, but they definitely do not include the elders and disciples of the sects in front of him. Especially the Shaolin Temple, which should have led the Buddhist sect to uphold justice and ward off evil, and to save people and the world with the heart of Buddha, but it is one of the sects that has entered the world the least, and killed the least monsters, since the great changes in the world. The same is true for Wudang Mountain and Emni sect. Although he knew that this Wudang was not the same Wudang, Chu Yang, who had a good personal relationship with Zhang Sanfeng, was still furious in his heart, and he became a little more ruthless to Mu Dao Ren. Mu Dao Ren was also unlucky. He thought that he could win Chu Yang's favor by recognizing Chu Yang and behaving well. In the future, he would become the head of Wudang and could have legitimate dealings with the court. Mu Dao Ren was different from other heads. He was very ambitious and had a high vision. His heart was not only for Wudang Mountain, but also for the entire martial arts world. He wanted to use the power of the court to become the leader of the martial arts world. Unfortunately, Chu Yang did not want him to do so. The commotion attracted the Jinai Wei. Zenju Kaisen, who had not been seen for many days, hurried over, looking exhausted. As soon as he saw the corpse and Chu Yang's footsteps, he understood what had happened, and tremblingly led the Jinai Wei to deal with the follow-up. Chu Yang turned and walked in front of Tong Xiangyu and others. "Boss, I have been very happy staying in Tongfu in these days. It's time to leave now. I hope to have the opportunity to come again in the future. Your Majesty, it will be a great honor for our inn." "Hahaha, I hope so." Chu Yang didn't like to ride in a sedan chair, so he rode away on horseback, surrounded by the Jinai Wei. On the way, Zenju Kaisen reported the latest news from the south. With the help of firearms and the reinforcement of the Imperial Guards, the Qi family army completed the suppression of the rebellion in the entire south yesterday. Next, they only need to rest for a while before they can go straight to the Japanese demon clan. Seoul Palace. Chu Yang from various worlds gathered here and were discussing a very serious matter. Tenjin in the Jujutsu world died and his body disappeared. It was initially determined that Naruto was responsible. There had always been a traitor in the senior management of the academy, and the traitor played a great role in Tenjin's death. When the incident happened, Chu Yang in the Jujutsu world was on a mission overseas, and it was only when Jito Suguru used a special spell to contact him that he learned about it. Sukuna had been eliminated by Chu Yang, and it would not make much sense for Naruto to launch the Death and Destruction Return Tour, so he had never taken his whereabouts to heart, but he did not expect that he would do such a big thing this time. Chu Yang was not familiar with Tenjin, and he did not like him. He felt that this person always had a sense of hypocrisy, so he did not feel much about Tenjin's death. The trouble was that Naruto could occupy the target's body and obtain the technique, and the technique that Tenjin possessed had a very special immortality effect. Tenjin had the technique of immortality, but it was not immortality. There was nothing wrong with simply getting older, but the problem was that when he got older to a certain extent, the technique would rebuild the body, which could be understood as evolution. He would be out of the scope of humans and become a more advanced existence. Nose wants to evolve to complete the Death Annihilation Return, which was originally impossible to complete, and to achieve the goal of optimizing human curse power through the Death Annihilation Return experiment. No one can guarantee whether the evolved Nose will become a more terrifying existence than Sukuna, but at present, the entire curse world cannot find Nose. However, before finding Nose, Chu Yang decided to do something he thought was very important. Carry out a major cleansing of the curse world. Without the cooperation of the high-level insider, Nose cannot easily invade Shinelan. Now there is no trace of nose anywhere, most of which is also the work of the insider. Therefore, cleaning up the corrupt part of the curse world has become a higher priority. But Gojo Satoru disagrees. He believes that doing so will bring great chaos, which is extremely detrimental to the curse world and the high school. Those cursers who are forced into a desperate situation will throw themselves into the arms of the curse master without hesitation. Chu Yang believes that a long pain is worse than a short pain. It was the first time that the two had such a huge disagreement since they met, and the fate of the world of curse could only be decided by their disagreement. There seemed to be only one way to resolve the disagreement. So, Gojo Satoru, the six-eyed master who was synonymous with invincibility, and Chu Yang, who killed the Curse King Sukuna, started a duel that shocked the world of curse. No matter how many people tried to dissuade this from happening, the two had made up their minds. Putting aside the intention of changing Chu Yang's mind, Gojo Satoru seemed to want to know more about the gap in their current strength, and this idea also set the tone for the duel. However, this is a different time. Compared to the time when he killed Sukuna, Chu Yang has experienced several more worlds and his strength has been raised to another level. It is difficult for Gojo Satoru today to be compared with him. The duel between the two was a bit anticlimactic, and Gojo Satoru was defeated with an absolute disadvantage, and he couldn't even cause any damage to Chu Yang. The entire world of curse was also in great panic because of this. Most people thought about who might win and who might lose, but they didn't expect the gap to be so big that Gojo Satoru had no power to fight back. After the duel, the cleansing of the curse world came as expected. Just as Gojo Satoru had expected, some problematic magicians turned to the curse masters and chose to cooperate with the curse spirits. The two sides started a new round of war with the city as the battlefield. So that means the war is still going on, but you haven't found the whereabouts of the noose? Magic Chu Yang asked. That's right, but I have a hunch that the noose should appear soon. Cursed Chu Yang replied. Why don't you kill him? He's going to die anyway, and you can get a powerful spell for free. Demon Slayer Chu Yang said speechlessly. Don't joke, say something useful. I must get rid of this noose next time I see him. He did such a big thing quietly. Pirate Chu Yang was so murderous that he even wanted to enter the world of curses to kill Noose himself. Let's be honest, I can kill him, but I don't really want his technique. It's so disgusting that it will only leave a brain in the end. Wuxia Chu Yang said with disdain. +1. Marvel Chu Yang and Xianxia Chu Yang nodded. Everyone chatted for a while, and Magic Chu Yang asked, who has something to synchronize? Hurry up, if you have nothing to do, go back. I'm going to start research. One Punch Chu Yang suddenly said. The unlicensed knight agreed to accept the transformation of the bloodline factor. I will start the experiment in the next few days. The palace immediately became lively. Compared with Shinyuan's uncontrollable evolution, Saitama's evolution is a complete positive feedback, which has the meaning of replicating. Although it may cause baldness, it is harmless. All along, everyone has made a lot of efforts to find the key to break through the limiter, but from the results, only Saitama's bloodline factor is not enough. There is another non-material force as a drive. In order to accurately capture this power, a test subject is needed to copy Saitama's path, and it seems that the only person with this qualification is the unlicensed knight. He is the hero who looks most like Saitama. If the unlicensed knight can become the next Saitama, then Chu Yang will naturally be able to crack the mystery. The most important prerequisite for completing this experiment is that the unlicensed knight is willing to take this path, rather than Chu Yang forcing him to do so. His inner desire is the most important. Immortal Chu Yang said with a smile, I have extracted the bloodline factor of the newer people from Zaolinga, and then obtained the blood of Kaiyu from the demon lord and Jiangcheng. Kaiyu is a branch of Shenong's bloodline. Now I only need Fuchs's bloodline, and I can reversely synthesize the bloodline of the three emperors. One step further is Pandu's power. What we need most now is a way to break through the limiter. Otherwise, not only will we not be able to synthesize the bloodline factor of the three emperors, but we will also not be able to transplant it after synthesis. So, the top priority at present is to ensure the success of the experiment. One Punch Chu Yang nodded solemnly and said, I understand the importance of this matter, you can rest assured. Magic Chu Yang pondered for a moment and said, "You have to pay attention to the gods in the One Punch world. It should not allow the emergence of a second Saitama. The conflict between us, and it will happen sooner or later. Be prepared early." Everyone reminded One Punch Chu Yang again, until he left the Soul Palace, and returned to his own world without getting tired of it. One Punch World. The House of Monsters. Chu Yang came out of the room and his eyes fell on the sports field outside. The unlicensed knight was learning boxing from Bang to exercise his body. Saitama stood beside him, and watched the fun. The sun was shining. The shadows of the two gradually overlapped. Chapter 221 Experiment failed. Success. The philosophy of the unlicensed knight is to try his best within his ability. He never complains about the world. But he will be disappointed. Disappointed with his own powerlessness again and again. And disappointed with the unchanging status quo. When this disappointment accumulates to a certain extent, it will give rise to a strong desire. The change that the unlicensed knight made was to participate in Chu Yang's bloodline factor experiment. This decision requires great courage and determination. After he completed the basic training, Chu Yang came to the sports field to call him away. "Is it today?" "Well, you are not ready yet. I have been preparing, but when this day really comes, I still feel a little uneasy. This is normal. Not everyone can walk into the incubator calmly. Will I die?" "It's possible. Before entering the incubator, you can choose to give up at any time." The two quickly came to the underground laboratory. Dr. Kinnis had prepared everything. All he needed was for the unlicensed knight to lie in. He stood in front of the cold instrument, and his breathing suddenly became rapid. "No matter what is waiting for me ahead, I will not give up." The unlicensed knight's tone was very firm, as if he was talking to Chu Yang, and as if he was talking to himself. "Good luck." Chu Yang watched him enter the cabin until the door slowly closed. The machine started to work, and the test tubes containing the bloodline factor were inserted into the grooves of the culture cabin one by Kinnis. After he pressed the button, the liquid in the test tube began to decrease rapidly. 10 minutes passed. The culture cabin suddenly burst into a fierce red light, and the entire laboratory was instantly reduced to only one color. Kinnis, who encountered this situation for the first time, turned his head and looked at Chu Yang, worriedly. "Sir, do you want to terminate the program?" Chu Yang stared at the culture cabin without saying a word. The bloodline factor transplanted to the unlicensed knight was the best version that had been optimized countless times, and it took an inestimable amount of effort. If this could fail, then he would have to take another path. "Continue," Chu Yang said in a deep voice. Time passed in a flash, and a day passed. The whole transplant process was frighteningly long. Chu Yang stood in front of the culture cabin without moving an inch. Sonic and Mosquito Girl Maya were guarding the entrance of the laboratory, not allowing anyone to enter here. The red light inside had affected the entire base, and many people were already watching outside. Saitama picked his nose and looked out. "Are they having a barbecue in there? Get out of the way, Baldy." Sonic stopped Saitama with his hand in disgust. "Your attitude makes me unhappy, Nick." Saitama smacked his lips and looked at Sonic with ill intentions. "It's Sonic, not Nick." Sonic glared at him angrily, and his tone slowed down a little. "The adults are doing important things. If you go in and make trouble, you will definitely be kicked out of the evolution house." Hearing that he was going to be kicked out, Saitama immediately put away his thoughts. The evolution house has food and drinks, no rent, and so many fun things. If he was kicked out, he would not be able to find another place as good as this. "If I don't want to go in, I'm going to play games with King." Saitama took a last look at the red light, emitted from the laboratory, and then walked away without looking back. Bang, standing at the door, just watched for a while, and left with Saitama. Not long after they left, the red light gradually faded away, and the laboratory returned to peace. Sonic and Maya, the Mosquito Girl, looked at each other, and they both entered the laboratory at the same time. Inside the laboratory, the incubator returned to peace, as if nothing had happened before. Dr. Kinnis stepped forward to check, fearing that the machine was damaged. Chu Yang stared at the hatch and frowned. "Why haven't you come out yet?" As soon as he finished speaking, the hatch was lifted up with a hiss, and thick smoke rolled in, filling the entire laboratory in an instant. Cough, cough, cough. Dr. Kinus covered his nose and mouth and stepped back repeatedly. His face flushed, and he was choked by the smoke. Sonic and Maya were not much better, looking for Chu Yang in the white smoke, and almost fell down inside. Chu Yang saw a looming figure near the hatch. Unlicensed Knight. It's me. The unlicensed knight walked out of the smoke, and the whole person didn't change much. He was exactly the same as before he went in, not stronger, and without any damage. He even asked with a confused look on his face, "Is it over?" "I didn't feel anything." Chu Yang asked, "What did you feel in there?" The unlicensed knight replied, "It was pitch black inside. I was a little scared at first, but then I fell asleep because I was too bored." Dr. Kinus was anxious. How could there be no reaction after so many bloodline factors were transplanted? These machines almost exploded. Chu Yang looked at the unlicensed knight. He couldn't figure out what state he was in now, so he could only let Kinus take him to test. The unlicensed knight also wanted to know his own changes, so he readily agreed to Chu Yang's request and went to a deeper room underground with Kinus. The test was over soon. There was no clear improvement in the values of strength, speed, etc., and they were basically the same before and after the transplant. What's going on? Did the transplant fail? If it failed, there is no reason for the unlicensed knight to survive. Chu Yang's mind was full of mysteries. Apart from extracting some of the unlicensed knight's blood for analysis, he couldn't think of any other way. The unlicensed knight was very straightforward about this and immediately shared his blood. He was a little depressed, but he was still trying to maintain his smile. Chu Yang and Kinus immediately started to analyze the bloodline factor of the unlicensed knight. It took about 10 minutes to finish. As a result, the bloodline factor of the unlicensed knight did not change much. Chu Yang always felt something was wrong, but he couldn't tell what was wrong. He just felt that the unlicensed knight could not survive after the transplant failed. So, if it didn't work this time, let's try again. Anyway, the unlicensed knight is still alive. Kinus saw Chu Yang standing there in a daze, so he immediately stepped forward and comforted him softly. "Don't panic, observe for a while, don't rush to make a conclusion." Chu Yang decided to observe the next state of the unlicensed knight and then discuss whether the experiment failed. That night, the unlicensed knight underwent another nanosurgery. Chu Yang placed a large number of nanomedical robots in his body to monitor the changes in his body at any time. At first, the unlicensed knight behaved very normally, insisting on a lot of basic training every day and then learning boxing from Bang. About half a month later, clues gradually appeared. The speed of the unlicensed knight began to get faster and faster, and every time he ran, he would break the previous record. In addition, various physical fitness data are also rising sharply. As long as he exercises himself, he will almost grow. This speed of improvement reminds Chu Yang of a person, Saitama. In order to ensure that the unlicensed knight can provide Chu Yang with bloodline factors for long-term and stable research, the family eats delicacies from mountains and seas every day. Chu Yang even secretly added pills to his meals to ensure that his ki and blood are full. The young man was a little bit angry, often had nosebleeds, and his urine was yellow, but he couldn't refuse. Nanorobots monitor his muscle growth curve, bone density growth curve, and even changes in genetic structure, trying to find the mysterious key to break through the limiter. It was another morning. The unlicensed knight began to refresh his running record. Saitama appeared on the sports field at some point, with an inexplicable glow in his eyes. When the unlicensed knight finished running, he took the initiative to talk to him for the first time. "Unlicensed knight, you have made great progress recently. You are completely different from before." Saitama praised with a smile. "Really? I think I've made some progress." The unlicensed knight scratched his head shyly. He didn't know that the reason for his crazy improvement in ability was the bald man in front of him. He was happy that he was qualified to chase the others back. "I think your exercise plan can be optimized, just like I did before. Add some squats." Saitama gave his opinion sincerely, but every time he said this to others, he would get a look of looking at him as a fool. In contrast, the unlicensed knight seemed very serious, as if he really regarded Saitama's words as valuable advice. "Your training method is very good. I will improve it tomorrow." Saitama was very moved after hearing this and felt relieved, as if someone finally understood him. In the laboratory, the physical data of the unlicensed knight was displayed on the big screen, and Sony, Maya and Genis were amazed. In such a short time, he has reached the average level of B-class heroes, and his growth curve shows no signs of slowing down. It is estimated that he will enter A-class in a while. It is hard to imagine that the weak unlicensed knight would reach this point. My lord, I think we should make his curve more intense, so that we can better capture the secrets hidden and the bloodline factor. In short, the unlicensed knight needs a little stimulation in combat. Chu Yang pondered for a moment and said, then let Garou come. The reason why Garou is here is because Chu Yang intervened and caused the plot to change. Elder Centipede died in the House of Evolution and failed to hold back the brothers Bang and Bang as originally planned, so they successfully brought Garou back. Bang was soft-hearted and did not kill Garou. Hearing the name Garou, everyone in the laboratory was shocked. Everyone knew the man named Garou. Since he was brought back by Bang, he has been locked up in the deepest part of the ground. He tried to escape several times and was severely injured by Bang several times, but this man would crawl out from the deepest part every time to continue the challenge. His inhuman perseverance and ruthlessness were frightening. Later, Bang spent more and more time fighting him, and his advantage became less and less. Garou grew at a speed visible to the naked eye. Although not as exaggerated as the current unlicensed knight, it can also be said to be changing with each passing day. In order to suppress his disciple, Bang had to ask for help from his master Chu Yang. Of course, things became much simpler when Chu Yang took action. He raised his hand and killed Garou in a second. He did not use the Yuan Wu real body or other abilities. There was no fancy stuff. He just relied on his physical strength to crush the opponent directly. The process was so tragic that even Sonic's eyelids jumped when he saw it, fearing that Garou would be hammered to death by Chu Yang. It was okay to attack once or twice by dimensionality reduction. If it happened too many times, Garou would be a little autistic. The number of times he appeared on the ground dropped rapidly. Since the unlicensed knight came to the evolution house, he has not appeared once. I don't know if he is holding back a big move or if he has a psychological trauma from being beaten. Anyway, the child looks pitiful. Bang even wanted to go down to visit his disciple. Who will go down and call him up? Chu Yang looked at Sonic and others. Master, let me go. I promised to complete the task. Sonic wanted to go down excitedly. His mind was full of the idea of fighting with Garou. Don't go. Seeing him so excited, Chu Yang knew what he was thinking, so he changed the candidate, Maya and Bang go, and bring some tranquilizers by the way. If he doesn't behave, give him a few injections. Maya nodded and left the laboratory to find Bang. Sonic rushed around anxiously, begging beside Chu Yang, Master, please let me go. I promise not to mess around. That guy's my nephew. For Bang's sake, I will definitely not embarrass him. Bang was learning martial arts from Chu Yang and regarded himself as a disciple, calling Sonic his senior brother. Although Sonic was very disgusted at first, he was still a little happy after getting used to it. Get out and find some experimental materials. Chu Yang impatiently drove Sonic out of the laboratory. Sonic walked to the door with grievance and did not forget to say, Master, you have changed. You were not like this to me before. If you don't leave, I will expel you from the sect. As soon as the voice fell, Sonic's figure could no longer be seen in the laboratory. After confirming that Sonic had left, Chu Yang covered his forehead with a headache. This guy is becoming more and more hypocritical now. He is completely different from when they first met. I don't know whether it is good or bad. On the other side, Bangu immediately got up and went to the bottom of the underground. After learning Chu Yang's order, you must do the things that the master ordered well. Only by performing well can you have the opportunity to learn magical martial arts. If everything goes well, you can also take the throne of the eldest brother in your lifetime. The eldest brother now is weird and doesn't look very smart. It is a bit embarrassing to be a junior brother of such a person for a long time. After the transformation of Kiness, there are two ways to go to the bottom floor, the elevator and the corridor. In order to save time, Bangu and Maya chose to take the elevator. In the past escape operations, Garou often destroyed the elevator and then went up the corridor layer by layer and seemed to enjoy the feeling of breaking through the layers of blockade. Later, because the number of unilateral beatings he received increased sharply, in order to save time, Garou also started to take the elevator, but it was faster to go up and even faster to come down. The faster the elevator, the more severe the beatings. Ding dong, the elevator door opened, and there was only one room opposite. Garou's treatment was actually not bad, at least he had an elevator to enter his home. Be careful. Ma was on the sidelines, ready to fight. Bang slowly pushed open the unlocked door, and the scene inside surprised him. Garou disappeared. There was only a fat otaku lying on the sofa playing games in front of him. The fat otaku turned around and saw Bang, and suddenly grinned. Teacher, you're here. Chapter 222, Unlicensed Knight vs Fat House Hungry Wolf. Bang couldn't believe his eyes. The decadent fat man lying on the sofa was actually his apprentice. There was no sharpness in Garou's eyes when he looked at Bang. After calling him teacher, he turned his head and stared at the screen, no longer paying attention to the two people at the door. You, what are you doing? Bang walked to Garou tremblingly. I'm playing games. I didn't realize that games are actually quite fun. As long as you are willing to spend time, your skills will definitely improve, and sooner or later you will be able to defeat the boss and pass the level. Unlike martial arts, Garou sneered, no matter how much effort you put in, it's not worth mentioning in front of a genius. It's a waste of time to spend time on such boring things. You are also a genius. Your talent is stronger than most people. Bang looked at Garou in disbelief. It was hard to imagine hearing such decadent words from him. Where did that terrifying perseverance go? So what if I'm stronger than most? Garou's fingers moved rapidly on the handle, his eyes numb and empty. As long as you lose to one person, you're still a loser, and you can never surpass him. Bang sighed. Martial arts itself has no end. Everyone is in the process of continuous climbing. You don't have to compete with others, but with yourself. Garou suddenly put down the handle when he heard this. Bang thought he had figured it out, and a look of joy appeared on his face. Before he was happy for long, he saw him turn over and lie on the sofa to read comics. How can there be so many things in this damn underground? Bang turned his head and looked at Maya, the mosquito girl. Maya said helplessly, Saitama brought it, saying that he felt a little pitiful for him to be locked up underground. I didn't expect him to become an otaku. Bang smiled bitterly and said, does he want to transform the House of Evolution into an arcade? He looked at his disciple on the sofa with some heartache. Once upon a time, Bang was afraid that this gifted disciple would become too powerful and cause immeasurable harm to the people and things around him. But now it is difficult to describe Garou as harmless to humans and animals. This guy has turned into a husky. Come with me. No, I'm fine here. I have games to play, comics to read, and I don't have to practice every day. I like it here. Like it? What the hell? Look at you now. You look like a useless person. Don't you just want me to be a useless person? Facing Garou's question, Bang was stunned. Since he knew Garou's talent and personality, he really hoped that he could be more ordinary or even completely useless. Garou now has satisfied his original wish, but Bang felt inexplicably uncomfortable. It's better to kill him. Bang turned away disappointedly. He had two completely different mentalities before and after coming. Maya hesitated for a moment, but decided to leave with Bang, without making any rash moves. Although Garou in the room looked very decadent, her detection system had been glowing red since the first step she took here. After the two left, Garou turned over again, put down the comic in his hand, and stared blankly at the dark ceiling. Bang returned to his room in despair, while Maya went straight to the laboratory and told Chu Yang what happened underground. How could Garou be so depressed? In terms of character and perseverance, Garou is definitely in the top 3 in the One Punch Man world. Chu Yang did not expect him to be so depressed. Did I hit him too hard? Chu Yang was very confused. He had been holding back enough and had never used the Genbu True Body from beginning to end. This intensity should not have caused such a deep shadow on Garou. Compared to the difference in strength, the difference in martial arts attainments may be the main reason for Garou's depression. Mai recalled the conversation between Gaara and Bang and felt that the other party was very concerned about her failure in martial arts. "I'll go see him." Chu Yang stood up and left his seat. There was nothing more important than accelerating the evolution of the unlicensed knight. Gaara must cheer up. In his opinion, Gaara's behavior was like a child throwing a tantrum. To put it bluntly, he was not beaten enough. If he was given a little love and encouragement, he would immediately return to normal. Soon, Chu Yang came to the bottom floor. When he walked out of the elevator, he saw Hungry Wolf lying on the sofa pretending to be dead. Hungry Wolf noticed that someone was coming again and said without raising his head, "I told you I won't go up, so please don't bother me. If you still want to come, please bring some comics. I have finished reading the ones in my hand." Chu Yang sneered, "If you don't want to die, stand up." The nightmare-like voice appeared in Hungry Wolf's nightmare every day. He was so familiar with this voice that his instinct made him jump up from the sofa and put on a defensive posture with his nerves tense. Hungry Wolf's reaction was not wrong, because the next second Chu Yang's foot kicked him hard on the arm, and the whole person was smashed out like a cannonball, smashing a big hole in the wall made of special metal. Faced with the sudden attack, Hungry Wolf was aroused. He stood up from the ruins, picked up the metal fragments scattered at his feet, and threw them out. Chu Yang tilted his neck slightly to avoid the trajectory of the metal fragments, but the elevator behind him was it. There was no light inside the elevator, and the machine went silent, as if the energy system was cut off by the attack of the Hungry Wolf. Chu Yang said, "Now you can't even take the elevator. Take the stairs instead. You are used to climbing up one floor at a time anyway." The Hungry Wolf's eyes were empty, as if he had lost his mind and only had a murderous intention left, and he attacked Chu Yang recklessly. Chu Yang used his finger as a sword and performed Yi Guchen's most proud stunt in his life, flying fairy from the sky, and his figure suddenly became ethereal and disappeared. The Hungry Wolf lost his target and looked around for Chu Yang's figure. Suddenly, a sword flashed, and a burst of blood burst out of the Hungry Wolf's chest. His body was carried away by the terrifying force, and he used all his strength to stabilize it. Sword marks appeared all over his body, but the Hungry Wolf didn't notice where Chu Yang was at all. Until the moment Chu Yang stopped, he had become a bloody man. The Hungry Wolf had no strength to resist, and he leaned against the wall precariously. His eyes became clear, and he regained his reason. "You've gotten stronger again. Why are you improving so fast? I know more martial arts too. This is a move I've never seen before. How did you come up with it?" Hungry Wolf looked at Chu Yang with despair, his eyes hiding a bit of desire. He really wanted to know why. "If you want to know, go up and complete the task I gave you, then you'll have the opportunity to ask questions." Chu Yang left after saying this. After he left, Hungry Wolf stared at the broken elevator, his heart in a dilemma. He really wanted to give up and be a happy idiot. For the last time, Hungry Wolf walked into the corridor with a determined look in his eyes and then climbed up floor by floor. Hungry Wolf, who finally climbed back to the ground, fainted due to excessive blood loss and was sent to the infirmary by Chu Yang. He lay in the infirmary for a night, his body covered with nanomedical robots, and those horrible and hideous scars disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. When the first ray of sunlight shone on him at sunrise, his naked upper body had returned to its original appearance. He looked quite cute with his white and fat body. Rhythmic breathing sounds coming from outside the infirmary woke Garou from his deep sleep. He frowned and walked to the door. He pushed it open and saw a huge sports field outside. Someone was running. Who? The steady breathing sound came from the mouth of the unlicensed knight. He was running around the sports field. What was different from usual was that Bang was not seen beside him. The old man usually arrived at the sports field earlier than him. Today was the first time he was absent. The unlicensed knight was a little uncomfortable, but he quickly put the distracting thoughts behind him. "Why do you do something meaningless?" Gara appeared at the sidelines and questioned the unlicensed knight. He had a vague impression of this man. He was very weak, but his life was surprisingly tough. He often did some unexpected things. "What's meaningless?" The unlicensed knight slowed down and asked in confusion. "What can you change by walking around in circles here all day? The power of your punches still won't increase, and the degree of physical improvement is limited. If you meet a monster, you will probably be defeated by a few punches. What are you insisting on? At the end, Garou gradually became impatient and waved his hand. Forget it, it's a waste of time to tell you all this. Tell me where that guy is. The unlicensed knight scratched his head and said, who are you asking? Garou said in an irritable tone, the guy who calls the old man master all day long. The unlicensed knight suddenly realized, if you said Mr. Yang, he should be doing research in the laboratory and stay there almost every day. Got it. Garou turned and prepared to leave, muttering to himself, he is so mysterious, and I don't know what he wants to do. After a few steps, the voice of the unlicensed knight came from behind him. Mr. Garou, you are wrong about one thing. It's not that I haven't improved at all. Mr. Saitama helped me improve my training plan. I personally feel that the effect is very good, and Mr. Bang also taught me some boxing techniques. Now, I shouldn't be defeated by a few punches from you. Garou paused, turned back and stared at the unlicensed knight, with blood flashing in his eyes. He said indifferently, what did you say just now? The unlicensed knight saw that his tone was unfriendly, and he looked like he was going to fight, so he immediately explained, I didn't mean to provoke you. It would have been better if he hadn't said this. As soon as he said this, Garou's expression became more unfriendly. He began to move his hands and feet and sneered, I just want to see what use your stupid training plan is. It suddenly rained lightly in the sky. The raindrops fell on the two of them. Garou strode towards the unlicensed knight. With every step he took, the water droplets at his feet would be shaken up and exploded in the air. Invisible air surrounded his body, and the murderous aura was like a cold wind, blowing the invisible air, turning into a sharp blade that shuttled through the rain. The unlicensed knight could not see the blade transformed by the air, but he could feel the danger. The moment the wind blew, he also moved and rushed to the left. Buzz the air blade passed by him, leaving a series of air-breaking sounds, and then scraped a deep gully on the grass in the center of the sports field. The unlicensed knight looked back, with a scared expression on his face. I have been beaten every day during this period. You don't think I haven't learned anything, do you? Boy, don't blame me if I hurt you later. The hungry wolf grinned, and his scalded eyes looked ferocious and cruel. I'm sorry, I didn't know you were beaten. If you need, I can help you call the police. The unlicensed knight stood up and patted the dust on his clothes. His expression was very sincere, but the more he said so, the more the hungry wolf believed that he was playing a trick on him. I'll smash your mouth and see what else you can say. Hungry wolf kicked his feet and broke through the rain curtain with his broad body. Although he had become fat in the bottom layer during this period, his speed was no less than before, and his explosive power was even greater than before. He was like a cannonball, breaking through the rain curtain in front of him. The moment the raindrops fell around him, it was as if they were slowed down. So fast. The unlicensed knight couldn't see Hungry Wolf's movements at all, so he had to make a blocking action on the spot. Just as he got into position, an amazing force came from his arm. Crack, a crisp fracture sound rang out. The unlicensed knight was hit hard by Hungry Wolf. The opponent punched his forearm, but the force was so great that the other forearm was also broken, and the whole person flew out without any surprise. The unlicensed knight who was doing horizontal movements was like a stone used for skipping stones, falling and bouncing between the runways. The rain mixed with muddy water dyed him into a tattered rag doll. He had said before that he could withstand a few punches from Garou, but at this moment it seemed like a joke. After all that bragging, this is all you can do. Garou did not feel happy about beating up the unlicensed knight, but was more disappointed. This guy was not much different from the other enemies he defeated. On a high platform in the stadium, Chu Yang was watching the fight between Garou and the unlicensed knight. Bang and Saitama and others were standing next to him. Saitama said worriedly, the unlicensed knight was beaten badly. Should we stop their fight? Chu Yang shook his head. It's too early. That guy will stand up. Saitama frowned and said, the two of them are not opponents of the same level. If Garou continues to fight like this, the unlicensed knight may die. Chu Yang answered firmly, he won't die. You always show stubbornness in unexpected places. Saitama said helplessly, but so far you haven't missed it. As if to verify their conversation, the unlicensed knight slowly stood up in the drizzling rain. I told you, I can take a lot more punches. The unlicensed knight continued to take a defensive stance, his eyes fixed on Garou. The man in front of him was one of the reasons why he wanted to become stronger. The helplessness he once felt was deeply hidden in his heart, hurting the unlicensed knight's heart all the time. When Garou saw that he stood up again, he immediately put away his contempt. He had shown no mercy in that punch just now, using all his strength without giving up. Under normal circumstances, even if the unlicensed knight didn't die, he should have been beaten into a coma. Interesting. Hold on, don't let me kill you. Chapter 223, The Change of the Unlicensed Knight. Special substances that break through the limiter. Garou once again showed his cruel and brutal side, disappointing Bang, who was watching from a distance. Maybe he should be left at the bottom. Bang suddenly felt that it was not unacceptable for Garou to be a fat otaku for life. Chu Yang said in a bad tone, "Do you think my money is blown by the wind? What's the point of raising a loser every day?" Bang smiled awkwardly, but it was even more embarrassing for King, who played games every day, no different from Garou. Should I find something to do? King was secretly distressed. Garou on the other side attacked the unlicensed knight again, and his moves were still so ruthless, sometimes using fists, sometimes using palms, bombarding the unlicensed knight's broken forearm. Blood and flesh were blurred, and bone fragments flew. The scene was extremely bloody. King only took a look and ran to the corner with his mouth covered and vomited. Under the high frequency attack, white mist of sweat rose from Garou's body. The hot air inhaled and exhaled from his mouth, like an arrow piercing the air. The unlicensed knight gritted his teeth, enduring the extremely intense pain. It was not that he did not want to fight back, but that he could not keep up with the movements of the wolf. However, in his eyes, the trajectory of the wolf's punch became clearer and clearer. The front of the fist cut through the air, forming circles of ripples, which gradually slowed down into perfect circles. Move. The unlicensed knight roared in his heart, hoping that his body could keep up with the wolf's movements, instead of standing there stupidly like a target. Bang! Another heavy punch. Both forearms were almost smashed, splashing a large mass of flesh and blood. There was no pain on the face of the unlicensed knight, and his eyes were terrifyingly focused. Move. In the deepest part of his body, it seemed as if a group of stars suddenly appeared, like the brightest fireworks in the dark night, and the unlicensed knight's eyes suddenly burst into brilliance. He moved. At the same time as the wolf punched again, the unlicensed knight finally threw a punch at the same speed. Although his arm was exposed to the white bones, he still punched firmly. Boom. The sound of breaking through the air was heard. The two fists collided. The wolf showed a stunned expression. This useless man actually managed to fight back. And a huge force came from his fingers, and Garou heard the sound of broken finger bones. Whose bones were broken? Garou, who hadn't figured out the problem yet, suddenly felt his body become lighter. He looked down, only to find that he was flying in the sky. That weak man had knocked him away with one punch. Boom. Garou's body fell heavily to the ground, and he looked at the sky with a blank expression. Why? He was just a C-class hero, so weak and pitiful, how could he knock himself away? The people watching the battle on the high platform also showed astonished expressions. That kid actually. How did he do that? Bang knew Garou's strength very well. In that situation just now, he would never let him go. He exercises every day, 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 10-kilometer long distance running. After going through so much, isn't it natural for him to become stronger? Saitama expressed high praise for the unlicensed knight's persistence, and showed a gratified smile. The most important thing is that he never turns on the air conditioner. Everyone. Sonic turned to Genis and asked, when will you take him to see his brain? Genis was speechless. Chu Yang took out an earphone from his pocket and put it in his ear. After connecting the signal, he asked, have you recorded the physical data of the unlicensed knight just now? Genis' voice came from the other end of the earphone. Yes, sir. The data has been recorded in the file. His physical fitness has improved dramatically in an instant. Chu Yang continued to ask, did you capture any unknown substances? Genis hesitated and said, the nanomedical robots in his body were almost wiped out and could not detect anything. Chu Yang closed the call, jumped down from the high platform, and walked towards the unlicensed knight. At this time, Garou also got up from the ground. He was not injured, but the shock to his mind was much greater than that to his body. He was also walking towards the unlicensed knight, and the killing intent on his body was almost condensed into substance. As a great weird guy, Garou was knocked down by such a weak hero. Nothing could make him feel more humiliated than this. This was the most embarrassing moment in his life. The unlicensed knight was shaky. The punch just now consumed all his strength. He was completely hollowed out, and tiredness came like a tide. Garou was getting closer and closer to him. You can die now. You can get out of here. Chu Yang kicked Garou 100 meters away. The latter knocked down several walls and disappeared into the ruins. After dealing with the guy who was in the way, Chu Yang carried the unlicensed knight back to the laboratory. Heal his wounds first, and then prepare to extract the bloodline factor. Kinus and Maya had already prepared for the operation. They moved the unlicensed knight to the operating table swiftly, surrounded by medical robots. Sir, the injuries of the unlicensed knight are recovering at a very fast speed, even faster than the healing speed of the nanorobots. Kinus turned on the life monitor, and the data on it made his eyes light up. Then let him heal himself. We only monitor the data, and pay attention to extracting the bloodline factor. Chu Yang smiled. The changes of the unlicensed knight meant that the bloodline factor of Saitama in his body was taking effect. Kinus immediately got busy, and his fingers operating the instrument trembled slightly with excitement. He had been studying the limiter for a long time and constantly tried to break through this indescribable existence, but there was no result. Now he finally saw a glimmer of hope. If it succeeds, it means that human evolution can be controlled by itself, and then all his previous research will be meaningful. While Kinus was collecting and analyzing the data, Chu Yang returned to the stadium. Garou had stood up from the ruins, staring at Chu Yang with red eyes. His eyes were full of madness, like a beast that had lost its mind. Garou's body gradually changed under the continuous stimulation. It's actually a monster. Chu Yang walked up to Garou with great interest. It was the first time he saw the process of a human turning into a monster. Monsterization itself is a way to reset the limiter. Although it is not completely broken, it still changes the upper limit of one's own power, which is worth studying. Chu Yang is happy to study this kind of thing occasionally, but if it is artificially induced monsterization, Chu Yang can't do such a crazy thing. Therefore, this experiment cannot be carried out on a large scale. Garou let out a meaningless roar, as if to give himself courage. His fingers curled into claws, and suddenly clawed at Chu Yang's crown. Have a good sleep. The murderous attack was blocked by Chu Yang with one hand, and a strong energy burst between the two. Chu Yang's blood was boiling, and the power of 100 dragons and 100 elephants rushed out, crushing the bones of Garou's entire arm. Amid his screams, Chu Yang broke his bones one after another, and then took him back to the laboratory to analyze the data of his monsterization. Master, is that kid okay? Bangu stayed at the door of the laboratory because he was worried about Garou's safety. Didn't you plan to clean up the mess before? Now you care about his life and death. Chu Yang teased while pushing Bangu away. Don't worry, he won't die. I'm treating him. Bangu couldn't rest assured at all. He witnessed Chu Yang breaking all the bones of Garou with his own eyes, which was terrifying. Chu Yang sighed and explained, if I don't do this, I can't stop him from turning into a monster. Do you want to see him turn into a monster? Bangu thought about it, and it seemed that there was no better way. The vitality of monsters was extremely terrifying, and it was difficult to make them lose consciousness completely with ordinary attacks. Bangu, who felt a little more at ease, left silently. It took a long time to extract data and bloodline factors, because everyone was very concerned about the results. During this period, people came to visit the unlicensed knight one after another, but they were all sent away by Chu Yang. Garou and the unlicensed knight both fell into a coma, but they were not in danger of life. Their bodies were recovering for special reasons. After the first wave of bloodline factors were extracted, Chu Yang and Kinus immediately began to analyze them. An evening passed quietly. Sir, there is indeed a special substance in the bloodline factors of unlicensed knights, but there is no way to extract it alone for the time being. Kinus said excitedly. It's a good start to confirm that this substance exists. Chu Yang breathed a sigh of relief and said excitedly. As long as the sample base is large enough, I will find a way to extract this substance sooner or later. Kinus held his eyes, and his confidence could be heard from his high voice. It's a small problem. Let them fight every day. There are plenty of samples. Chu Yang's smile was a little creepy. Soul Palace. Brothers, there are signs of breaking through the limiter. The results may come out in a while. Chu Yang couldn't help but announce the good news excitedly as soon as he entered the palace. As long as we get the limiter, we can try to fuse those ancient and mysterious bloodlines. It also solves the shortcomings of incompatibility of fusing multiple bloodlines. Magic Chu Yang put down the equipment in his hand and smiled with relief. His persistence for so long finally paid off. Breaking through the limiter is the key to elevating the bloodline factor technology to another level. The more worlds you travel through, the more bloodlines you collect, and the more bloodlines you fuse, the stronger your own strength will be. Especially in a high-dimensional world like the fairy world, just fusing the newer bloodline that has already been obtained can bring Chu Yang a huge improvement. However, objective limitations still exist, which depends on our physical strength. If we can't withstand the huge pressure brought by the fusion of multiple bloodlines, our bodies will directly fall into a state of collapse. Pirate Chu Yang reminded from the side. When it comes to who is most familiar with bloodline factor technology, it must be him. His idea will never be aimless. The source of breathing will continue to improve our physical strength, but the speed may be a little slower, but this improvement is unlimited. We just lack a little time to accumulate. Demon Slayer Chu Yang hurried out and reiterated the importance of the source of breathing. The breath of source is an important part of the true body of source martial arts. Every time this move is used, it actually increases Chu Yang's physical strength, but the increase is very slight and difficult to detect. Ghost Slayer Chu Yang is the only one who has been practicing the breath of source unremittingly, which is equivalent to being online 24 hours a day, to help everyone improve their experience. The refining treasure technique can increase physical strength in a short period of time, but only a great monster over 10,000 years old can be refined into a magic weapon by the refining monster tower. Those under 10,000 years old can only become strength. It's a pity. The monsters in the damning world can't be refined. The monsters there have accumulated strength by eating people, and only their flesh and blood can be refined into elixirs. Damning Chu Yang said with regret. He had tried it as early as when he killed 2 monster kings in Jinling City. When choosing bloodlines to fuse in the future, give priority to those that enhance physical fitness, and try to follow this principle for other abilities as well. The more martial arts similar to the Dragon Elephant King's secret, the better. Martial arts Chu Yang pondered. There are not many similar martial arts in Jin Yang's martial arts, so we can only rely on you to collect them in other worlds. Fengyun Chu Yang smiled and said, Fengyun still has rare items like Dragon Essence and Phoenix Blood. I will find a way to collect them. Martial arts Chu Yang shook his head and said, these 2 things are mainly used to increase lifespan. As for whether they can increase physical fitness, or how much they can increase, it is still unknown. It is better to focus on the exercises. Magic Chu Yang asked, has the Fire Kirin resurrected? It should be about time. If we kill it again, we can bathe in Kirin blood again. Fengyun Chu Yang said, this is a different time. Our bodies are much stronger now than they were then. Even if we bathe in Kirin blood, the improvement will not be much, and we may develop a certain resistance. But no matter how small a mosquito is, it is still meat. I will go to Lingayan Cave to take a look in a few days. Oh, by the way, there is one more thing. Fengyun Chu Yang suddenly took out something like a spine and handed it to Daming Chu Yang. This is the dragon vein of the Fengyun world. You can take it. Daming Chu Yang nodded and carefully put the dragon vein away. Magic Chu Yang asked curiously, what are you going to do with the dragon vein? Daming Chu Yang smiled and said, I plan to use the dragon vein to collect the luck from my side, and then use the refining treasure technique to refine it into my body. Magic Chu Yang was shocked. It's better to be cautious. At least don't rush now. To be honest, your world is weird. It looks like a hodgepodge. I don't know what else is going on behind the scenes. Xiangsha Chu Yang suddenly said. Others are easy to say, but that demon is really weird. It's better for you to find out its origin before taking action. Everyone talked about it, So damning Chu Yang gave up his original plan and decided to find out the situation first. After a while, the portal moved abnormally and cursed Chu Yang suddenly appeared in the palace. He looked worried, as if he was not happy during this period. Magic Chu Yang asked, "What's wrong? Haven't found noose yet?" Cursed Chu Yang covered his forehead and said painfully, "If I had found it, I wouldn't be so upset." Pirate Chu Yang frowned and said, "Where is the damn guy? Could he have gone overseas?" Cursed Chu Yang sighed, "It's likely that he has gone overseas, and I can't catch him. I don't know how long he will hide. What if he evolves into an alien?" Magic Chu Yang thought for a while and said, "I have a hunch that Noose will not give up the death and return journey. He will definitely come back to complete his plan. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 224, Making a Deal with God. One Punch World. After the unlicensed knight and Garou woke up, they were thrown into a special room by Chu Yang. The walls, floor tiles, and ceilings were all made of the highest strength metal, which could withstand the battle of S-class heroes. This was the room Chu Yang prepared for them. Fight. Fight non-stop. Chu Yang wanted to stimulate the potential of the two to the greatest extent. Garou felt the growth of the unlicensed knight in the constant battles, and realized that Chu Yang was using him as a grindstone. In anger, he couldn't help but be curious about the reason why the unlicensed knight became stronger. A person can't become stronger without reason. High-intensity battles are only indirect reasons. Garou knows that people are born with talents, and no matter how hard they try, they will not exceed the scope of their talents. The unlicensed knight is not a genius, and he has confirmed this fact since the first time he met him. It was Chu Yang who turned him into a genius. Garou really wanted to ask that annoying bastard how he did it. Why can he change a person's talent without monsterization? Unfortunately, Chu Yang didn't give Garou any chance at all. He would always knock him out and throw him into the laboratory after the battle. As the unlicensed knight became stronger, even if Chu Yang didn't take action, Garou could stay awake until the end less and less. Interestingly, Garou's tendency to become a monster was also decreasing rapidly. After seeing the unlicensed knight break through his limit, Garou's heart was shaken. The speed at which the other party became stronger was beyond his imagination. After hesitating again and again, Garou found Chu Yang and asked, "What is the secret of the unlicensed knight's strength?" Chu Yang did not hide it, but said straight to the point, "He broke the limiter." Limiter? Garou looked at Chu Yang in confusion. Chu Yang had to call Kinus to explain the concept of the limiter to him. Why Kinus? Because Garou was too stupid. His talent in martial arts was inversely proportional to his IQ. If he wanted him to understand this concept, he had to explain it in terms that were easy to understand. Kinus was good at this kind of thing because his original subordinates had IQs similar to Garou's. After putting down the experiment, Kinus seemed very impatient, but he still tried his best to explain, but Garou still didn't understand. He only heard one key point. He conducted some kind of experiment here with you, and then he had the qualifications to become stronger. What experiment was that? Garou's tone was very urgent, and he kept asking Chu Yang, "Do you also want to be a test subject?" Chu Yang looked at him with a smile, his eyes revealing a teasing look. Garou was very angry at such a look. If possible, he wanted to punch this man's head. What is the price to become a test subject? Garou is not a child. He will not think that there is a free lunch in the world. No need to pay a price. Chu Yang shook his head and said indifferently, "Because you don't have the qualifications." Garou was furious when he heard this and attacked Chu Yang when his reason was gone. As a result, he was beaten up again and lay in the medical room. Chu Yang said that he was not qualified, not to insult him intentionally, but to tell the truth. Breaking through the limiter not only requires Satama's bloodline factor, but also the will that one possesses, is a key condition. Only when both the body and the spirit meet the standards will there be a certain probability of triggering the special substance hidden in Satama's bloodline factor. As long as this special substance is extracted, it is possible to bypass the rigid requirements of the will and break through the limiter. Garao's perseverance is indeed stronger than most people, but it is still inferior to Saitama and the unlicensed knight. The inner strength of these two people is difficult to describe in words. If Garou and the unlicensed knight's experience were exchanged, whether Garou could stand in front of the deep seeking with his weak body is a big question mark. People like the unlicensed knight are only a minority after all. Chu Yang can certainly transplant Saitama's bloodline factor for Garou, but the result is certain. He will not gain Saitama's power and cannot break through the limiter. The end is either death or nothing will happen. It was 4 days later that Garou came out of the medical room again. He found Chu Yang and asked another question. Are you so powerful because you broke through the limiter? No, I'm looking for a way to break through the limiter. Garou, who got the answer, had a very complicated expression. Being so powerful without breaking through the limiter means that Chu Yang's talent is very high. Neither of them broke through the limiter, but the gap in strength is like a natural chasm. From this day on, Garou seemed to have changed. He gradually became less arrogant and became extremely silent. His battles with the unlicensed knight began to be mostly draws, and he no longer killed. The innate sharpness slowly disappeared. But as an opponent, the unlicensed knight could feel that Garou was suppressing his emotions, like a volcano about to erupt. On the other hand, the unlicensed knight's strength has improved by leaps and bounds, and has reached the upper level of S level, but he himself has not yet felt it. Because he has been fighting with Garou, and has no other people as a reference, the unlicensed knight feels that his biggest change is that he is not so easily defeated by Garou. The laboratory is already full of experimental data related to the unlicensed knight, and even a separate room is vacated to store the bloodline factors he extracts every day. Repeated extraction, repeated experiments, and repeated comparisons. Dr. Kinus is almost going crazy, and even Chu Yang is a little mentally weak. I found it. Kinus jumped up in front of the analyzer, laughing wildly. I found the substance. Excited Kinus trembled as he held a small tube of pale golden liquid between his fingers. Chu Yang walked over, took the test tube from him, and looked at it carefully. Except for the color, this tube of liquid was no different from other bloodline factory agents. Sir, this is the key. The key to break the limiter. Kinus held the bottom of the test tube with both hands. His eyes were fiery and blurred, as if he was looking at the most exquisite work of art in the world. Chu Yang was about to say something, but suddenly he felt someone was peeping here, and the domineering color poured out immediately. Consciousness and consciousness collided with each other. Huh. A voice of doubt sounded in his mind. The person who was peeping here didn't seem to expect to encounter such a strong obstacle here with Chu Yang. And at the moment of contact, Chu Yang knew the identity of this person. Got. Chu Yang directly put the mysterious substance into the Soul Palace, and then used the domineering color to shatter the opponent's scarce mental power. The feeling of being spied on disappeared immediately. He sensed the existence of the mysterious substance. Chu Yang sighed. He did not expect that the gods could sense the mysterious substance. This was indeed unexpected. It was estimated that it would not be long before the other party would come to the door. At the door of the laboratory, a figure flashed by. Release the iron and steel mechanical army, and keep a 24-hour alert around. Chu Yang did not want the other party to quietly appear in the House of Evolution and wreak havoc. This place condensed too much of his efforts. The production line was built here in preparation for this day. Kinus nodded and then operated on the computer. Just from this sentence, he understood the seriousness of the matter. After a while, Chu Yang found Bang and Saitama and others, and explained the situation to them. There may be strong enemies coming to the door in the near future. I have already dispersed all the robots. You have to be careful. Bang whispered in his heart. The enemy that made Chu Yang cautious must be very powerful. Chu Yang could not make a rash judgment on the strength of the gods. The only thing that could be confirmed was that the other party had not broken through the limiter. He may be the same as Chu Yang, with a relatively high upper limit. He can be as powerful as a god without breaking the limiter. The gods are full of malice towards humans, but they have not yet taken action against humans themselves. Instead, they destroy humans by giving monsters power. Chu Yang does not know why this is the case. Perhaps it is some kind of bad taste. Thinking of monsters, Chu Yang's heart suddenly moved, and he hurriedly asked Bang about the result of the last battle between the Hero Association and the Monster Association. Because the plot was changed, Tornado, Saitama, Genis and others did not participate in that battle, but met the Centipede Elder in the House of Evolution. Bang and Bang fought with Garou, and then brought him to the House of Evolution, so he did not participate in the battle. I'm not sure. Bang shook his head. I didn't participate in the last conscription. Later, I have been training with my master, and my contact with the Hero Association has become less and less. Chu Yang frowned and said, did they not contact you? Bang thought for a moment and nodded. You can say that. If it were in the past, they would have assigned me a task a long time ago. Chu Yang probably understood the problem and sneered. Those guys are really stingy. If you get close to me, they will draw a clear line with you. Sonic leaned against the wall in the corner and said boredly, we have robbed a lot of monsters' bodies. It's normal that the Hero Association doesn't like us, right? They have been patient for not organizing people to attack the House of Evolution. Bang shook his head and said, that's not because they are patient. The Hero Association will not do anything that has no benefits. Attacking the House of Evolution is a thankless task for them. Chu Yang turned his head and looked at Saitama. Do you and Genis have any missions recently? Saitama scratched his bald head, revealing an innocent and dull expression. I don't, but Genis goes out often. Sonic said helplessly, Master, it's useless to ask a C-class hero. How can they know the big things of the Hero Association? Maya reminded quietly, Miss Tornado seems to have not been here for a while. If it wasn't for Maya's reminder, Chu Yang didn't pay attention to this matter at all. Whether Tornado came or not, he would be in the laboratory. Tornado didn't come. Chu Yang had a bad feeling in his heart. Could the Hero Association have lost? Master, how about I communicate with the Hero Association and see what happened? Bang saw that Chu Yang's expression was not good and immediately suggested, no, if they really lost, then we will wait for customers to come. Chu Yang looked helpless. Originally thought to guard against gods, but unexpectedly, I had to guard against the Monster Association at the same time. Damn it, if you want to fight, you must fight outside. Don't damage my laboratory. After thinking it over and over again, Chu Yang decided to make more barriers to protect the surroundings of the laboratory. Although the strength may not be enough, it is better than nothing. Saitama stood by and listened for a long time, but didn't understand what Chu Yang was saying, so he asked, who wants to fight? Sonic rolled his eyes and said unhappily, where is your brain? Don't you understand what the master is saying? Didn't you see the Centipede Elder last time? That guy is from the Monster Association. They are coming to attack the House of Evolution. Speaking of the Centipede Elder, Saitama immediately had an impression. He squatted on the spot and said confidently, Yang, don't worry, if they dare to come, I will get rid of them. It was not easy to find a place with long-term water, electricity, 3 meals, and you can play games every day. How could Saitama let others destroy it? Hearing that Saitama was going to take action, Chu Yang hurriedly stopped him. Just stay in the room and play your game. Don't go out. Saitama looked at him in confusion. Chu Yang said helplessly, do you know which direction my laboratory is? Saitama confidently pointed in the opposite direction. Chu Yang took a deep breath and said, just listen to me and stay in the room to play games with King. This idiot didn't even know where the laboratory was. With one punch, even if it just touched the edge, the barriers set up by Chu Yang would instantly become meaningless. I always feel that you are looking down on me. Saitama squinted at Chu Yang, somewhat unhappy. If you accidentally break something, the power supply of the Evolution House will be cut off for at least a week. That means you won't be able to play games for a week. Chu Yang changed his words to something that Saitama could understand. Saitama suddenly realized Chu Yang's good intentions, so he promised not to take action unless necessary. After arranging Saitama, there was basically nothing to pay attention to, and the strength of the Monster Association was not that strong. The only people who needed to be paid attention to were Orochi, Sykes, and Wandering Emperor. Among them, Wandering Emperor was quite special. He was a direct creation of God. He was originally an ordinary homeless man. One day, he received a gift from God and obtained the powerful power of light. His attacking moves are somewhat similar to Kizaru in the pirate world, but his fighting awareness is far inferior to that of his opponent. He is essentially a tramp, and even after gaining powerful strength, he still hasn't changed. While Chu Yang was busy reinforcing the barrier to protect the laboratory, Garou quietly left the House of Evolution. He saw what happened in the laboratory, and heard Chu Yang talking about the gods. Thinking that the unlicensed knight was getting stronger day by day and even surpassing himself, Garou found it unbearable. I will be qualified. Garou walked to an uninhabited wilderness. It was late at night, and the bright moon hung high in the vast starry sky. He spread his arms, as if embracing the starry sky. His face was ferocious, and his eyes gradually became fanatical. If you really exist, then make me stronger than I'm now. As a deal, I will also fulfill your wish. Got? Garou shouted hysterically. The surroundings fell into silence. The bright moon in the sky suddenly grew pupils, staring at Garou. Chapter 225 The Most Important Person King. The Monster Association is located deep underground in City Z, and has a large number of dragon-level monsters. Are you sure this is the will of God? The Monster King Orochi, who sat high on the throne, stared at Wandering Emperor with an unhappy look. Yes, God wants us to attack the House of Evolution, and destroy all the living people inside. Wandering Emperor's eyes were sincere. God gave him everything, so he was a loyal believer of God. The House of Evolution? It sounds a bit familiar. Orochi turned his head and looked at Big Eyes, as if asking. It's the organization that killed Elder Centipede, but according to intelligence, the reason they were able to defeat Elder Centipede was because Tornado happened to be there. Big Eyes sat in his seat motionless. It is just a puppet, and the real body is called Sykes, the real founder of the Monster Association, and even Orochi was cultivated by her. Like Tornado, Sykes is a natural superpower who can control objects with telekinesis and even gravity. A friend of Fubuki during school, the vice president of the Psychic Power Research Association, a serious human. No one knows why she has embarked on this path today. Orochi seems to be asking for information about the House of Evolution of Sykes, but in fact he is asking her whether she wants to obey the god mentioned by Wandering Emperor. According to Wandering Emperor, his power is entirely given by Wandering Emperor. It is no exaggeration to say that he is a god who can easily create a dragon-level monster. Since it is a will of God, of course we must obey it. Big Eyes laughed creepily. I hope to see Tornado there. I failed to kill her last time, so I must kill her this time. 2 days later. The House of Evolution. The quiet laboratory suddenly flashed red, and alarms sounded everywhere at the same time. A stranger is detected invading. A huge energy is detected approaching the laboratory. The emergency defense system is being activated. The iron and steel mechanical army is in place. The House of Evolution, which had been prepared for a long time, immediately sent out the iron and steel mechanical army to meet the enemy. The computer screen in front of Kinus was covered with red dots, even deep underground hundreds of meters below. In just a few minutes, the House of Evolution was surrounded by countless enemies. The Monster Association did not have so many monsters. This was the work of God, who created a large number of monsters in 2 days. My lord, the Iron and Steel Mechanical Corps has been sent out to meet the enemy, but according to the results of Jarvis simulation, the Iron and Steel Mechanical Corps cannot completely wipe out all the enemies. Kinus held his eyes, with worry on his face. In fact, the enemies encountered by the House of Evolution were more than they had predicted in advance. Give orders to the Iron and Steel Mechanical Corps. Don't worry about monsters above the dragon level, and focus on clearing out the trash below the dragon level. Leave the rest here, I'll deal with it. Chu Yang's cold voice revealed endless murderous intent. Don't worry, my lord, let me deal with those dragon levels. Maya volunteered. With her current strength, she was enough to deal with several dragon level monsters at the same time. As a fusion of the bloodline factor of the Thousand Hands, Maya mutated during the transplant process, which is a very rare exception. She can quickly improve her strength by absorbing the enemy's vitality, and in the past period of time, Maya has experienced even more battles than Sonic. The rapid improvement of her strength has allowed Maya's telekinesis to grow to the level of Tornado. Now Maya is already at the top level among dragon level monsters. Even in a battle with Tornado, she can have the upper hand. Don't be too pushy. I'm the master's only disciple. Even if there is a strong enemy, I should go first. You'd better stay aside. Sonic walked forward unwillingly and looked at Maya with a bad look. He has fused the bloodline factor of the Uchiha clan and mastered the power of the Sharingan. In terms of potential, Sonic is not worse than Maya. He just has one less bloodline factor than Maya. But Sonic's own talent is stronger than Maya, especially his speed, which far exceeds the speed of sound. Whether it is the steel mechanical army made by Chu Yang or the S-level hero android Genis, it is difficult to lock Sonic's figure with a high-speed camera and carry out a large-scale firepower attack. You should know that with the help of Chu Yang, Genis's mechanical devices have been updated several times, using the world's top technology. Even Maya can only use telekinesis to forcibly fix the opponent's body at the moment of Sonic's close attack. The success rate of this method is not high. The 8 words of speed as invincible in the world of martial arts are vividly demonstrated by Sonic. When the enemy cannot lock Sonic's position, they have to guard against the illusion of Sonic's Sharingan at all times, which will fall into an extremely passive state on the battlefield. Sonic's Sharingan has evolved to the form of 3 Megatama, which is only one step away from the higher level of Mangekyo. His strength is also at the top level of S level. Take Bang as an example. His winning rate in battles with Sonic is no more than 40%, or even lower. Whether it is Sonic or Maya, they have the confidence to resist the upcoming enemies for Chu Yang. Don't worry, I have chosen the opponents for you. Chu Yang asked Genis to enlarge the monsters locked on the big screen, among which 2 monsters dressed as ninjas attracted Sonic's attention. Dragon level monster, Windy Wind. Dragon level monster, Hellfire Flame. The 2 were born in the ninja village like Sonic, and they were the top 2 of the 37th golden period. Master, please hand these 2 over to me. I want to let them know who is the real ninja. Sonic showed an excited look, and the next moment, his figure suddenly disappeared and left towards the location of the 2 dragon level monsters. The picture on the screen turned, and a body like a meat mountain appeared, with huge eyeballs on his face, and no other organs. Big piercing eyes. My lord, is this my opponent? Maya frowned slightly, somewhat dissatisfied with this guy as her opponent. It was too disgusting. It's just a puppet. You have to use your mental power to capture and control its body. That's your real opponent. The opponent is also a superpower, no worse than Tornado. Don't be careless. Hearing that the opponent's superpowers were no worse than Tornado, Maya's eyes lit up. A pair of wings as thin as cicada wings appeared, and she rushed out quickly. Bang, bump, and Genis will stay near the evolution house to prevent the enemy from approaching. After I leave, you have to keep an eye on Saitama, and don't let him mess around. Chu Yang told Genis, and suddenly sighed. King's mission is the most important. He has to play games with Saitama. King was called out by Chu Yang to talk alone a long time ago. His mission was to play games with Saitama and to keep Saitama stable, and not let him participate in the battle. Baldhead's brain is not very good. When fighting, he can't tell his own defense tower apart. Chu Yang is afraid that he will make his efforts go to waste with one punch. In comparison, gods are not that scary. King feels that his responsibility is great, and he has lived and eaten in the evolution house for a long time. It's time to repay Chu Yang, so he agreed without hesitation. You must let him win in the game without leaving any trace. Don't let him lose too much. This is Chu Yang's death order to King. If Baldhead doesn't win the game, he will definitely throw the controller in anger and run out to vent his anger on the monster. King's face suddenly turned ugly when he heard this. As a game lover, it was really against his conscience to let the opponent win in a fair game. But when he thought about Chu Yang letting him live here without asking for anything in return, and having no worries about food and drink every day, and also having new games to play, King felt that it was okay to go against his conscience occasionally. I understand, don't worry. King gritted his teeth and agreed to Chu Yang's request. So, at the moment the battle started, King started his own let the player win operation, which made Saitama suddenly feel like a worthy opponent. After enduring hundreds of battles of abuse, Saitama suddenly stood up and immediately immersed himself in it. Both of them stared at the game screen. Saitama played heartily, and King was sweating profusely. Whenever King couldn't help showing his true strength, the voice of Genis would always come from the headset. Be careful, don't use the big move. King's face suddenly turned red, and his fingers instantly slid to other buttons. On the other side, Chu Yang came alone to the deep underground directly below the House of Evolution. A vast space suddenly appeared deeper than the place where Gerao was imprisoned. Two weirdos appeared in front of Chu Yang. One wore a crown and was dressed in tattered clothes, like a homeless man. The other one looked even weirder. He was completely black, with only his face white, and had a wretched appearance. He had a strange tentacle on his head, like a tadpole. Wandering Emperor. Black sperm. Just the two of you? Where are the other weirdos? Chu Yang looked around, but didn't see the snake or the other weirdos. A guy who is not an S-class hero is so arrogant. If you have any brains, you should be scared now. Or, because your level is too low, you don't know my information at all? Wandering Emperor folded his hands in front of his chest and teased Chu Yang in a condescending tone. According to the information from the Monster Association, the man in front of him seemed to be a scientist who specialized in genes and machinery. The people under him seemed to have been genetically modified and showed extraordinary strength. Therefore, the Monster Association valued this person very much and prepared to take him and all the experimental results away. Dragon level monster, Wandering Emperor, a monster who mutated due to receiving the power of God. Chu Yang smiled and told the information about Wandering Emperor. Wandering Emperor's condescending smile suddenly froze, and he looked at Chu Yang with incredible eyes. The other party actually knew his origin and even knew the existence of God. Where did you get this information? Wandering Emperor asked loudly. Didn't your god tell you why he came before you came? Chu Yang had a sneer on his face. Obviously, Wandering Emperor was just a cannon fodder to test his strength in the eyes of God. Not only Wandering Emperor, but all the monsters who participated in the attack on the House of Evolution today were cannon fodder. Hearing Chu Yang's question, Wandering Emperor had doubts in his heart, and at the same time, he became panicked. Don't worry about it, just kill him. Black Sperm's eyes were full of murderous light. Since the other party was not an S-level hero, there was nothing to worry about. Whoosh, the sound of air tearing was heard. Black Sperm's figure suddenly disappeared and turned into a black light and rushed towards Chu Yang. Before he got close, he heard a more intense sound of breaking through the air in the air. Swoosh swoosh, two sword energies burst out, directly chopping the Black Sperm into pieces. But the Black Sperm would not die so easily. He separated into countless tiny figures and then merged again. The Black Sperm looked at Chu Yang with lingering fear and turned back to Wandering Emperor and said, "This guy's not an ordinary hero." Wandering Emperor cursed inwardly. Idiot, isn't this nonsense? How can a hero who knows the existence of gods be ordinary? Don't try again, you don't have much time left. Chu Yang flicked his fingers again and sent out several sword energies, and those sword energies split into two in the air, and then split into four, and instantly turned into a rain of swords falling from the sky. It was the Shushan School's unique skill, 10,000 swords art. The Black Sperm was almost killed by a sword energy, and now it was all over the sky. It was like a basin of cold water poured on his heart. It was too late to dodge, so he could only launch a big move. Countless cells closed together, and the appearance of the Black Sperm changed dramatically. It was no longer weak and wretched before, and suddenly became tall and strong. Every muscle was like cast iron, full of primitive wildness and courage. Black Sperm has advanced to the stage of Huangjing, and his physical fitness has been greatly improved. His defense and speed have surpassed most S-level heroes. In this state, Huangjing can challenge the siege of several S-level heroes and have a greater chance of winning. The 10,000 swords art hit the surface of Huangjing's body, and immediately there was a sound of metal clashing, just like the sound of iron hammering coming from a blacksmith's shop. Ding ding dang dang, Huangjing smiled confidently. I was careless just now, but at this stage, you can't break my defense. Oh. Seeing that he was so confident, Chu Yang couldn't help but smile, and his figure flashed and appeared in front of Huangjing like a ghost. The dragon elephant Mingwang art was fully running, and the power of 100 dragons and 100 elephants plus the golden light indestructible magic skill covered Chu Yang's fist with a layer of golden brilliance. This light was more dazzling than Huangjing, who was covered in gold. With one punch, the space around the fist was shaking violently, and even tore out a series of dark space turbulence. The power was so great that it was astonishing. The shadow of death quietly enveloped him, and Huang Jing's face suddenly changed wildly, but he was unable to get away from the pressure of the punch, and he didn't want to take it head on. The moment his fist touched the golden body, Huang Jing felt a power he had never encountered before. Brutal. Domineering. His body, which he was confident could withstand the attacks of most S-class heroes, was as fragile as a piece of paper under this force. Crack. Cracks appeared in his body, and every cell from the inside out was shattered. With one punch, Huang Jing exploded directly, and turned into smoke and dust. Didn't you say that I can't break your defense? You dare to talk nonsense when you are so vulnerable? Be careful next time. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.